Hello. Hold on.
No, I hear you, Geeky. Sorry. Just grabbing a drink and getting set up.
Okay, I thought you were set up already.
Ah, no, you know me. I by the seat of my pants.
You grabbing your Red Bulls?
Nah, no Red Bull, just some poison sugar is what I'm getting.
Oh, I just have uh tea, raspberry lemonade. Drink fancier tonight. Or not fancy. I guess I'm just drinking. Not a sugary.
Yep, I've got my drink. I've got my Coca-Cola. It's Friday night. It is March the 25th. March the 25th, 25th of March. It's time for Coast to Ghost. So, guess they're still not done in Ukraine. I guess they've been going for what, a month now. Jeez. But Kirby's out, so I'm gonna be playing Kirby while this is going on. Have you gotten to play any of Kirby in the Forbidden Land, Geeky?
I I did not pre-order this game this time. I don't know why. I guess I just never got around to it. Also, fuck my local GameStop for canceling one of my pre-orders because they didn't call me to go pick it up.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
so I don't know. So that's why I'm kind of like not doing any pre-orders right now. I
Yeah, I
might
don't
pre.
blame you.
'Cause I was gonna pre-order Strikers off of them, but now I'm like, I think I might just go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what, like a Target or a Walmart or something.
Yeah, I need to go to Target or Walmart to go pick it up.
Yeah, I don't think that's too bad an idea, because like, hey, look, if you guys are gonna throw away my pre-order and not call me, then fuck you.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I mean, so far I'm done with the first 3 worlds of Kirby, and I like it so far. Good.
oh yeah,
I don't know how the
yeah. I
co-op
had
works, but I think it might only be local.
I have seen good reviews of Kirby this year. Like people are excited or thinking this might be. It's already like I think the #2 best-selling game on Amazon.
For the year?
This month I believe.
Huh. What's the number one? Is it still Elden Ring?
I think it's Elden Ring is still one.
Well, I mean, that game. Positive word of mouth. It is not too
Yeah,
surprising.
Hello,
Yeah.
guys.
Yellow Lantern, sir, how are you?
Not bad. Well, I'm a little bit more energy for today because I had a couple injuries to my arms, which prevented me from doing my usual routine. So I ended up catching on a bunch of sleep this morning. So,
Now we have
well,
full
then-
power, Yellow Lantern?
well, a bit. I mean, my arms are still sore from some couple of work-related accidents, but I'm not doing too bad.
I see.
Yes. Nothing serious, just a couple scrapes, but it did feel a little sore, and I made the mistake of not taking any kind of Advil or Tylenol, so they were sore all night, which inhibited my sleep schedule, and so, like, I had planned to do some exercise today to kind of think, but, sleep schedule didn't agree with me, so I just overslept and went back to sleep, and so now I'm somewhat refreshed with a lot of energy. But anyways, so you guys talking about video games. Were you referring
Yeah.
to that what Kirby game just recently came out, right?
Yeah, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which
Yeah.
I think is actually the first ever 3D Kirby game, interestingly enough. I think every other Kirby game has been a side-scroller, a 2D game.
Or 2.5D, like 3D, but it's still a 2D game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like,
My experience with Kirby games is pretty limited outside of the Super Smash Brothers series, which is I heard it's like a platformer, but it's also like an ability one where Kirby can absorb the he inhales and can absorb the abilities of the enemies he eats basically.
yep,
And
that's usually shtick, is that he, that there's a bunch of different
And
powers
some peop-
available.
It's some people's debate which is the best one. I think Kirby Epic Yarn might be the best one I played.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Epic Yarn I think is a good one.
Speaking of like good Kirby, like the music they have for like the Smash series involving Kirby is like it goes above and beyond what's usually in the games. I just noticed.
Well, but I mean, it's just music
orchestra,
from the old games.
Yeah, there's no orchestra soundtrack, so that's why it sounds different compared to it.
Mm-hmm. I think the best one is the Fountain of Dreams.
Which is just the Kirby.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, even the N64 version was still pretty good of it too.
Yeah, and of course that stage, somebody did like a montage of like the worst, like the most shocking matches, like the biggest crushing like moments on that in, like the Smash competitive, and they titled it "The Fountain of Broken Dreams."
Were they playing the what's the name of that band? I think Green Day song.
No, it was a compilation of like some of these matches between the pro Smash players that just like had like an element like just either because they were infamous because of what happened, or like it's just, you know, the Fountain of Crushed Dreams, like some really salty moments.
Fair, half of them are pedophiles, so.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, they are Super Smash Brothers players, which comes with a certain stigma, unfortunately.
You know, the worst thing before that, it was just that people would say like the odor kind of reeked at some of these tournaments.
Well, that was
because...
the Yu-Gi-Oh issue for years, right? It was just like, oh, it just smells too much.
Yeah, but to the point where in Yu-Gi-Oh, Konami had to make a rule saying if your hygiene's really bad, they will kick you out.
Yeah, but wouldn't you kill these people to just like, you know, have a guy
hose down,
be like a deodorant salesman? He'd probably make a killing at like these events.
Yeah, I mean, also, don't Magic the Gathering players smell at events too? I've been hearing that as well.
They do, but some of them have lots of money, so it's like they not watching.
He got kicked out of a Magic because he kept taking photos of people's plumbers' cracks. He just posed right behind them, completely unaware, and he just do like it's weird, and then there'd be like he's next to a guy he's got a plumber's crack.
Yeah,
this is a big scandal. It was a big scandal because it pointed out things that everyone obviously knew. You know, like the smelly gamer kind of trope or stereotype or whatever. It's totally true. Like, I mean, and when it's not true, it's like these are the most socially like retarded people, inadequate. Yeah. It's really depressing because it's like I like playing Magic a lot and I like playing Magic with people in real life, but like the people I have to play Magic with are retarded.
He got banned from Wizards of the Coast. Did he? He got banned because he exposed like one of the members was.
Yeah. I think he eventually got banned like some number of years later or whatever, but it's a pretty legendary thing, and I mean, it's not like the guy himself. It's not like he was like some spring chicken. Like he was a big dude himself. But it's like, I mean, come on. Like,
at least he knew not to show off his plumber's crack.
Right, exactly. You know, I mean, I bet he even took a shower and washed and everything else. So it's a little depressing.
Look, I'm just saying, your local Magic store, if it doesn't hose players down, you're not part of a society.
It's true. They really need to just hose them down.
Yeah, like honestly, if your local Magic shop just has like a hose in the back on you know, ready to go, like, hey, look, you know, we'll smell you at the door, and if you don't pass muster, if you want to play in the tournament, you've got to get hosed down. Sorry, man, it's just the way it is.
That's right.
Yeah, that's very true.
Guys, did you like the Kirby comic that I had?
I did.
It was cute. It was cute.
Also, I didn't know it was the Pokemon regionals in my city as well. This last weekend. Yeah,
Did you go and crush the dreams of some 10-year-olds?
Nah, because I don't play Pokemon competitively, and plus,
goes
for the newer games.
I'm just imagining you're not dealing with an ordinary player.
No, but
no ordinary trainer. No. This is your hyper autistic Hispanic trainer.
So,
Stand up
Jan
chance.
in the chat asked, "What is Super Smash Brothers?" Well, simplified, it's the signature fighting game for the various Nintendo characters from different Nintendo IPs. It started
And
in
also Sonic the Hedgehog and
yeah,
Sonic
and
The best way to describe Super
Subscribe.
Smash Brothers
Thank
is
you,
it's
Metal Gear Solid.
it's a 2D party brawler with a focus on platforming. I would say he's kind of the or
Yeah.
I guess the way because the focus
It's
is
a
to not fall off the
non-conventional
stage.
fighting game because
It's the only fighting game that doesn't work on an arcade stick. That should be the
actually,
real answer.
no, I've seen some people play with like the Hurtbox.
You could set up an arcade stick for it for sure.
Yeah. Oh,
you didn't know
sorry.
about the
I was-
deviants?
Okay, he was.
section. Yeah, the
Jan
Smash
wasn't
Brothers
asking.
community.
Sorry, we were talking. Yeah, Jan wasn't asking what the game is. He's asking what sexual deviance happened inside the Smash community.
It's very surprisingly shocking, even that people that take an interest in a hobby that is primarily focused on attracting young people and children may not always have the most what's the word
Best intentions.
yeah. Shockingly.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there was even one of the top female Smash Bros. Players was in on this activity.
Oh,
no,
no.
really?
Yeah, not even. See, it's not just. I mean, it's not just the guys. It's also even some.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, of course, the problem here is that this kind of all came out roughly around the same time a couple of years ago, and it just I think even some of the top players too kind of fell victim to this, which didn't sit well with the community at all.
So
But
if I had to say
I was
sex-
gonna say it's around the same time all the fighting game community got hit with the allegations.
Yeah, so it's not specific to them. It's just it's just I think because Smash
fighting
is the
games
easy
are
game
a
to get
menace. Stand by this.
Fighting games are fun though. Well, to me,
Well, Smash Brothers is fun, but in general, fighting games are. Oh, I see. Bad penguin.
All right. So, anyways, so it's been a week since I saw the Batman movie.
Have you had
Have
time
any
to
of you
think
got-
about it?
Have any of you other guys seen it?
I have not, but I might see it this week.
All right.
Busy week.
Would you like me to give you a no spoiler review of it?
That could work. Yeah, actually, that'd be great.
Like
I
that,
would actually.
yeah.
I have a review to present myself first. It'll be quick, and then you can do your no spoiler review of the Batman with Pat
Is it for
Robertson.
Kirby?
No,
Is
it's
it for Turning Red? Because I saw
No.
Turning Red too.
No, but
Yeah.
we'll get your take on Turning Red, Geeky. 'Cause we got everyone else's take last week. But no, I have my official review of Elden Ring, and it's in text form. So I'll do this quick. Got a very quick text review I can do of this, and then we can move on to Yellow Lantern's review of the Batman.
Yeah, spoiler. Yeah, Bruce Wayne is Kirby. He figured it out.
You got him. All right, here is my Elden Ring review, and there it is on screen, guys. This is my review of Elden Ring. All right, we good? That's it.
To quote a
I'm
good.
gonna say does that mean it's pretty good?
I don't know.
to
You can
quote-
assume whatever you want, but there's my
quote a,
official review of the Elden Ring.
To quote a fat beardman, he said what he said with his games is completed.
Yeah. Basically,
funny.
yes.
That's good. Good stuff.
Yeah, that is the entirety of my review of Elden Ring. Well, I gotta figure out my VTuber studios
way-
all wigging out.
By the way, NordVPN, if you do like to sponsor this review, please sponsor us.
NordVPN.
No,
NordVPN's
VPN.
like Raid Shadow Legends, right? Like it's it's all over the place.
Yeah, or ExpressVPN.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 of 5 card. Oh, screw you, card. So yes, that's my official review of Elden Ring. Now, Yellow Lantern, tell
by
us.
NordVPN.
Sponsored by NordVPN, Shadow Raid Legends, and I don't know, whatever other free-to-play phone games are out there. Sponsored by all of them.
Plants.
Zombies vs. Plants 3, sponsored by all of them.
Yeah. Please give us money. We're poor.
You can't get this content anywhere else. When is the 5-year anniversary? Before we get on to the review of the Batman, when is the 5-year anniversary of The Last Jedi? Because I would really like to do that.
I think it's in November.
In November. Okay. Well,
Because that's when The Last Jedi came out. Like somewhere November 20th, or was it December?
It was December. It was around.
It was December.
Yeah, all the
I'm
Star
still
Wars
like-
movies except for Solo came out in December.
Yeah, well, no, I think the prequel trilogy came out in May.
yeah, the May.
No, I mean all the Disney stuff though. I'm saying all the Disney stuff.
Oh
It's been
yeah,
in December.
they try to go for the Christmas box office.
Yeah, except for Solo.
So okay. Anything else?
No. Now let's get to your review of your spoiler-free review, no less, of the Batman.
All right. So, as if you guys know at this point, we've had 3 different actors within the span of 10 years, essentially.
So
portray
Batman, Christian Bale, and
Robert
Pattinson.
correct.
And they both have had different interpretations of the character as well. You have, Christian Bale's Batman being, at that point the retired, experienced Dark Knight kind of guy. Who's, yes, he's not.
They kind of go through
What?
all the steps with Christian Bale, right? Like they start about training, getting ready, but
Yeah, you have. What's funny is both Christian Bale and Ben Affleck portray a Batman who's, in his veteran stage.
Yeah, because Batman Begins is literally called Batman Begins.
Well, I mean, in the past decade, because
I think he's just talking about He's talking about Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises. I think.
So we're gonna
But because like Batfleck, Batfleck they completely skipped the origin story and is like, come on, everyone knows Batman, so
yes,
it's
and
like
so
Tom Holland's Spider-Man, basically.
I think at that point, like everybody knows, Batman's origin and all the stuff, and so the way they do, and it's also through 3 different styles. Like you have, Batman retaking his city. And, Batfleck is he's confronting supposedly an intergalactic menace twice over. But the problem is, the reason, of course, we never got to see much of Ben Affleck's Batman was because of the rather poorly managed DC cinematic universe, as they tried to call it, with the...
And the box office performance in general.
Well, yeah, Batman v Superman was... I think that's the film that's... Everyone that's when it all comes apart, basically.
It's the worst. One of the worst DC movies of all time. But not the worst DC movie.
Sure.
I still think. Okay, so the worst major DC movies, I think it's the Superman number 4. Well, I think Superman 4 is.
You mean Superman Returns?
No, the 4th Superman film that Christopher Reeve did.
Wait, there was 4 in the original set? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
that.
well, that's the reason they don't like to talk about that film.
Because I actually liked Superman Returns. I thought that one was...
What's funny is that film is basically made just so you could forget about the 3rd and the 4th films.
Because aren't those considered box office flops?
Well, that film was kind of mixed because instead of it being a new movie take on Superman in the modern, this one was basically trying to continue the story after Superman 2, because this movie, the Superman Returns, effectively retcons the third and the fourth Christopher Reeve movies. That makes sense?
Yeah, it's kind of like what movie? It's kind of like how the Justice League Snyder Cut retcons like a lot of stuff too.
Yeah, and which I'll give credit to the fans who were asking for it. Like, it took years for that to put together, and the Snyder Cut and all that. Like, props to them, I suppose, for holding out for a. But we know for a fact that film is never going to be like referenced in any future DC projects. I can bet.
I think that it already is, because supposedly Aquaman takes place after the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, but like supposedly, I also heard they're doing okay, wait, I'm getting off track. I'm sorry. I got to go back to the Batman. So
yeah.
So this Batman movie, like I said, it portrays Bruce Wayne, as you said, in the second year of his career. So he's younger. He's not as experienced as his other two counterparts. He's not like. This is not a Batman that's like completely comfortable in his role. He's still pretty primitive too with his technology and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he doesn't have like super gadgets and whatnot.
Well, yeah, he has them there. He just doesn't use them as often. Like, it's not as the gadget usage isn't like the main focus. And this Batman is actually something I'm really appreciative, is that you see his detective side come up a lot more. Something I feel like a lot of Batman writers and some storytellers kind of forget is that Batman is a master detective. Well, he tries to tell himself he's the world's greatest detective. That's what So, because this movie actually is about a mystery. It's also a mystery, revolving around who the Riddler's plans, mystery
Who
of.
is playing the Riddler?
Jim Carrey.
No.
No, that's the OG one.
That's the based one, you mean, I think.
The Cat in the
No,
Hat?
Yeah, this Riddler isn't.
But he's playing
as...
Dr. Robotnik. Mm-hmm.
Very based, still based.
Right. Yes. So the inspirations for this film take place, I believe if you've read... So the inspiration for the story is Batman, the Long Halloween, which is probably the... for those who don't know, this is a film... This actually got an animated adaptation in 2 parts. This story is about a Halloween, a calendar-themed killer who kills, the murder mysteries revolves around who is killing, these people at specific dates on the calendar and which holidays. And it's a story that takes place within like a year between, Thanksgiving to next year's Halloween. And you kind of see this too with, in fact, I think the movie starts on Halloween and it ends in a week later. So it's basically like it takes inspiration from that. I mean, it's a favorite day. I mean, Arkham Knights takes place on Halloween as well. Funnily enough, like everyone was. I mean, it's the perfect setting for if you want to cause fright and stuff. And so you see Batman like unraveling the mystery of the Riddler, who his victims are, what is his purpose, and he gets also wrapped up in the Gotham's underground with characters like the Penguin, Catwoman, of course. He's working with Jim Gordon because, like I said, a lot of the force, at this point, Jim Gordon hasn't completely cleared much of the Gotham PD of corruption, because that's actually a theme. So in Batman Year One, this is actually a theme. So if you've ever read Year One, that's another Batman story that gets a lot of inspiration from the filmmakers. One of the things is that, Jim Gordon is like literally, he's not commissioner yet, but he's like literally one of the only good cops in the department, because the rest of them are either corrupt or they take bribes from the mob bosses, like the one featured in the film, Carmine Falcone, of course,
Yeah,
the Roman.
he was in the
He was
the
in
Dark Knight films, if I
Nolan
recall.
Yeah, he was in the Nolan trilogy.
Yeah, he's a typical like he's a villain that gets used a lot in Batman stories because he's he's known as a Roman. He's one of the Gotham's most influential mob bosses, and so yeah, Commissioner. This is like I said, this is only year 2, and this would actually make sense from a career point of view. Batman has probably locked up some bad guys, but like the Riddler is just a stick his name. Like he's more on the deranged side. You probably remember like how somewhat deranged the Arkham games Riddler is. He's kind of like that, but way more dramatic.
Way more dramatic.
Yeah, way more dramatic. Kraz is Calendar Man in this movie. I don't think so. I don't think he's not established in this universe yet.
I don't remember Calendar Man.
Yeah,
He was. He's in Arkham City, but he's like a super hard achievement to get, where you gotta like play the game on every holiday in the map, and that's how you unlock it.
What?
Like they still, yeah, he has like tons of Easter eggs depending on when you play the games on like certain holidays. Like you play the game on Halloween, he'll say something different. If you play it on Thanksgiving, he'll say something. If you play it on Christmas, if you play on these specific holidays of the year, he will say something different each time. And apparently they actually discovered another Easter egg not that long ago about see on the first playthrough. But anyways, it's like roughly 3 hours, not including credits and the previews, which a fool like me realized I actually stayed a little too long there because of the previews, which it's like a good 30 minutes or so of trailers, which I hate it, you hate it, everybody hates it. This is why everyone shows up late
I
for the
like
films.
trailers.
I don't mind trailers necessarily.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't mind previews. I don't know why everyone's like all of a sudden anti previews. Like
I like
Yeah.
previews.
Oh yeah, point out is that people like the Calendar Man, the Kite Man, the Condom Mickey. These are Killer Moth. These were all Silver Age era villains that really never cracked beyond the C list. In modern times, they've tried to make them more serious and stuff. An example of one villain, his name is Clue Master. Have you guys ever heard of him?
is he just was he before Riddler?
Yeah, that's the point. Like he's trying to make a name of himself. He's known as he's trying to be different from the Riddler, but he had always a stigma on him that he would always be like a second rate to the Riddler. And then what ended up happening was he's notable because his daughter, Stephanie Brown, would become a superhero that would help the Bat family out by spoiling his schemes. So that's where she got the nickname the Spoiler.
Sounds like everyone liked her.
Okay.
Yeah, well, not initially, because, well, it's funny thing is she was one of Tim Drake's romances. Sometimes
Tim
they were
Drake being the
boyfriend,
second Robin, I think.
a third Robin.
Third Robin.
Yeah. So Tim Drake, he was on again, off again. Tim Drake's boyfriend, and it's funny is that they actually dated while they were both Robin and Spoiler, and also when they were Tim Drake, and they actually didn't realize that who the other one who was until much later. It was it's kind of it's a long character history, and she was also briefly Robin too when Tim Drake was either there was a schism between him and Bruce, and then he went his own way with the Teen Titans. So Stephanie Brown stepped in the role, but she didn't do a very good job and was fired. And it led to a very controversial story where, in an effort to make up for this, Stephanie Brown tries to enact a contingency plan, which would allow it would involve her getting all the organized crime bosses in one area so that there could be a way to consolidate and take out the organized crime. The problem was she didn't know that Batman in his mobster persona matches Malone was supposed to also be there, and because he wasn't, the plan went wrong, and it results in Black Mask, Roman Sionis, the villain. He's the one who takes charge. He takes out all the leaders of the gangs, he consolidates them, and starts a gang war. And Stephanie Brown is caught in the crosshairs. She's found out and is tortured really badly. And then, Batman has to save Oracle because Black Mask discovers her.
Every DC story that involves like women and torture ends very well for them, right?
Well, it didn't end well for Jason Todd either, so.
And what does this have to do with the movie?
Sorry, I'm getting. Well, someone wanted to ask, like, who are these second-rate heroes? And I got distracted again. Yeah. Point is, she was not well. Like, she appeared to have died off, and then she turned out she wasn't dead. Then she became Spoiler again, and then she was Batgirl briefly. Then New 52 happened, and then she was initially retconned out of the universe. Then they brought her back in as Spoiler in the Batman Eternals, and she's Spoiler again. Yeah, and now DC's doing a thing where they're rotating who is Batgirl, and if it. Sometimes it's Barbara Gordon, sometimes it's Cassandra Cain, sometimes it's Stephanie Brown. They're the Batgirls collectively known as. But yeah, so there's no real second-rate villains from what I can tell. They're just using the pretty standard ones. I mean, it's kind of weird, it's actually pretty interesting when, the Joker isn't really the main villain. Or isn't like, it's possible to have a good Batman story that doesn't really involve him heavily.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at for no spoilers, for people that don't know, but again, look at something like Hush. That's a pretty good story, who's Hush, right? Who's that? So that's a pretty cool story. That's doesn't really majorly involve like the Joker or whatever. So.
You have Batman Begins as well.
Mm-hmm. Does Egghead show up? Does Kite Man, King Tut? Like, okay, he's talking about villains from the 1960s Adam West cartoon.
Like from 1969? 1969?
No, the show was ran from 1966.
Holy booey, Mountain Rock.
The 66 Batman. 1966 Batman.
Right.
Yeah, this is before he became the mayor.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny is that.
No way, is that wait, Karn in chat said, I want a movie where he fights Crazy Quilt. I can't tell if that's like a real character or just some BS that Karn's making to troll me right now.
No, there is a character named Crazy Quilt.
Was he like a grandma or something? Like, I got.
No,
well, he was a metal grandma.
He looks like a weird. No.
Oh, have you guys seen the new Digimon yet? Apparently that's out, or it's coming out.
No, but we can't get too off track. This is just getting good, sort of.
No, I have not seen the new Digimon. Hello?
All right, we're all here.
Yeah, I think I'm here. What's Yo, Lantern, you there, buddy?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm actually. There is a character named Crazy Quilt. I just forgot what he does.
Oh, okay. That's funny. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'm just being trolled or what's going on, but that's pretty funny.
Yeah. So, well, the problem is he's had several. There's been several versions of this character. Actually, he was a villain for a he was a villain for
company.
He was a villain for an old comic called The Boys Commando, which, yeah, it's a World War II comic about, it's gang, ragtag band of young guys and, going into these various, war heroes. Because, DC Comics got pretty big with publishing World War II comics.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't at
it
the
was
time.
kind of the biggest thing in the world happening at the time.
And the first, like I said, this is something way back when I was explaining DC continuity to on the Killstream audience, there is the way they set up the original timeline was that it goes Earth 2, Earth 1, Earth X, Earth Earth S, then Crisis on Infinite Earth happens. New Earth, then Flashpoint, Prime Earth, and now they just merged that all together. So when I say this is the first version of Crazy Quilt, it's Earth 2. But then they've,
What's between Earth
now they
2
have
and
another
Earth
one.
1 and Earth 2?
Yeah. So basically he's, so the idea is that he's a guy who's like I say, his shtick is that, he has all these weird quilts on his
Perhaps
like
crazy quilts even?
yeah, like let me show you a picture of him. Like this is these are real characters. Let me show you. You see in the chat or in the
He looks
Discord.
like Kwanzaa Man.
Yeah, that's
Kwanzaa Man.
That's just one of like he can project all these lights and discs and colors because he wears this multicolored quilt.
Did he fall into like a vat of like superpowered quilts? I guess that's what he looks like.
No, he uses light technology to make his.
I will refract quilts at my enemies.
Yeah, of course they joke. His only superpower is his superhuman level of bitterness.
Hey, now we're talking. Now it's something I can relate to. This is great. I've got superhuman levels of bitterness too.
Letters of bitter. Not dealing with an ordinary bitter man.
No. This is a man who's been shunned by society and is too autistic to live, but too retarded to die.
Just remember.
Yeah. He can basically hypnotize people.
Well, why can he hypnotize people?
Because his helmet, he uses his helmet with flashing lights and colors that can, cause people to do hypnotize. I mean, he's like I said, it's a joke character. You don't see him very often.
I take him very seriously because his color scheme is very cool.
Right.
Well, I'm pretty sure they'll make him gay pretty soon. Just from
of course they will.
Well, oh man, so it's pretty funny to see that because they've already. Well, I mean, they already the most major, the most notable character who is in the Batman universe that is gay is a Batwoman, but apparently Tim Drake is also now a switch hitter in that universe.
What?
So Dick Grayson plays offense and defense, is what you're saying?
No. So it's kind of funny. Of all the characters to make it so that Dick, it's not Dick. It's Tim Drake says, "Oh, by the way, I also like guys," despite the fact that I've had like 8 or 9, romantic feelings for tons of superheroes. Writers have given me various flings with them throughout the 90s and 2000s. But
it's like when they made Iceman gay for no reason.
Yeah, it's like, it's okay to do this one way, but not the other, as everyone knows.
What, you mean make a gay superhero straight?
You do that, and you're looking. If you try to write that, I guarantee you would get a civil rights lawsuit or something.
Yeah.
What like heroes are there where it was like their being was like, oh, they're gay?
They made the original Green Lantern gay.
Yeah, Alan Scott was, and that was on Earth.
Basically, like I can't think of any hero off the top of my head.
Yeah.
That was
The
like
thing is,
originally
there are
written
powers
gay.
in this universe. So there was pink kryptonite that makes Superman act very effeminate. There was that one. I mean, the problem is this conception of, because this is a universe.
Oh no, Batman! I'm feeling certain ways about you, Batman.
Oh no. Oh no, he couldn't resist him either, right? Because he's just too powerful. So what's
That
Batman
sounds
going to do?
terrifying, man.
I
That's
feel
like
like
the worst horror flick ever. Like
That's pretty
Batman.
scary to me, for real. So
I just think this is kind of a weird thing to make because this would be a universe where supernatural forces exist clearly and not just our conception of metaphysics. So, people have you can hypnotize people, you could probably do all this weird technology to alter their behaviors and stuff.
I mean, you think
But I
about
guess
anything in like traditional like lore, you think about like the idea of like a love potion. I mean, it's a rape potion. It's a fucking roofie, is what it is. I mean,
That's
yeah,
Bill Cosby.
so yeah, I mean, my guess, the reason they took Tim Drake to suddenly have both attraction to both guys and gals, I think is because they're trying to make the character relevant. I hate to
yeah.
break
I mean,
like
there's a lot of that going on. Is
yeah,
like, hey, what
this is a
hot
big
button
problem
issue
is
can we
that
attach to? I mean, but this has always been a superhero thing, right? Like the World War II, the Vietnam War. Oh, let's make our character involved in this conflict that's actually going on as
yeah,
a
and
way to make it current and relevant.
sometimes
I mean,
you can slide the scale so that if a character's backstory involved him be fighting in World War II, the next time there's a continuity change, you could say, well, he was fighting in Vietnam, and
he
then he
was
was
in the
fighting in
current war.
yeah, whatever, because people have to get used to the characters. Sometimes they don't they stay the same age, sometimes they age forward, and sometimes they de-age and go backwards. Overall, there's like a boundary for where characters either are this or that. Now, sometimes the rare exceptions, like sometimes they do grow up and be something else. It happened with Dick Grayson. He became Nightwing. He
Happened
graduated
with
from
Peter
being
Parker.
Robin. What'd you say?
Happened with Peter Parker. You knew him as a high schooler, and now he's a college professor. Or
Yeah,
I think he owns his own company. So yeah,
yeah.
depends
Like
on your.
sometimes, like I said, like you can't, you got to be careful that you don't like age them too quickly or make them too out of date. But so with Tim Drake, the problem with him is that yeah, he for many people in the modern age of comics, he was the Robin they grew up reading. And then eventually what happened, you had character, not only do you have like new characters coming in to sort of make a lot of redundancy, but one character in particular made him sort of lose his place, and that was Damian Wayne
That's Batman's son with Selena
That's,
Kyle.
with Talia
no,
al Ghul.
Oh, Talia al Ghul. Okay.
yeah, the bastard child.
yeah, my
Yeah,
favorite
and
kind of children.
the
I'll
problem
never
is
admit it's
that
mine.
it's kind of weird because
Mount Walk, I think it's yours. Why? It's playing Black. It wants a Black Lotus for Christmas. Ah, damn
Well,
it,
the
it's
problem with
mine.
that, the
Oh
problem is
no.
though, is that they canceled Mari, so we can't take Mountain Walk there.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, they canceled Mari apparently this week.
For what?
I don't know. I
Like,
guess it got boring.
huh?
I'm sorry, who got
All right.
canceled?
You don't know what Mari is?
Mario.
The
Like,
guy, no, Mari, like the show where they would go and they would like take the
oh,
paternity
Maury,
test.
like Maury Povich, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They canceled Maury? Shit.
Yep.
I mean,
How did they
that
do
thing's
that?
been on forever though, so
What
it's so
what
weird.
will mothers watch during the middle of the day?
They'll just
Yeah,
watch
who
Jerry
knows?
Springer.
That's baffling. I don't know how they did that.
yeah. So I would say my conclusion of the movie review. I think you could watch it. It's probably a really decent film. Like it's not the worst. It's like I didn't expect it to be like something like extremely amazing, but it's like it's not trying to be the next Avengers or something. It's just trying to tell the story of the Batman. Like this one, and whether you like this interpretation of the character, the mystery, there may be a few lines that are kind of cringe, as you probably know, but in some of the way, I actually think there's a case of the film directors sort of being somewhat of like an unreliable filmmaker, where they kind of have to do the diversity stuff, the cringe, the pain, but they're sort of doing it like with a wink, wink off the side. Like, I mean, I don't actually mean this. I know you guys came to see the Batman.
Okay. So
Who's directing it?
What recommended? Yeah,
No,
I
who's
would
Who's
directing
recommend.
it?
directing it?
Um, who directed the? The person who directed it was Matt
Mountain
Reeves.
Walk. That's right. Mountain Walk directed it, and that's why it's a good movie. True. It
Yeah.
wasn't Matt Reeves. Don't listen. Don't listen to Yellow Lantern. He's trying to gaslight you guys. I'm gonna make a lot of money off this film. Let me tell you.
Okay. So Matt Reeves did it. Now, all right. So your take is you recommend it, but there's some stuff that will make you cringe.
There might be, depending on this, but
So you say it's a
overall, like,
modern Hollywood production.
yes and no. I mean, it actually does know that it is a comic book movie at the end of the day.
So it's not like well. So is it? But is it no? Knowing it's a comic movie, is it self-aware and like trying to be snarky? It's not self-aware and trying to be snarky, right? Is it playing? It's campy,
No.
but takes itself seriously. I guess it's hard.
It's not. It's not a Josh Whedon movie, at least.
Well,
That's what
that's
I-
definitely.
It's
I mean,
not
he
something
does make like good, coherent like films and stuff, and like or TV shows or whatever. But like his sort of style, like are mostly just like his dialogue is just like, please just stop. You know, not
Isn't he
everyone.
a
Yeah, that's the one thing people
Josh,
hate
it's
about
time
Josh
to
Whedon.
stop.
Yeah, it's time to stop, dude. Like, I could write better
Yeah.
dialogue than him because it's like I would have the characters say things that are in line with the character's personality, not just like this snarky 18-year-old, you know, or something like it's just so smart and perfect and wow.
Hey
they're
guys,
so
remember
confident.
Buffy?
Yeah, remember Buffy? I mean, come on, like, I mean,
I don't
this
know,
show
I
is
never saw
fine, but
Buffy.
it's like, you know, give me a break. Like, let's try something new. Maybe our
One is
level
that
of
TV Tropes, the website that is the pop culture wiki. I don't know if you guys knew this or if some. It started out as a Buffy the Vampire Slayer
Yeah.
website.
Yeah, I think you said that before, and that was like the first time I heard of it. I didn't know that. So that makes sense though, because he is very tropey and he has a very particular style of writing things and stuff. I mean, not like it's
And tropes can be
bad or
fun,
whatever.
like they can work.
Right.
But
Yeah,
like,
it's not about tropes being good or bad, but like a lot of his writing is like a little. And some of the twists, like the plot twists, so to speak, are a little obvious and a little like cliche. But I don't think he's like a bad director or anything. Obviously, like apparently he treats the cast like shit, but like
Yeah.
his films are like still pretty good and competent and like well put together. I mean, obviously, you know, they
Mount
wouldn't
Walk
make as
here
much
caring
money.
about a director treating a bunch of Hollywood actors like shit. Huh.
I mean, I don't. Do you want to get yelled at by like a balding manlet? You know, a quote unquote male feminist. You know, what I mean,
Kind of.
like
Like the
Like,
idea
well,
that
yeah,
like, it'd
well,
be kind of
sure.
fun. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, what are you gonna
Worst-
do about it?
you
Yeah,
can do about
it's
it. I mean,
really it's the effects Josh Whedon's writing style has on other screenwriters as well as other works of
yeah,
fiction. I think that's the main
that's
issue.
Well,
that's a
doesn't
very good
Hollywood
point.
hate Josh Whedon just like shit? Who's the guy that they also hate too?
Michael
You
Bay.
mean like
Not
the guy
Zach-
that did Guardians of the Galaxy because he had some stuff that was like,
Some uncomfortable party pictures.
yes, he had some sort of bad stuff. I can't even say the word, but I don't remember exactly what happened. But I mean, he got hired again. Like they canceled him for like a minute, and then like okay, no one's paying attention. Then they hired him back
Well, also
for
'cause the
stuff or whatever.
cast-
To be fair, Guardians of the Galaxy was a good movie.
Oh, it was really good. Like
It's fun.
I-
Like that's
yeah.
like irreverent, campy
Yeah,
fun.
so the budget
Yeah.
budget for the Batman film is actually roughly 160 to 200 million.
That's not that
Shit.
much for like a big budget film. Yeah.
Yeah. You
And
know
it's
what
like-
also costs that much money to film but looks like absolute dog manure? You know what that is?
the new
The new
Uh,
Halo series.
The new what series?
Yes. So
Rainbow.
have you guys
the
seen-
Halo.
Yeah, so Halo decided to has, you know, a long delayed live action TV show
Mm-hmm.
with Halo in it, and it's been trying to get off the ground. It's been in the works for like over a decade. The problem is, you know,
How about the one with the big green knockoff Space Marine?
yeah. Well, the Halo
A
franchise.
worse looking Boba Fett. Go.
Yeah. Okay. So they spent $160 million. Do you have like a reference to the footage itself?
It's on Twitter. I can find it.
Yes, and apparently their justification for why it's bad. It's like, well,
I can't hear him. I think he's away
I
from his
can't.
mic.
Yeah,
I
I
think
can't
he's
hear him.
walking away from the mic.
sorry
Okay.
about that. Something fell down. I had to pick it back
Oh
up.
yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, so as I was saying, their justification for why the movie looks as it did, I mean the show, is that they said, well, we only know this stuff exists, like we don't care about following the source material that closely. And I'm
That
like
always ends
saying,
well.
well,
Yeah,
like
thanks. This is great.
is like
Yeah.
is this your excuse for why it looks terrible?
Like you could just actually try to produce a product that's worth viewing. I mean,
Yeah, like the first red flags in the movie is that well, in this series is that one they have the person that plays Master Chief or whoever their interpret they have him take off his helmet and you can see what he looks like, which is, I mean,
he never does that in the
outside.
games, does he? Right?
Well, I mean, you could probably guess what he does look like because there actually is like comics that showcase what John 117 looked like when he was young. You could probably
Wait. The main character's real name is John 117.
Yeah, he was like wasn't he a kid that was taken from his home and then experimented upon to become
yes,
like
that's
the
like one of the big like kind of really like sci-fi slash dark parts of Halo. Like John's basically was a child soldier. Like so,
yeah.
the
Not
Spartan,
only
the
was he a
original
child
Spartans.
soldier, I think all the Spartans were created to like put down like uprisings or like a civil war. It just kind of so happens that like, oh, all this alien stuff pops up at the same time. I think off the top of my head, I think that's what happened. So
Yeah, so
yeah,
the Spartans were a super soldier program that were. The problem is what made this because the kids they were kidnapped when they were young, and they were replaced with a clone of them that would eventually just pass away within
Wait,
a year or two.
so
Yeah,
they
and
kidnapped him but left the family with a clone that's gonna die.
oh yes, and the person behind this was Dr. Halsey and her like even
That's
though they
honestly kind of like I feel like that's kind of like actually really considerate. Like I know it's evil, you're stealing their kid, but like you're not leaving, like the family like searching forever for their kid. You're just like, hey, you have closure and everything.
Yeah, they
yeah
just die in a year.
yeah, which is I think they do that because the thing is these not only do they kidnap but they train them up, but they also subject them to a kind of augmentation. They inject them with weird chemicals and weird sort of you know
Is there
experimental
normal
drugs
chemicals to
that
be injected with? I mean,
well the idea is that it's supposed to make them like above average, like superhuman strength,
Their muscles
speed.
develop more, they get bigger and shit, right?
Yeah, and
yeah.
they're doing this because
Basically, super steroids.
they need them to fit into the Mjolnir armor systems because no human could, like there's just like these were suits designed for super soldiers. That's what the Spartans were.
Hmm.
That's the lore, and of course, some of them died because they didn't react well to the drugs and the
What
chemicals.
percentage of the kids die? Because I
I
know
was about to say, I think it was like really, really high. He was
Like
only
I
like
think
one
it
of
was
the
like 60% at least, or 70.
yeah.
those are
It
rookie
was
numbers. When Space Marines take an initiates, like 90% of them die.
Yeah, I'm
The
I'm trying to
remaining
trying to
remember.
10% have to
numbers.
go fight
Just
bug aliens from hell and
yeah,
demons.
and the funny thing
Yeah.
is, so they get the ones that do survive. They become Spartans fully. They put on the Mjolnir suits. They're effectively super soldiers. And yes, the original purpose was, this is Earth in the 26th century, 25th. This when it
2069th century, huh?
Yeah, I think it's like
Yeah.
the 2000, like this is like
2420.
2400 to 500 AD.
So,
Sorry.
okay. Actually, you reminded me of something that I have to talk about. Talking about
Yeah,
this.
the point is that
I
the point is that the Halo series, just don't watch it. It's clearly made by people who.
I mean,
didn't
I don't
care
even like
about-
the Halo game, so I might actually watch it.
I
But
don't plan on getting Paramount Plus.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll find another source. But like, I tried to watch a show that's a Netflix show called Daybreak, and I got to the 3rd episode, and I was just like, I'm done. I can't do this. Like, it took me like 3 different days. I had to try to sit down just to watch the fucking pilot, and it was just awful. It was fucking awful.
Is this live action or a cartoon?
Yeah, it was live action. It's like, oh, it's a irreverent apocalypse show, okay, where like someone dropped a biological weapon in California and all the adults turn to zombies, so all the kids have a bunch of like tribes. I'm like, okay, I was thinking like this might not be that bad. And
Basically, Lord of Flies.
yeah, but it was just everything about it was awful. Like, I think that they had like a 10-year-old girl use the word cis white male in the 3rd episode. And I'm just like, I'm done. I'm out. Fuck it. I just turned the television off and said, you know what? I'm gonna go do literally anything else, because anything else is better than this.
Not today, asshole.
I watched that and I just wanted to punch a Zoomer every second. I was just like, what? This isn't even funny. This isn't even entertaining. This is who wrote this and thought, guys, I got it. This is good. It's gonna be great. It was so terrible.
He thought this was such good shit.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's so up its own ass too. It's so bad. Never watched Daybreak. It's so bad.
I'd imagine if you're going up to like confront a Zoomer with this, you'd be like, "What are you talking about? For real? This show's a real shit, my man. You know, no bussing."
Oh, it was
that
worse.
was good.
It was worse than that. It was, I don't know how, but it was worse than that, because it was like, did I trigger you, bro? I was like, oh my gosh, huh?
Is it worse than Big Bang Theory?
No, because Big Bang Theory actually can be funny, you know, even if it doesn't intend to at times. But like it was just so bad, so fucking bad. It's like, oh my gosh, I want to die every second I'm watching this. And it's like, it was such a current year television show, because it was made in 2019, and it's just like, oh, we get it. You really don't like Republicans, creators. Oh wow, very brave stance to take on a Netflix TV show. But like,
yeah,
it
just
was
like a Star Trek based Stacey Abrams is the president of the world.
yeah, exactly. Without the baggage of Star Trek.
Good to know that they still have election fortification in the near future.
Yeah.
I mean,
Trying
that
to
doesn't
say,
make
like,
any
Star
sense because
Star Trek is like, I've never gotten the appeal of it. I always
Okay, try to watch some of the original series.
the original series is okay. I think Next Generation, DS9, Voyager are far better. I don't think the original show is bad, but I feel like it really. I mean, the
original
2
show is a grab bag. There are some episodes that are absolute classics, and there's some where it's just like, oh god,
Trouble with Tribbles.
Trouble
like that.
Tribbles is awesome. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Matlock. Trouble with Tribbles is
No,
awesome.
I mean that's what I mean. Yeah, like some are good, right?
It's so funny and good. It's just like, guys, look, I got these little gremlin furries. They're great. And it's just like, oh my gosh, they're taking over the ship.
Yeah. Like I mean, honestly, Star Trek is kind of like space communism, like done right or whatever. So like, there's not going to be like any
it's a
elections.
fantasy show, you know. It's like, oh look, guys, we've defeated scarcity, so now we just go around messing with aliens.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sort of like space communism, but like they actually value human life. So it's like, maybe it's not actually communist, right? They're like, oh, we actually shouldn't involve ourselves with these aliens. So there's no
we cannot disrupt their development, otherwise it's going to cause a whole mess of trouble.
Yeah, even if it's like, oh wow, these guys are doing quote unquote racist things, or oh, they're sacrificing their people or whatever for whatever thing.
We have
whatever.
rules here, okay?
Yeah, we have to follow the rules because, you know, we can't foresee what the consequences would be. So it's like, it's sort of like this kind of quote unquote space communism sort of thing, but it's a little bit deeper than that. There's more going on, and it's not some sort of like leftist fantasy or whatever.
There is a bit. It's more of like an exploration than it is, what it is today. Most television would just like, we're gonna lecture you ignorant hicks on, what real communism. It's like, oh, well, what would happen if there was a planet stuck in the medieval era? What would it be like if people with modern sensibilities came there? It's like, oh, okay, that's an interesting little thought exercise to look at, right?
That's where the world of hats trope actually comes from Star Trek, where especially TNG, where they go to a specific planet or whatever, and things are like, oh yeah, like you said, yeah, this is medieval planet or whatever, where everyone is like just all this one way, and that's the idea is like, oh, just this world where it's like, they got a fedora, and this other one has a top hat, because they're in the Victorian era,
and the fedoras and top hats are all trying to murder each other over differences.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, gosh, I don't want to go into the weeds on this because we'll probably never stop talking. But anyways, I think Star Trek is worthwhile to watch. You just got to watch. I mean,
you gotta
the
watch
1969. Yeah, the 1969.
There's a lot of crap to sort through.
Yeah. Oh boy, there is. But I would say even the first 2 seasons of Next Generation, where like they're sort of finding their voice and trying to figure out like what the hell are we doing? Like
what show are we making?
Yeah, exactly. Like like the actors themselves, they're trying to figure it out. I mean, look at Riker, right? Is the differences between him in the beginning and the later, even just like the superficial stuff. Like he looks so good with the beard, but a little weirder without the beard. So that's the last thing I'll say about that. I'll go into the weeds I would go with the weeds on everything, but
we should do a watch along of some like DS9 or something with Kyler. I know he's a TNG guy.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Yes. What other lore stuff of dumps? What other things?
Oh, actually, I wanted to hear Geeky's take on Turning Red.
Where did he go?
I believe
he just left. He just left.
Oh,
I think he might have.
Shit.
He might have had to DC or something or whatever. So
okay. Well, when he comes back.
Well, you guys already know my opinion of that film.
Yeah, I know. I want to hear from someone that's seen it. Mount Walk, did you just see the furry monster on the screen?
Furry monster? Oh, I missed it.
I just killed it.
Oh, that thing? Oh, the cat girl?
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's like I mean, it's not oh boy, that's pretty far. That's I don't want to comment on that. I don't know what there is to say.
We should watch Wrath of Khan. That's
a Khan.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Big fan of Star Trek. I mean,
you're Khan respecter.
I am a Khan respecter. I mean, they told. I mean, even stuff like Enterprise, right, which is like basically the first, quote unquote. I mean, the sort of quote unquote first Star Trek series chronologically, not like the first one, because the first one was the original series, right? And
what, like the J.J. Abrams one, where they talk about
no, the television show. No, the television show Enterprise is what.
Remember how we all needed a Captain Kirk origin story with Thor playing his father?
Oh yeah, that's really Fucking hate J.J. Abrams. What a garbage filmmaker. It's just like
J.J. Abrams' best film
is flare. Let me plaster it all over your screen.
Oh no, yeah, just
J.J. Abrams' best film is probably still Super 8.
Super 8 was fine. Yeah, I mean, like it's just
it's trying really hard to be E.T., right? But
yeah.
Oh shit, Mount Walk! I gotta fight Meta Knight. It gives me a sword to duel him with.
Right, you could do the thingy because it said you got to be Meta Knight to do the thingy.
I love that. you get the great sword and you're like Dark Souls Kirby.
Wait, really?
Well, like
hey,
you look like
I'm gonna do my review later. I just have to take care of something real quick.
Yeah, perfect.
Is he back?
He's back.
No,
he's
got
left. Do some shit.
Yeah.
What other really?
Wow, this is awesome. Did you? I mean, I guess this. I'm gonna bring up something that's completely not what we're talking about at all. But did Did you guys see that the Destiny Fuentes debate? Was that last week or something?
Yes.
On Kill Stream, I think.
That was a 3. It was on Cozy. It was on the Kill Stream. It was on Destiny's channel. It was about it was about the Ukraine-Russia conflict, the strategic. They were debating which side to take.
Yeah, that was a really good one because
choose neither side in this conflict.
Well, no, I mean, like, it's not like in as much like who to root for. I mean, like,
I'm on my side.
Well, sure, but that would be America. But what's best for
America?
No,
I'm on my side.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I guess that doesn't matter then. But
my side. I'm not my country.
Yeah, well, I think the point was they were the interests of what can America do for, like, what's the correct position to what would be the correct position to take interest wise, and
right. Which I think
was months since the special operation has been launched too.
Yeah.
By the way, this is why Ukraine can't declare war on, because the problem is that Russia is part of the CSGO treaty, which
global offensive. Yes.
I was just about to say, I'm like, wait, what? What's that? I've literally never heard of that. I thought you were literally making a meme.
No, I'm serious. This is an alliance that some of the former Soviet countries have signed. It's that require like general security, trade.
Basically, only people that can declare war on them is Russia.
No, what that means is if such war was declared and trade, that would actually mean as a part member that the other members would be obliged to defend or attack the country that declared war on one of the members.
Unless Russia invades one of them.
Well, this is why, like, no war has been formally declared.
But they're invading.
It's a special military operation.
They're invading. Like, let's not cut hairs. They've invaded the country.
The
and they're taking cities, right?
It's the name of demilitarizing and denazifying.
They're invading. Like, let's be honest. They're invading, right? Like, come on.
Well,
we're adults here, right? There are Russian tank columns in a 40-mile long convoy in their country, invading their country and taking territory. Like, what if that's not an invasion? Then there is no meaningful definition of invasion, right?
Well, yes, it is. It's because, like I said, it's basically the hot phase of a war that started in 2014 and only went into ceasefire effects around 2015.
So they're invading. So this treaty is meaningless because Russia can just invade you with no consequences, right?
Well, I mean,
Belarus will join them, right?
Well, it's not about invading with no consequences, but I mean, from
the treaty, obviously, the West is trying to impose consequences, obviously, but
well, yeah, I mean,
this is Counter-Strike Global Offensive Treaty did nothing for Ukraine
because Ukraine's not in it.
Oh, they're not.
Okay.
That's the point.
I think Ukraine couldn't declare war because of it.
Because
if they did, then it would trigger the treaty, which these other people would be part of, right? And these other countries would like send support and things like that, or would have to. I think.
Believe it or not, Russia would never actually invoke. The only country that has invoked was Kazakhstan back in January because of the unrest that happened.
Food riots, right? Because of inflation.
No,
it was just another color revolution kind of thing. Like, just like, yes, these people want democracy. They need democracy, because that's what everyone wants. Everyone just thirsts for democracy.
As far as I understand, though, there's food riots going on in Kazakhstan, but you're saying they're not?
No, what happened was what triggered this.
Lotus actually brings up a great point. It's a special military operation, the same way that Iraq and Afghanistan were special military operations.
Yeah,
that's the point. I mean, you can't officially,
did Destiny and Nick debate which country has the cuter cat boys? Because I feel like Russia would just win on volume, right?
Isn't there like a joke with the Finnish prime minister? She's a cat girl or something.
What?
Oh, you mean in Russia? Yeah, I can't remember the lady, but no, I don't. She's obviously not a cat girl, although she is a very cute lady. But
It's
Yeah,
the
I
Finnish
don't know.
prime minister, I believe.
That's Finnish prime minister. Oh, okay.
Finland. Yeah, that's.
You're finished, lady.
It's
Terrible.
Okay.
Horrendous.
horrendous. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny to note these. So the technical terms is that Ukraine was never in any alliance. See, the thing is, what this war was about was, I mean, the whole thing was not only provocations, and Ukraine is potentially being a hostile player that could bypass the.
So
any
there are
defenses.
more than just Ukraine as NATO allies on Russia's border, right?
Well,
Ukraine isn't in NATO, but they
No,
were
I
attempting
understand.
to get
I
in.
understand Ukraine's not NATO, but there are a bunch of NATO allies that are directly on Russia's border, correct?
Right. Therein lies the problem, because this
So
is the
what I'm
issue.
saying though is, if there are a bunch of NATO allies already on their border, like, does Ukraine really make that big a difference?
I mean,
it's the angle of attack.
Because I mean, they're surrounded by NATO allies, right? Having one more, like, if you've got 10 NATO allies on your border, now 11, like, how big a difference is that?
Well, it wasn't.
I mean, think about it this way. Use a really simple analogy, like, you're fine, you're falling, and you're totally okay until you hit the ground, right? Like, if you keep adding more, eventually you're going to hit the ground at some point, right? This is the issue. It's not like, I mean, who is going to trust NATO after, all of the disastrous stuff they've been a part of in the last decade, 2 decades? Like, I mean, look at Libya. Libya is like way, way worse off. I mean, literal slave markets in Libya, and it had NATO intervention, and we were just like, oh boy, we can't have Gaddafi for, I don't know, no reason, I guess, and we need to get rid of him, and he get raped, by a broom in the middle of the street,
bayonets.
And so
he was basically lynched and had stuff shoved up something that doesn't belong there.
Bayonets, yes, up his exit valve. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just the Libya disasters. Everyone knows about the bombing of Yugoslavia, which was totally unauthorized by NATO. I mean, they struck not just the military; they struck civilian targets like hospitals.
Is the problem that NATO has no authority, or is the problem that
NATO doesn't hold to international conventions because NATO was just basically a proxy for America? I mean, when Trump was talking like America basically funds this thing, like to half of the budget is NATO or something, it comes from like the U.S. And he's like, well, why does NATO even exist at this point? Like, the Soviet Union doesn't exist. That was the point. But of course, because this to not get into the weeds too much, but the whole thing is to keep Russia contained, right? Even after the Soviet Union fell, when there was no meaning for NATO to even exist, it still kept expanding eastward. Russia's like, hey, this is bad for us. This is a security concern. I mean, again, we can look at our own history, look at the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Like, oh, wow, you don't want all these missiles pointed at your country next door in Cuba or something? Or like the example Nick gave of
but
Mexico
this is in the 50s.
signing.
This is in the 50s before hypersonic weapons and entire arsenal of ICBMs, right?
Sure, it's still bad though. I mean, this is still a security threat.
But I mean, like, the security threat is that, like, both countries have enough, nuclear weapons on standby to annihilate the other one, right?
Right, but anything to undermine mutually assured destruction is the problem, which, again...
But I mean, that's the point of nuclear submarines.
Lotus brings up the point that NATO was essentially a Cold War relic. It was done as...
it is. I get that.
And they're making this weird geostrategic decision to try to isolate both China and Russia, or back then the Soviet Union, where arguably the thing that really won the Cold War, turned it around, was exploiting the Sino-Soviet split.
Yeah, and that was what Nixon did, which was, I mean, genius, really. But of course, Nixon ran out of office, for certain reasons, maybe certain things he said, but. Yeah.
Well, it's funny. So it's actually interesting to say because
Mountain Walk simping for progressive.
Some of the people in the U.S. want the special military operation, Russian, invasion of Ukraine to turn into the Soviet-Afghan war. That's not going to happen for
Why?
First off, Ukraine isn't Afghanistan,
or what? What's the reason?
Afghanistan is known as basically the
Graveyard of
deathbed of
empires.
empires. Basically,
Unless you're
you just
Genghis Khan.
yeah, because the Mongols themselves lived in conditions that were more brutal than the people in Afghanistan. Also, the Mongols were just more brutal in general. Like, yeah, I mean, think of a line, for a roller coaster. You need to be at least this bloodthirsty to get on this ride. Is the best way to think about it.
Yeah,
That's why they had no problems conquering Russia either. Because guess what? The Mongols were fucking insane. Like not only were they genius strategically, they had the manpower. They were able to incorporate conquered peoples back into their empire. They had the ability to communicate on the battlefield very quickly. I mean,
they operated like an empire.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, they operated more like an 18th.
They smash the Islamic Golden Age, like they basically ended that civil.
Oh yeah.
Not only
man, they shit on them so hard. Like the whole running the Tigris and Euphrates black with the ink of all the books that they threw into the river probably was literal from what they did. So
Baghdad. There's some notes that the Persian population of what now modern day Iran was just so devastated it didn't even recover until like the 1800s.
Yeah, and that's actually probably a lot of there's a lot of climate change stuff, from what happened to the climate in last many thousands of years. But the Mongols played no small part in that too. Think of sort of like what we did to what Rome did to Carthage, but on a scale much bigger.
What did Rome do to Carthage?
Sorry, well, I mean, they basically to say they burned it to the ground is to be maybe a little bit,
Well, they said Carthage Delania Est.
Right, exactly. So Carthage was.
What was different? So Carthage wasn't just part of Rome. What happened?
Sorry, well, no. Eventually, North Africa did become part of Rome. But yeah, that was after the Carthage was destroyed, and I mean totally like annihilated, basically.
How do you
in the way that would be considered probably war crimes today. Literally like completely gone.
What the definition of genocide, if we work with this, literally every war, most of them in the old age, would, in prehistoric, that would be basically genocide because there's just the standard operating, you defeat an enemy tribe or kingdom, all the men are essentially killed, the women are taken prisoner, the children are yours.
You're describing normal commission of war.
That's not normal. That's not really
what are you
normal.
talking about? What the abnormal thing is to try and civilize this and sanitize it. That's the abnormal part. What? Oh, I was shooting you 5 seconds ago, but I threw down my gun. You have to let me live now. Fuck that. You were shooting at me. Go fucking die, you scumbag. Like, what the fuck?
For example, the Mongols.
That's abnormal now, Walk. That's fucking weird.
It was. Oh, what's that?
Oh, well, I think you're. No, this was before modern times of warfare, like up until maybe even the 50s.
No, like if someone's like swinging a sword to like try to kill me, no, fuck you, you're dying.
Well, like, yeah,
atypical in other ways. For example,
I threw down my sword. Like, no, that's like a kid on the playground who punches you, and it's like, oh, sorry. Like, what? No, fuck that. You're gonna get your ass beat.
Right. Well,
why is it normal to be like, okay, Jeff or whatever the hell your name is, Terrence, or, I'm just not gonna beat the shit out of you because you said, oh no, I don't want to play anymore.
Well, no, there was no rules most of the time, right? But that's not how everyone behaved. I'm not trying to say like the exception proves that you're wrong, but again, the Mongols themselves would be like, hey, if you just surrender,
the mandate of heaven demands that I defeat you.
Yeah. So I guess in the modern context, of course, this was. I've been discussing this with, I think another issue of this war. So not only I feel like the war has had a big schism on the right, especially those in the dissident sphere, about because it kind of broke. There's been some talk. So I've been having to basically, tar wrangle a bunch of these weirders who thinks supporting people like the Azov battalion or the ADR and all these other nationalist militias. We should back them and not the Russians because they're the base nationalists. They're the Nazis. We gotta survive. The Banderas. They're the last hope of our white European vanguard. And I'm like thinking, what are
Oh
you talking
man.
about?
Yeah, this is a war between two white countries. Like, what do you mean?
Okay,
Like,
both of you are retarded. Okay, Slavs are not, have not, and will not ever be white. What is wrong with you?
Well, the problem is here. The problem is that I can't support them because number one, these people.
Well, you can't support them because they're not real fascists. Like, what's the problem with them? I'm confused.
The problem is with the real takeaway is that I'm past people just calling each other Nazis or fascists because I know the accusation is meaningless. The problem is people like Azov, the battalions, and they're sort of like-minded. They're psychopaths, regardless of whether or not they're actually Nazis.
yeah.
What?
No, I mean, if you look at the behavior of some of these people, like, torture, that kind of thing is, I mean, this is clearly not acceptable. There's no, I mean, this is just indulging a bunch of psychopaths. Like,
you guys have become obsessed with modernity.
Well,
I mean, Nazis are a modern phenomenon. I mean, I
guys
don't know if we're
are literally obsessed with modernity.
Well, the problem is, so the reason you can't, because like I said,
why can't you torture your enemies? I don't understand.
Because it's just sadism, right? I mean, that's the only reason. Like, you're not going to people that are tortured.
You are doing the moral thing by opposing you the worst possible thing you could do. You are, by being against doing any method to defeat your enemies, you are giving incentive for other people to commit war against you and fight you.
I mean, why are people opposing you in the first place? Don't just be like, I need to look at the symptoms of this problem. But why not look actually what causes the problem in the first place? I mean, torturing is just it's stupid, it's counterproductive. It just doesn't work.
So here's it was kind of really funny because people have pointed out that these so-called neo-Nazis or these Banderas, as they're called, some of these
Banderas.
So yeah, they're named after this character called Stepan Bandera, who was one of the nationalist militias back in World War II that sometimes collaborated with the Nazis, sometimes they fought against them.
Yeah, but they had a bigger threat. They had the Soviet Union on their doorstep. And Germany was busy, collapsing themselves.
Well, it depends. So that I'm reading this book actually, on World War, Sean McMeekin's magnum opus, Stalin's War, and it's going to talk about a lot of the weird intricacies of what's probably more accurate, what the diplomacy, about what really happened on the Eastern Front in World War II. But I digress. So the point is, Ukrainian, nationalism, as I said, is very inconsistent. It's because a lot of it comes from outside.
Much like the Confederacy, they weren't a real country, right?
No, they were a real country. The Confederacy was, but
yes.
Anyways.
Well, I would argue
they were a fiction.
More
comparable
situation is that Novorossiya, as well as
wait, was the Confederacy a real country, or were they a fiction too, like Ukraine?
No, they're not.
Well, no, were
so
they?
You can still be a country. There's a difference between a country and a nation. Is there this is the idea of self-determination of like, are people obliged to having their own unique thing? I would say if you can defend it, yes. Or if you lose your uniqueness, it can be really hard to differentiate yourself from the civic. And the U.S.
Your uniqueness?
Yeah, like what is, can you... I mean, yeah, that's a problem of, the Bolsheviks' conception of self-determination was much different than our version of America. Because, in America, originally the idea was that the states were only in alliance agreeing with them, and they were the ones who created the government. So naturally...
Right, but that pretty much stopped during the Whiskey Rebellion.
Well, the Whiskey Rebellion really, I mean, everything had to be... They needed a stronger sort of federal government to keep these nasty plebs in their place. And that's what ended up happening. Although even even back then, it was far weaker than what we have now. Like,
Anyways,
the Civil War decided
Yeah.
that states were not sovereign.
Right, exactly.
Anyway, so-
which is
if you look at the history of the Ukraine, though, it's a country that came into existence because it's never been settled by one group of people.
You mean Khrushchev, right?
What?
I mean Khrushchev, right? Didn't Khrushchev give Crimea back to Ukraine?
Well, it was a treaty to kind of celebrate
Right,
the
but,
300th
like-
anniversary of the 233, of Kiev and Rus, and the Tsars conquering that area, because the Polish ruled it, the Crimean Tatar Khanate ruled
Tatars.
it, the Russians. What makes up the Ukraine is a lot of lands and a lot of different peoples, but I think the reason that Ukrainian nationalism is so hard because it's essentially it's one identity that had almost nothing to do with Russians, the Galicians, who were under the control of the Habsburgs, trying to impose their will upon all the others. And the problem is there's a lot of,
So, like
people
every
that-
nation.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
yeah.
I mean,
that's
that's
the thing with-
that's the conception of the nation state. I mean, generally, like. You
well,
have
yes,
rulers, you
and
have leaders,
probably
and
my
they
criticism of
they impose their will to either enforce order or like. I mean, like, what? I'm not hearing too different a state.
well, we're getting ahead of ours. So the problem is that when it comes to the differences between Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians, there's really not that much of a difference. They all speak the same language of different variations of it. And the thing is, the language of the Ukrainians keeps getting updated because, it's only really popular within the western and northern parts of the country. In the southern parts, Russian was more primarily spoken because, well, it was mostly a Russian-speaking population that
Well,
settled
I mean,
in
it
those
was
areas.
a Russian satellite till what, 1990s?
No, so the concept of the Ukraine was created by the Soviets themselves. That's the people forget that the first concept of a separate nation for what basically was known as the borderlands, because that's what Ukraine means. If you remember, Ukraina, that means borderland. Which, if you wanted to be joking, you could say the country's name should have been called Edgistan.
Edgistan.
Yeah. Sonic the Hedgehog is its official mascot.
Shadow.
Oh, no.
I believe it's actually
Cold
Shadow.
Steel the Hedgehog, you mean?
Yeah, Cold Steel the
So
Hedgehog.
the problem is, this the issue of this. So yeah, Azov is like they borrow from this weird nationalist schizo. And what's really funny is I don't know if you guys saw this. The ADL was asked about the Azov, these so-called neo-Nazis, and this is their response. The question is, you won't term as Nazis even those who march with a red and black bandera flag. He's like, their response is, there are neo-Nazis in Ukraine, just as there are in the U.S. and in Russia for that matter. But they are a very marginal group with no political influence and which don't attack Jews or Jewish institutions in Ukraine. Putin's propaganda is so far from the truth that it doesn't even survive the first contact with even a little knowledge.
Oh,
So
well, these are different Nazis. These aren't the worst thing in the world, which is what we've been saying. They're actually good Nazis. So I mean, it's so absurd. I mean,
Yeah,
because,
so I mean, the thing is, there was certainly there certainly are military. People don't forget the Ukrainian National Guard was created to incorporate these kinds of people into the military. And the central military force that was in Mariupol, they were on the Human Rights Watch for doing a lot of nasty stuff. Like, there's videos of them. They torture people. They execute
I thought
them.
we
either
had
by,
determined that stuff like human rights are kind of pointless in like conflicts and
well,
wars
I
like
mean,
these,
the
right?
point is,
Like,
these people are not.
I mean, like
nice.
you're losing your country and people are invading and going to steal your land. I don't really think most people care. Like, oh my gosh, I have to side with bad people.
Before this,
I mean,
before the invasion,
yeah.
when these criminal groups formed, like, the
But
reason
according to
they're
you, this conflict's been going on since 2014, so they've needed them for that long.
Right, with the coup, the Western-backed coup, the color revolution. I mean,
So they need
this
these
is
guys.
the issue.
And what's the thing is, like I said, I've taken to task some of these people, like the Richard Spencer types or Greg Johnson. I've disagreed because to point out to them is that these might sound like these nationalists, but these people are not like They're not there
They're
to
not
advance.
real. They're not real. I get you. It's a cope. I understand.
Well, they exist, but they're not there to.
They're not real. They're not the real. Not like that. Yeah, I get you. It's the cope. I understand.
No, you're not.
It's a big cope. I get you.
That's not the point I'm making. The point is, these are not.
No, I understand. You need these nationalist fascist types, but not like this, guys. Not like this. This isn't real fascism. This is fake fascism. This is globalist.
Well, neither
fascism.
of us subscribe to that kind of thing. Like that's silly. We're not like Nazis or whatever because we oppose like liberalism and leftism. We don't subscribe to this insanity either.
I mean, Yellow Lantern does, but
no, he doesn't. He's
the point
Orthodox.
guys, it's like this is not.
What's the difference?
The Azov, these weird quasi.
No, wait, what's the difference? We did that.
They're not there
curious.
to advance any sort of, whatever conception of white nationalism they think it is. Because it's an entirely localized event, and plus,
Wait. Wait. Slow down. What do you mean?
It means is that the people who they're like Azov and ADR, these nationalist battalions with, the Third Reich aesthetic. They're not there. They're not specifically part of a white, a white identity sort of movement that's pan-European. That's not the case at all.
So they have to be pan-European?
Well, in their conception,
I don't remember Germany being pan-European. I remember them specifically being a German ethnic movement.
Well, so
like it was specifically one country in Europe. It wasn't like, hey, everyone is part of our pan-European movement. Like it was no, these are Germans. Germany for Germans. Like was what I recall.
White identity. White identity.
I mean, it sounds to me like the exact same thing, but I'm confused.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to explain it to you guys. So the point
I know,
is,
but the way you're explaining it is kind of nonsense. It's like, no, it sounds exactly like the Germans.
Exactly. Like,
he's saying that the German movement was pan-European, and it clearly wasn't.
No, I'm not saying the German is. What I'm saying is the people who think we need to back Ukraine because of these battalions. I
don't think anyone has said we need to back Ukraine because of these. But I don't think anyone has said
the dissident right in America. So that would include.
So people with no political influence. Oh, I don't really care about what they say.
Well, that's true.
I mean, they have zero political influence.
The Richard Spencers.
Well, I don't listen
other
to them.
Different people,
they lack any political power or influence or any way to make my life better or worse. So, like, I'm not really concerned.
But the argument wasn't about how much political power they have. He's trying to explain what exactly is going on with the dissident right supporting these people because ostensibly they have some sort of like nationalist, pan-European sort of identitarian kind of thing. When like these guys are just insane psychopaths that do horrible things that no one can really get behind. Like this is,
I said,
I mean, they do stuff that like if your government did, it'd be okay, but because they do.
No, it's not okay. Just because they get away with it doesn't mean it's okay. Just because
they perform like no normal functions of the state. I mean,
normal functions of the state shouldn't be torturing people, right?
But
like
it is.
No one thinks this is okay.
But it is. I mean,
the difference between what actually happens in the world and what should happen, right? This is the problem of ethics versus just like what is. So prescriptive versus descriptive. These are different things. You're mixing them up. You're conflating them. These are different questions. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit heated.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the point is, what I'm saying is, this is addressed to these people. My point is, it's actually a bad call to support these kinds of Nats. They only look like they're fighting the hordes of the Asiatic Russians.
So they're telling them they need to support the WF-supported Vladimir Putin instead.
In a way, I think the conflict is just to stay out of it.
So the way to fight globalism is to support the guy that is backed by the WEF, right? The World Economic Forum.
Well, he actually was kicked out.
The people who tell you will own nothing and be happy about it. That guy, and they bragged about this guy. That's the guy.
Well, I mean, he was literally kicked out recently.
Oh, it's all good now, guys. He was kicked out.
Well,
he's not one of those guys. He definitely doesn't have any of their sympathies at all, right? He's tough. This one's different, guys. Trust me. This guy's based, right? That's the situation.
That like for example, these sort of people, the ones that were the oligarchs thing from the 90s during the very, very bad times for Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, these are the same people that have been trying to vie for power and influence within the country. Of course, Putin was stymied that. And of course, I mean, he hasn't even been, for example, he hasn't banned like Twitter or Facebook or things like that, even though that would have been.
Ban Facebook.
He's blocked them, but, you know.
I mean, yeah.
It's blocked, but you can always get around with it with a VPN or something.
Yeah, that's not hard. But yeah, he has been playing kind of small ball, like really not going as hard on the West and the liberal sort of world order. I mean, again, like look at the expansion. Look at actual threats, the expansion of NATO, right? Look at all the sanctions, all these other things where Putin has been very patient and like, hey, this isn't going to work. Let's try diplomacy. Let's try to figure this out.
I'll find you the quote. I'll find you the quote, Lotus. But the World Economic Forum did brag that like our young leaders, like Vladimir Putin and Justin Trudeau, are implementing our plans just fine. That wasn't it.
Yeah, Putin, I believe, is or was in the WEF, the World Economic Forum.
Yeah,
but
they were bragging about it.
The thing is, you know, even if this is a place where elites congregate, they're not always going to agree on the same stuff. Like, you know,
yeah. No one said they would, but
no, yeah, I think people get a little distracted by these organizations when in reality, it's.
But I mean, if you're fighting, you know, modern day globalism, as you know.
But I think people want to see some of the people like kind of vicariously
to me, it would be a red. It would be a bit of a red flag, you know.
They want to see the globalist American empire get smacked in the face. They want to, you know, they're rooting against this.
I think what Vladimir Putin is I think he's like. There's the Build Back Better plan, right? Like they'll call it what it is, the globalist plan, right, to reorganize the world in a new world order. Correct? We all agree on that.
Yeah, more or less.
I think this Ukraine war just is another domino in that equation, right? That's all it is. You know, it's like, hey, you know, we need a crisis. Well, I mean, it's like we need a crisis. You need a crisis, right? Because you can always take power during a crisis, and this is just a perfect example of like, hey, we've got a crisis, you know, and then we can. I mean, like, look what they did in Ukraine. They destroyed the free press. They've gotten rid of political parties. Like, the Ukraine plan is effectively the plan that they want for effectively all of the West.
Well, I think they're pretty far in the West for enacting that plan. I mean, the same stuff that they're doing.
Let me bring it back. So the point is,
bring it back to what?
The reason, so this is, you've probably seen Bashar al-Assad made this speech recently.
Bashar al-Assad, I think, actually, but
yeah. So he's going on. He actually pointed this out to them, is that you know the current conflict in Ukraine is notable because it's combining elements. The West is combining elements in the West that are all being combined. Like the West is more than happy to let these self-identified or these weird quasi neo-Nazi groups, they're allowed to have all these different groups of people who, for all of them claiming, that they're supposed to stamp out like Nazism is bad or, this, that they're more than happy to use them for diplomatic efforts.
I mean,
he points out it's like, it doesn't really matter.
That's what his official statement is.
But he's talking about the West, like he actually gave the speech, and he says like, they're more than happy to use Nazis as well as, these people who are inspired by, that were done like, who murdered scores of, people like Jews, like Poles, like Russians, and all these other
gypsies, etc.
Yeah, but they're more than happy because if it serves diplomatic purposes. And he pointed this out, like, everyone knows that,
I mean, but my point is, can you really be so picky with your allies when, a massively superior invading force is in your country?
I think it just shows that, for the nationalism is good as long as it's nationalism for other people and not for your own. That's just the way they play it. Like, it's okay. And, it's pretty funny to see, like, if you told me this was a war where, you have, the people of, you have oligarchs, having Jews and Nazis fight on the same side against the Russians who are also having their versions of Jews and quote unquote Nazis to fight. It's like, it makes no sense. Like, at the end of the day, it's not really so much ideology as it is about...
that the only thing that defines a dissident right is their hatred of other groups?
Well, it
No,
depends. The dissident right includes a lot of different people. Like you could say,
No, I understand
literal.
it includes a lot of other
Oh,
people. I'm
sure.
just asking, like, yeah, I'm asking, like, does
well, the dissonant.
that
The
the only
problem is
defining factor? There's no love of people or anything. It's literally just you have to hate this group, otherwise you're not in the dissident, right? Is
No,
that what
no,
you're
no,
saying?
no.
no,
No, I
that's
mean, it's more complex than that. There are some people that fit into this sort of group, like literal neo-Nazis that are just like, yeah, I gotta support Azad Battalion because, they're Nazis or whatever. But a lot of people, I mean, like I said, it's, you have people that have more libertarian sensibilities. You have people that are Christian monarchists or whatever. I mean, it's kind of a big tent sort of way to describe a lot of people that don't think liberalism is the greatest thing of all time for whatever reason. So it's hard to say that they all share like a common goal or ideology or something.
yes, and this is the group of people I was trying to address in the first, like these weird dissonant rightists who are backing, who think
So
that
the furries,
Azov
right?
is
The
something
Third
that's
Reich.
not.
Oh no, yeah, that's a real thing, guys. Actual furries.
Wait, really? I was making that up.
Oh,
So
really?
let me explain. Like
Oh.
the point is to take away from the whitewashing of the, these national battalions and all these weird, is that the Nazi accusation is basically meaningless at this point. It carries no moral implications, and it's just anti-fascism in the West is meant to crush dissent. Ultimately, that's what its purpose has been since the end of the Second World War. The problem is, like there's
By
still
using
that's all-
fascism, correct?
Yeah, well, they're so anti-fascism has come
By
to become this.
weaponizing banks and every corporation to ensure that
Yeah, fascists never
Sure.
come back. Become a
Yeah.
totalitarian
By-
state to own the
by
fascists.
weaponizing banks
Exactly.
and various other corporate entities to ensure that
Yeah, that'll show the fascists.
ensure that there's
How
never
about
some strong
yeah.
federal central government that
Yeah, that
abuses
we
their
mobilize all the
power.
corporations to work in concert with the government. That'll show the fascists, or something.
It's kind of funny is I've researched fascism itself, and I think whatever the managerial system has arrived, this managerial mass social democracy is whatever I like to call this. This would be inconceivable to a generic fascist like Italy or Spain. Like they'd probably be taken aback and say like, "Yo, this is going way too far." Like, did Bolshevism advance to a new stage? We must,
This can't
that's
be
what
us. This would never be us. We got this, guys. Don't worry.
Well,
our way was based. Don't worry. It was gonna be much better.
I think, but the thing is,
That's
like
why
I
all
said,
those people died because we
problem is,
had it right.
This term means nothing too. Like you're a fascist if you don't want to have third world delinquents ruin your country. You're a fascist if you want to, have your city be clean and not be.
I mean, we don't listen to those people though.
But it doesn't matter if we listen to them or not because they're in power.
No, I know.
I mean, it's like sure, but like, where does that get us? Doesn't.
Oh, I don't know.
Really...
I mean, like, I don't. That's not my purview. I don't know what
So
your
the thing
guys
is-
is, but you guys are accomplishing
point
nothing
is,
either. So it's like I don't really have any reason to follow you guys. You've accomplished less than nothing in the last 50 years. So it's like, oh, I can follow you guys to nothing and social ostracism and ruining my ability to get a career or a job, or I can ignore you. Like that's kind of where I am. That's why I ignore you guys and your political stances, because you're irrelevant, you've accomplished nothing, and you will never accomplish anything.
Yeah,
that's where I am.
My big point about this is that, the people like Azov, the battalion, they use the imagery of the Third Reich, but they're not really. It's weird. It's that they're allowed to use it because it's directed.
They're
It's for
LARPers. I get
anti-Russian.
you. They're LARPers, and they're fighting a global power that has invaded their country. I get you.
Yes, but they're still like, I still wouldn't find support because, like I said, many of them are sick and psychotic people. Like they intentionally recruit criminals, and many groups who
So
have
you're
done.
saying they function just like Antifa.
You might as well. I mean, they're
Right.
official,
I mean, it sounds to me like Antifa.
and they're funded by
Well,
billionaires.
hire a
who
bunch of
happen to be
criminals
Jewish
to commit
descent as
criminal
well. I mean,
acts so
even
that
the
your
ADL will
organization
say it.
can organize and do stuff, right? Like, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. And the Azov group, like most of the Azov don't care that, our president is Jewish, so is our prime minister. They're like, we hate the Russians far more at this point. You know, who cares?
Well, I mean, the
who finds
Russians
us?
are invading their country.
Well, even before this was even before.
I mean, they've been wanting to invade their country since 2014, since Crimea. I mean, like, blame 'em?
Yeah, well, even
I
before.
mean,
Well, a lot of these.
I mean, they
people
already
were
took territory
mentally-
once. You think they're just gonna stop at just Crimea, just once they have a warm water port?
I mean, people forget that, you know, Azov, like, these people were responsible for numerous massacres that were, you know, I think at that point, you know, if like Russia hadn't had to, if like Russia made their economy resistant to sanctions back in the early 2010s and stuff, if they did decide to invade Ukraine and kick out the puppet government or basically, you know, save the territories of the Donbass republics or these others, yeah, it could have actually, they could have gone all the way. You know, that's the funny thing. People, you know, a lot of the weird feelings like the Russian Spring, like that feeling of renewal, a lot of them were kind of disappointed that Putin didn't go all the way and just settled for the Minsk protocols, which essentially kept the conflict cold. But eventually, like Ukraine essentially threw out the Minsk protocols. They never refused to ratify it. And there's the conspiracy that, you
No,
know,
wait. Hold up. You're saying Russia's invading Ukraine over not keeping to a treaty they never agreed to?
well, they said to, that's the thing.
Well, they never agreed to it, right?
But the UN agreed to it, and they wanted,
Yeah,
they
but
had to say,
the UN. That's our.
well, it was ratified.
The
there,
UN. That's where we're
gained some
gonna.
authority. The point is, diplomacy was tried at all turns, and it failed because the Ukrainian government, under
We're
the
gonna
base
sit here. We're gonna sit here.
to
We're
the
like,
US,
oh, they
refused
didn't
to
listen to
ratify
the
treaty.
UN.
Yeah,
the
the
UN.
Security
That's
Council
our.
of the UN officially backed it too. I mean, you got to understand, Ghost. Like diplomacy was tried at every turn, and the reason Ukraine never did, well, partially because the government
I'm
essentially
just
was under this
confused.
position.
Why are we asking the UN for anything?
Well, this is the part of just going through the appropriate channels, going through the normal channels where you just sort of escalate things, right? Just like try to do it with, normally. And if that doesn't work anymore, then I mean, what are you left? Like, just like, oh,
But you're
I guess.
saying a treaty they didn't agree to, they should be beholden to?
No. The point is that diplomacy has been tried. That's the whole point.
Yeah, diplomacy was tried. They were offered a treaty. They didn't accept it. I don't see the problem here.
Well, the problem here is that in a normal, sane country, Ukraine, but the problem, Ukraine essentially became a vassal state of the U.S. global American empire. I mean, their government was essentially, you know, it's been used.
I think the facts matter, though.
Well, yeah, the fact is, you know,
the facts
you
matter.
get impeached if you try to ask why over so many American politicians, including the current presidency's family, why do they have so much investment in a country that, you know, most Americans didn't even could identify in the map? Like, asking these questions gets you impeached. And the thing is, people bragged about the fact that, you know, Biden said, like, I got the prosecutor in Ukraine
I
fired.
understand all that. I get that. But I'm just saying that at the end of the day, right? Did they agree? They didn't agree to the terms, right? And acting like
and they decided
expecting them to agree to the terms of something that they didn't agree to is absurd.
But they did sign it. They just never, the central Ukrainian government just refused to follow through on its ratification. So they basically ignored the Minsk II protocols, which, like I said, it left the conflict. It cooled down the conflict until, you know, which there has been suggested evidence that
they didn't agree to the
as well.
terms, right?
Yeah, they were planning to take back, not only to get Crimea back, but they were going to go in and wipe out the last hold of the Donbass republics, the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics. And so Russia realized, well,
you have evidence of this?
Point, and the point is, and they would often say that, you know, the Ukrainian armed forces, you know, were committing an ethnic genocide. You have to realize the protests and uprising all throughout the country against it, it started because Ukraine was essentially going to ban the Russian language. They were going to force people to speak a language.
Which is their right as a nation to do, right?
Well, not
I mean,
exactly.
I mean, when a
Don't
lot
they
of your
have the
nation
authority
consists
to-
of Russians that have always been there, and we're not
But I
like
mean, it's
some imported
every
people.
nation
I
gets
mean,
to choose its language, right? Like what it's going to do commerce in, and
yeah, and if a nation
say.
does something retarded, like say, oh, you actually can't speak Russian, even though half of you are ethnic Russian. Sorry, fuck off. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I mean, if this is quote unquote a democracy, this doesn't make a bunch of sense, right? Because most of these
Well,
people
I mean,
are going
if
to
it
be
is
like,
a democracy and they voted for candidates that
oh,
say that,
I'm
hey,
sure. Was the coup a democracy? Was that a democracy?
well,
I
I believe
couldn't
the
tell.
original was a coup, but I think they had an election after that.
The
Right?
Maidan was a coup. That's the problem.
But they've had
I mean,
elections since then, right, Mountain Walk?
After the coup, they had elections. This is great.
Right.
This is the same argument.
They did have
Destiny used.
elections, right?
This is that. No, you're right. You're right. This is great. This is a good.
You have to
argument.
realize too that Zelensky's political career was bankrolled by an oligarch.
I
Like, it was
understand. You've
pretty
said
much
this every
decided,
week.
like-
I get you. All right. There are oligarchs in every country that bankroll
problem
lots
is,
of candidates everywhere.
Destiny made this debate. The thing is, he points out is that Ukraine was not really that free of a country even back then. Like, Zelensky had like several news stations opposed
So
to
the
him
importance
shut
is how
down.
free the country is? No, and believe me, he's not acting in a free and democratic manner unless, you consider Canada to be the model for it. But yes.
Well, I mean, Canada is not even that sovereign of a country either, but that's besides the point.
Well, I mean, the way they've acted, like, they've definitely not acted in what one would consider a traditionally free and democratic way.
The point is that the country essentially was taking orders from the U.S. State Department. I mean, that's the whole point, that it was not a country that was able to be, you realize that's the whole point of the coup, was to install a country that could be used as a springboard to launch color revolutions. The whole point of this is like, I have a
how
feeling
is
that
Ukraine
people in
going to
the State
launch color
Department wanted
revolutions?
regime change in
How is Ukraine
Moscow
going to
and
launch
almost-
color revolutions in Russia? Curious.
That's the point. Yes, they
No, I'm
wanted
asking
regime
how.
change in
But I'm
Moscow.
asking how.
You'd be surprised what American soft
No,
power can
I
do.
know, but tell me how.
The same
I mean,
way
if
Well,
this is so obvious, and me like, oh, this could obviously what's going to happen. Explain to me how, because I'm curious.
Well, the problem. This is, you ever heard of what NGOs are?
I know what non-governmental organizations are. I wasn't born yesterday. Okay, so explain to me
thing
though
is,
how
in this
Ukraine is the
pseudo-
linchpin in making this work in a modern world.
What you do is you take control of communications. Like, you control them. You can buy their media. You can use fifth columns to use
But
NGOs.
why do you need Ukraine to do that?
Because Ukraine is right next to the country that you
Wait,
would
but
want.
like, what does the actual proximity do in a modern digital world? That's all I'm asking.
Well, like you said, it matters in a sort of defense. If we're talking about like how fast can you deploy missiles or soldiers to a country.
No. But he's not talking about like a conflict where you need to deploy soldiers. He's talking
Lotus
about.
Machine puts this out, like putting NATO on Russia's border as well as a hostile regime. So let me use this analogy.
Wait.
guys
I just
remember
want to
when Game
know
of
how
Thrones
you're
good?
going to do regime change digitally, but you require proximity for that. That's what I'm not understanding.
Well,
Because you need people to carry out the regime change. You get people hyped up on soft power narratives.
Five Ukrainians are going to cause regime change in Russia?
I mean,
that's not how this works. But
it took one bad interaction between a cop and a career criminal to suddenly result in basically a nationwide pogrom and intifada that helped essentially do a
So what? They're going to
sham-
choke out some Russian guy in Ukraine and overthrow the leader of Russia? Is that your point?
you're looking at this stuff like these are just isolated random events, and they'll have
No, I'm
no
not.
ability to.
No, I'm asking someone to just reasonably explain how you're going to remove Vladimir Putin from power with a single Ukrainian person.
It's not going to be one person who does this, but it's a network.
I understand that, but like I'm not understanding where this happens. I don't get it.
I mean, we've explained the expansion of NATO. We've explained.
Yeah, but that doesn't
expansion of
fit
Global
into NGOs in a digital strategy.
Well,
to
they're
regime
obviously
change.
a part of this. Why do you think any of the Soros stuff was banned? Right? Like, I mean, why was this banned in Russia? Well, I don't know. Soros is just a good guy. He doesn't finance color revolutions or anything. I mean,
which color revolutions has he financed?
He's financed a lot of them. Not only
I actually don't
Maidan,
know.
there was one in Georgia that brought in that
So he backed the Maidan.
Which was in Ukraine, yes.
Okay.
Anytime you see
this
the
is
name
going to
National Endowment of
overthrow.
Democracy, you
This
can
is going to
bet
overthrow
that
Vladimir Putin. How?
It's like, wow, all these bad things are happening on your border, but I'm just so incredulous that this could actually do anything. I mean, we've told you they're encroaching on them. They have a completely different zero-sum game of like either we live and Russia dies, or there's no alternative. Like that's the whole point. That's the whole reason for NATO to even exist, is to contain Russia, whether economically, politically, militarily, or otherwise. That's the whole reason. And it's not just like, oh, this one thing or this one event or whatever. It's the whole thing taken together. So it's not just about like, wow, how are they going to overflow Vladimir Putin or whatever. It's more than
actually
that.
That is what the question is. How are they going to overflow Vladimir Putin?
I mean, again, they'll use the same techniques that they used in Ukraine, right? Again, the color revolutions. Like that's
okay,
how
but
this
why
works.
do they need Ukrainians to do that?
I mean, what are they gonna do? Get like Chileans or something? Were they gonna
No,
get?
but
Haitians
I just trying to understand
Mexico?
how do you use Ukrainians to do that, and how do you get Ukrainians to have any political power in Russia if you
you'd
are
be
separating
surprised.
them if you're separating them from Russia?
You realize this
right?
happened in the 90s too with Chechnya. There was, the
Yeah, but
CIA.
Chechnya was a specifically ethnic and religious conflict.
No, it was a separatist breakaway.
Right.
The thing is,
Right, but specifically promoted by religion and ethnicity.
Not as
What are you talking about? You talking about the Chechen Muslims?
Well, there were certain
obviously
factions of Chechens that also opposed the Ichkaria Republic, like especially the ones from the Dagestan region. But here's the point: like Ghost, you have to realize this.
I
Even
think
though
you guys are
publicly the U.S.
insane.
supported Russia and in the
I think
Chechen
you
War,
both are insane. Honestly,
I'm not.
That's what I think.
This is
You're
in the
literally
documentation
insane.
that-
Like, this is the most insane Alex Jones nonsense I've heard. Like,
how
actively
is
insane.
this insane?
There's not going to be a regime change in Russia if Ukraine is an independent nation. Full stop. Like, you guys are insane. You're actively crazy.
It's just we just need to ignore it. It's fine.
No, I'm not saying you have to ignore it. I'm just saying that you guys are wrong.
Well, Lotus Machine is in the chat is providing examples of one way to create is to like try to ruin the country's economy and standards of living, put a foreign power on their borders. You finance so-called, fifth
Amazing.
columns.
Europe and America were happy to trade with them before they invaded the Ukraine.
No,
amazing. They were willing to interact with them in reasonable terms before they invaded a sovereign neighbor.
It's not really the case. We've had sanctions on Russia for a while.
Yeah, but nothing serious. Literally no serious sanctions.
Well, that's moving the goalpost, isn't it?
No, it's not. Are you kidding me? Taking someone off SWIFT is the nuclear option.
Well,
like, compared to anything they've done, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're
eliminating SWIFT and like the level of like it is not the same thing. It is not the same thing to have some ticky-tacky sanctions against, like, people. No, removing SWIFT and, like, these things.
Do we have, like, sanctions on, right? I mean, that's
this level is, like, ridiculous comparatively.
Well, let me explain this to you, Go. So, let's talk. Speaking of the Chechens, you've probably seen that, places from Chechnya are part of the Russian ground forces in there. They're also there not just because of the fact.
Well, I mean, they need their Mongolian forces there. I mean,
but
they need the
Chechens,
Mongolian place in the
actually.
country.
They're Chechens.
No, but you understand. You understand the metaphor, right?
Ukraine was a haven for many of the Islamist terrorists from the Chechnya that fled after the Second Chechen War and were part of that insert. That's actually a fact that many of these Chechens. They also killed the leader of Chechnya's father. By the way, he has a personal grudge against these Islamists.
That's a point too. Chechnya.
So yeah,
the leader of Chechnya.
No,
it's a big boy white guy. He's pretty.
I thought Vlad was in charge of Chechnya. It's his country, right? It's a part of Russia.
No, Russia has republics inside of it as well. I mean, the name of the place is the Russian Federation, by the way.
Right, yes. But the leader of the Federation.
Well, yeah, think of as a federation as more loosely organized rather than like something like the United States. So it's a little different. You'd have to think of something like the original. Well, I mean, we talked about the Whiskey Rebellion and stuff, so I think it's more similar to the original constant. The original.
Yeah, what you point out is that Russia has different levels of administration and stuff. Like there's oblasts, there's republics, there's krais, autonomous zones. Krasny Krai. Krais are basically one of the levels of administrative subjects within the Russian Federation. Yeah, there's in some of these places they're their own republic essentially. I mean, they still have their leaders. They're nominated by the central body, but they have their own legislatures. They have their own local laws, and these are places. They reflect a kind of era. Like people have been like, there's the Buryat republics, Tutan and Tuva, Tatarstan, Dagestan, Chechnya, Adagya. These are places of people ethnicities that really aren't Russians, but they've been there for years, and so they're just happy to be. They have their own sort of nation within a nation.
So it's like a Balkanized country, is what you're saying Russia is?
Not really that Balkanized because it's not as stressed. Because
Why not?
well, I mean, it's the biggest country in the world, and so they have their own place where they don't, they have their own states. Like they have no desire to really secede that much.
That
It's
much?
it's
What do you mean that much?
not that much anymore. I mean, the funny thing is, the Russian Federation actually invests in these republics to be unlike the Soviet Union, which kind of let them, flounder a bit. They were severely underfunded, and with the way finances were organized, I mean, people forget like, not only Russia came out of the '90s had to be stronger, but like they didn't, in order to see, they didn't actually see a profit from their oil industry until the mid 2000s. That's the thing. Like the money was being outflowed to these oligarchs, to the West. It took a lot of nationalization.
Wow, are you telling me the people that built the oil industry made the money on it? The people that
No, they
set it
didn't
up?
make any money. Russia did not see any profit.
They didn't build their oil industry, okay? American companies built those refineries. Duh. That's what I mean. Of course they made money off it. They invested money, and that's what happens when you invest money is you make money off it, all right?
But if I were a state government, I would say, like, can some of the revenue flow back to that, Russians can actually see, like, the effects.
I'm sure they did.
And have their living standards be raised because of it.
I'm sure they did see some of it.
Eventually they did, but not when it was under the control of the oligarchs in the 90s.
I'm sure they would have seen it. Like, what? Like, this
So
is
anyway,
what
the
happens.
point
You
is-
invest money and you get paid back, right? Like, am I insane?
The point is, the thing is, as I said, Russia's concerned about using, the regime change because it was almost tried in Belarus in 2020, and it was actually tried in Kazakhstan recently.
You're saying the same strategy that didn't work in Belarus and Kazakhstan would work in Russia?
Well, no, it doesn't work now because they've caught on to this. They're specifically looking for things that look suspiciously like because that's ultimately every revolution has elite-backed influences. Because that's the thing, there's almost no example of a totally grassroots, lower class revolt ever working. It needs to have elite support or like the support of outside elites for the specific purpose of ganging up and dislodging.
Are you saying that that having the power of the state is a big detriment to people overthrowing your government?
Well, no. I mean, this is a different thing. This is just the powers being confiscated, which is what we normally do these days, right? That's what democracy is good at. These revolutions are funded or supported by different elites than the ones that are in power, like say different nobles, barons or something or whatever that are supporting these, sort of like, for example, the ideas of these kind of revolutions are fairly modern, right? Something from like the American Revolution or French Revolution. These are not old sort of things. I mean, these are all liberal sort of concepts. So, there's a philosophical root to this. These aren't things that are just like, oh, this is just human nature or whatever. There's something else going on here too. So, but yeah.
Okay.
I know Lotus just got in here, so I'll let him do his little. I'll let him do his spiel. Let him do his thing.
I just wanted to ask how it's insane for people to think that the United States is out to destabilize and replace Putin's regime.
Whoa. My point wasn't that it was insane to think that they wanted to do that. I said it was insane to think they could.
Hmm.
There's a big difference. Like, yeah, absolutely. They want to do that, but it's insane to think they can do that. Like,
Yeah, realistically, that would be a long shot, but it
would be beyond a long shot. Like, that's where my absurdity comes in. Yeah, of course they wouldn't. They would not. Of course, they'd seek to destabilize, a competitor. Like, obviously, but it's insane to think they can do anything.
Well, there's plenty of stuff they could do. Whether or not it would be effective is another matter. Like,
right.
all of those things that I said they could do that, and they have done that. It's just that the problem with the United States doing any of this stuff is it's very stupid for them to do that, because it would be counterproductive. It's against U.S. interests, and in the long-term geostrategic picture, the U.S. is not going to be able to contain both Russia and China, and doing all of this is going to push Russia right into China's arms, which is
pretty much
really why Russia should be a geopolitical ally.
Yeah. You mentioned the Sino-Soviet split. Yeah, going back. I mean, especially now where China is way more of a developed, industrialized, non-retarded like communist nation or whatever, and they're basically crypto nationalists with like some sort of weird like.
I wouldn't call the Chinese government very nationalist, but they're definitely more right wing than they have been, I guess, in some ways.
I mean, it's like
they're more reactionary against because like they're trying to correct errors of the past policies. That, like, they acknowledge that the one-child policy was a bad idea because it messed up the demographics. And they're trying to course correct that, and they're trying. It's kind of funny is that President Xi Jinping, he's actually trying to reverse the Soviet-like colonization that Deng Xiaoping started. There's something people don't remember. Deng Xiaoping, he's the guy who who did Tiananmen Square, the Tiananmen Square business.
Yeah, I remember there was a good Adam Curtis documentary. Well, actually, kind of an okay Adam Curtis documentary that covered that stuff, but it's been a minute since I've seen it.
Are you saying? Are you trying to tell me that Xi Jinping is not a Dengus? Unbelievable. That sounds. I don't believe it. This sounds like racism, if you ask me. Racism against the Han.
Xi Jinping doesn't have dengue fever.
Who was Jinping's mistress lady?
Was it the tennis chick, right? I think.
Ooh.
She was an actress. She was like a theater actress.
That's pretty sweet.
Because I remember there was the tennis chick that like accused the party leader, and I was just like, "Are you insane, woman? Do you want to die?"
I was about to say, like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think you should do that.
I'm gonna give you some advice, some free advice, lady. Just give up.
No, not she's mistress. That's sorry. I meant Mal's mistress. Fucking slip of the tongue. Yeah, I don't remember her name. So, whatever.
What were you talking about? Wahoo. Was her name Bing Bing Wahoo?
Bing Bing.
I think that was it, actually. Yeah.
Bing Bing. Bing Bing Wahoo.
Enjoying your cider, man.
So.
All I know is I'd hit Bing Bing Wahoo probably.
Yeah. The main point I was saying is that I was personally warning against the cautioning, saying that whatever Azov is doing, it's not our fight. Like, it's not our business to misconstrue.
I mean, that's my entire opinion about all the Ukraine and Russia stuff.
I mean, I don't have any.
I have no dog in this fight. I don't.
Right? Yeah. Like for example, I don't have any. I mean, for the most part, like obviously Ukraine and Russia are both full of human beings, and I don't want human beings.
No, I don't even care about those.
Yeah. I'm interested in seeing the downfall of Big Gay.
Oh yeah.
To the
me
extent
too.
that the Ukrainian conflict is a good way to weaken U.S. hegemony.
I mean, the U.S. is doing that for us.
side.
Like, it's pretty insane.
Well, yeah, like I said,
right.
It's really stupid for them to do. Getting involved in this conflict.
You're talking about the de-dollarization efforts that they're spurring, and the kind of removal of the financial controls that the U.S. enjoyed for many decades that they're just squandering.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Begs the question, why? I mean, it's obviously an intentional demolition of the system. Obviously, whoever's actually running the show in the White House would never reasonably let this happen, because this is, like this. Unless this wasn't the plan. And personally, I think the long-term plan is towards like a digital currency system, right? Create a crisis, make it so way that like the only way to protect Western financial hegemony is to have a fully digital currency, removing physical currency. So that's kind of what I see.
Maybe some people have a grand plan, but I don't think global incidents and happenings all always neatly play into that. I think
sometimes shit just falls in their lap.
I think the world will be even more, because this war is probably going to lead to other wars about to happen. Well, I mean, so here's my prediction of the. People are saying, is Taiwan going to be swallowed up by China? I don't think that's happening yet. That's not going to probably happen.
I hope it does. Fuck Taiwan. What a fake country.
Maybe it will.
Now walk, you're done. You're banned. Get out of here.
Dude,
Taiwan is not real.
Here's the other conflicts that are going to happen while that's going on. One is the Nagorno-Karabakh war. That one's going to probably, because Azerbaijan is going to take the opportunity to know, because the only reason our
is
test
it Turkey
is
that's still invading that country in the EU? What's the country that they're like openly at war right now in the EU?
I mean, there's issues with Greece and stuff, but I don't know if they're.
People forget there's essentially a satellite. So the island of Cyprus is essentially a satellite state proxy conflict between Greece and Turkey.
Yeah,
right.
Is that one where they're invading?
Well, this goes back to old centuries and centuries with like the Ottomans and stuff. So I mean, this is an old sort of conflict. So it maybe you could see it as a continuation of that.
I know they were invading northern Syria a while ago.
That too.
Right, yeah, but that is actually I don't
can't remember what it was, but it was like one of the countries is literally invading the other country, and they're both in the EU.
Weird, because Turkey's like a NATO ally, but they've sort of cozied up to Russia, or Russia.
Actually, no. Erdogan literally just told Putin, like, "Hey, man, you got more than 50% of what you want. Like, pull out, man."
Well, I thought he didn't actually comment on or didn't condemn it.
No, I didn't. No, he didn't condemn it or anything. But I think the story is, and take this with a grain of salt.
Russia's got most of everything east of the Dnieper at this point, don't they? They've got most.
No, I think they're halfway done with the Donut Plains, but
right. Yeah,
I think they're only like halfway. They've only taken half of it.
So it's funny is that Turkey's not necessarily listed as an unfriendly country per se, but Turkey's basically playing both sides, because they're trying to get out of the fact that Erdogan literally crashed their economy and made their lira devalued so badly. Someone said Erdogan is my favorite leader of Turkey because he managed to he destroyed it in a way that, the Treaty of Sevres looks like, just one bad day.
I don't know how bad Turkey's economy is at the moment, but you're making it sound pretty bad.
No, it was so bad. There was an instance where Bulgarians literally just poached because they went into the Turkish towns. They just literally bought up all the goods at a discount because the Bulgarian currency exchanged unfavorable. The lira is so unfavorable to the Bulgarian.
You could buy so many liras with Bulgarian dollars that.
Liras,
whatever.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, liras are the instrument, I think, but I'm just shitposting. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was just an example of that. It's the biggest instance of getting Bulgard ever since Landshark embarrassed Logo Dalius.
That's a long time ago. But all right.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard about this, Ghost. So Logo
I don't know
Dalius.
what either of those words are. I'm gonna be
So
honest.
these are just online guys, you know. Local Dalius kind of is a weird, you know, he's had insights. He's supposedly wrote in a book. He's just like one of those online
I
commentators,
think he wrote
political,
a book, but yes, I get you.
He's like
And he
that.
possesses the only copy of Evelyn's book on theosophy.
yeah, he knows. So basically, so Logo was
Wait,
so
Evelyn has a book on theosophy? I think I missed this lore. Wait, am I missing like
So
some
did
sort
I.
of joke?
yeah.
Or
So the joke here is that let me find the image of it. Like I have it saved in another chat. Um, Logo got
yeah, I
um
feel like I know that I know the guy you're talking about obviously, but like I don't know this lore. I'm like, does he just love Madame Blavatsky? He's like, yeah, this is some
Somebody was in an argument with Logo.
let me show
And,
you the tweet exchange that I
okay.
found it.
Yeah.
So these two were he had a this was back in September. I think the end. Now the Loco Dalius he got already trounced in a debate he had against
Loco
Joel.
Dalius?
Yeah, he was on the kill
yeah.
stream.
Daedalus.
They had a debate over communism. Is China a fascist country? What is the fascism directly? It was a pretty it was a pretty
I mean,
I mean, I would
Thank
argue
you
they
for
are,
mentioning
but
this because this is my original point. Is like trying to examine the world and these sort of Western like left right dichotomies is stupid. Like because
Yeah,
China
I
is
got tired of that debate really
so
quickly.
look what I
remember
posted
trying
in
to watch
general.
that.
This is what I was talking about.
square peg round hole.
Mhm.
Full of that,
wait, a square was pegged by a round hole?
No, trying to put a square peg in a round hole because like
Oh.
these things don't exactly fit. Like for example, Eastern philosophy and Western philosophy, like if you go back a ways, I mean they kind of share a lot of like similarities, but like I mean as they grow or whatever, and especially culturally, these are completely different countries, and the people are genetically different too, and you know again the Eastern peoples tend to be more collectivist versus the more individualist, like Northwestern Europeans who mostly dominate all of Europe as well as like Northern Africa and stuff like that, the Middle East. So they're not the same, and like trying to say, oh well, everyone's actually like Western Europeans. They all subscribe to these
Also,
same
Malwalk,
belief
turkeys
systems.
are shit, bro.
Yes.
Turkeys
I
are
love
terrible,
turkeys.
disgusting
No.
animals that
Turkeys
are violent
are baked.
assholes. No,
No, they
nothing
are
about
dickheads.
turkeys.
They are
Not only
dickheads.
do turkeys
That's true.
taste terrible, turkeys are
Wrong.
terrible.
Okay, that's wrong. And well, they are dickheads, but they are not.
They're super
terrible tasting.
dickheads. Have you ever seen a real turkey?
I
Have
just
you ever
said they're
met one?
dickheads. No,
Okay.
I almost got swooped on by a turkey. Like when I was walking like at 7 in the morning to school or whatever, like a turkey swooped over my head and almost smashed me in the face. Like, and these things are big. They're a lot bigger than you think. That could have knocked me out. This is like a 30-pound missile flying at me from the top of a tree. Let me tell you, it is very weird for that to happen at 7 in the morning. And I'm not a morning person. Anyways,
Malwalk, no one here
that's
is a
not the
morning
point.
person.
That's not the
Yeah,
point.
it is, Malwalk. Yes, it is. Fuck turkeys.
Wait, okay, all right. So moving on from the turkey thing, looking at this logo Daedalus thing, is it full as closet? No. Yes,
Fuck turkeys. Fuck
Two
turkeys
other
and the
deals.
horse they rode in on. It's neat to
He
see
is
them
the
in
one
flocks.
true theosophist. Oh wow! Holy shit! Oh, this dude just trolled him.
This is a pretty good one. Yeah.
This dude just trolled him.
It was hilarious.
What?
How hard is it to not say that
It's
you've
still one of my favorite
read a
interactions.
book you haven't read? Like,
Yeah.
come on, dude. Just don't lie. That's all you gotta do.
Oh
Well,
boy!
it's not that he's claiming he read a book that doesn't even exist, and
Yeah.
Landshark just basically made Loco just holding the bag like an idiot. That was
Holding the bag is a good way to put it. Holding that is a pretty enormous BTFO. This is one of the reasons I'm very sad I don't have a Twitter account. This kind of stuff is just this is classic. Oh man, that's beautiful.
Let's do a dramatic reading of this. Who do you want to be?
Oh, I'll be logos. I'll be logo Daedalus. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll go first. Was Evola a theosophist?
No, he literally had a book against theosophy, which you have not even read about.
Yes, I have read it. He opposes particular elements of other theosophists. So he can suggest that he is the quote unquote one true theosophist. Every theosophist does this.
You have not read because no such book actually exists, and I invented it, Lamau.
Very good.
That was a good. There was and so there was actually a joke where people would, they they would troll logos with like, "Hey, do you have a book? I have a book if you want to read." And it's like, "What is it?" And they just have this fake copy, like the Book of Theosophy by Julius Nebula. And they would just,
Julius
and
Evola.
then he would just block them. It was a funny little.
Do they have
line.
the Book of D's?
Yeah, I've actually read a book about mind goblins. Actually, this is a really advanced Magic the Gathering book about the strategy of playing a legacy goblin deck. Yeah, that's right. Like, wow, mind goblins? What's that book about? And I'd be like, mind goblin these nuts?
What's actually funny is there was another guy who just recently got into an argument with someone, and he basically got to I think Haas. I think that was Logo's debate partner in that Blood Sports. He's literally got to the point where he was arguing that Lysenkoism was actually true.
No, it's like, oh no.
I'm sorry.
Fuck me.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, Lysenkoism is true. That's a good point. Yeah,
They're
it's
true. All of it.
Yeah, Lamarckianism is true. Lamarck was right, and it's all true, bro. Just like make your own reality or something. Why are our agricultural yields falling so much? I don't know, bro. It must be the capitalists or something. It's just
yes. We must take Lysenkoism to further beyond.
Yeah, you just need to go even further beyond.
Well, it's the meme, right, where it's like putting the stick between the spokes of your bike. Why did capitalists do this?
Yeah. It's not that our own philosophy is completely absurd and like.
Why would capitalism do this to us?
Oh yeah, this shit.
So actually, the amount. So that's actually someone pointed this out. Like, how did? So yes, the debate stuff. Like, Destiny got permabanned from Twitch.
I just saw that. I actually just checked poll today because
Wasn't he permabanned like twice already?
No, he was maybe banned, but it was like a temp ban or something. I mean, Destiny unfortunately is too liberal, not far left enough. Basically.
Destiny is too big to fail, is what you're saying.
Well, no, not that. I mean, no one's really too big to fail in the grand scheme of thing, and this sort of ideological kind of thing. But because he spoke out against the transgender stuff, as well as I mean, maybe the debate with Nick, like last week, was a big part of it. Although, I mean, he was like more or less nice-ish or nice enough to Nick. He wasn't like a total like retard as he was in like a lot of early debates, but like he just got. I mean,
he didn't do a bunch of drugs or anything.
No, it looked like he wasn't on like methamphetamine or anything, which is good. I mean, obviously, I don't want anyone to do meth. That's not a good thing.
You're telling me there was no meth head to his madness?
Oh no.
So the point is that people think that the reason he was banned, not just because of mass reporting, but also because he was debating on the side of the Lisa Thompson thing. The formerly male swimmer who became who then he was
the
ranked
NCAA women's champion of swimming.
Well, the problem is many people are rightly saying that this is an illegitimate because the person still has.
Why? Because they're caring about women's sports.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
This is my whole problem with the whole obsession about Leah Tubbs and stuff. It's like, okay, hey guys, at the end of the day, this is more attention than I will give to women's sports. Like, I'm sorry, my chauvinism refuses for me to give a fuck about some ladies jumping in the pool for a couple hours. It's not happening.
I just think it's for people like, I mean, obviously the outside, you kind of see the
Oh my
same.
gosh, I dedicated my whole life to swimming. Oh
For
no.
them, the T issue of the rainbow, the rainbow. Let's just say I'll
Oh
say like in
no.
those terms.
I'm
Yeah.
way
The
too
T's
committed
essentially
to
throw an
swimming,
entire
right?
wrench into their ideology, or just
Yeah.
this concept of women-only spaces. But the thing is, you can't really call out who is actually what, because you'll be banned. I think
I mean,
Twitter.
yeah.
I mean, Twitter banned the Babylon Bees account as well as the authors for basically making fun of and satirizing the occasion. Like, you can't even
Yeah.
make fun of these people. Like,
Yeah.
that's how well uber protected they are, because everyone kind of knows that the emperor has no clothes.
Right.
Yeah, but Twitter,
I mean, this
unfortunately, the way Twitter's protections are, they do not have any obligation to have an open platform.
I mean, yeah,
Well, I
sure,
would
'cause
say-
they're all
Like they have no obligation. They're allowed to do whatever they want with their platform with no
right,
consequences.
because all their beliefs are not based in reality.
Well, they're
personal.
allowed. They're allowed to run their platform however they want, and they're protected from any legislation, any like legal repercussion, right? Because that's because the tech companies wrote the laws to govern themselves. Shockingly, but
Well, everyone else believes this stuff too. So, I mean, at least like the people in power all subscribe to this kind of thing. I mean, this didn't just happen yesterday, but
yeah,
yeah,
I mean, so I don't know. I mean, it's like, hey, what's the problem here? Well, Twitter regulates itself, and
I mean,
everyone
is,
refuses to do anything to help competitors, and Twitter has such a foothold from having first mover, and public support of the
Sure,
state
yeah.
as well. Like, I mean, it's like. What they're like? Oh, well, guys, just because they told us who to censor and what to censor doesn't mean that like we're a private company, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, what's the problem? It's like you see society degenerating into a very bad state. You see your civilization declining. What's the problem?
I don't own this civilization. I did nothing to build it. I did nothing to contribute to it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but
Right,
I mean,
it's actually mine.
I existed,
All of it.
okay? My ancestors came to this country and fought as mercenaries against the people that hired them, okay? That's how I came to this country. My Hessian ancestors, who weren't even citizens in Germany, were hired by the British to put down the American rebels and decide, you know what? Fuck the British. You know what? We're gonna be American. We Americans now. We're gonna go fucking. We're gonna win this war. That's my entry to this country.
oh, what was that, Lotus? You said a thingy.
It's actually my civilization, and
Oh, it's actually Lotus's civilization.
I'm expecting rent.
Expecting rent. I owe you shit. You get
You're all
nothing.
late on your payments.
I'm late on my civilizational. You're the civilizational rent seeker. Okay. Check in the mail. Your check's in the mail, Lotus.
Very good, very good.
Very good. It'll be in the mail. It'll be out to D's. I believe it's DIS.
I'll be checking
D's.
that postmark, by the way.
No, don't worry. The mail should go out to D's. I hear that guy's nuts.
Okay.
Who's laughing now? Okay, so Lotus, you own civilization.
Yeah.
I mean, like the concept, or just like every
Yes.
civilization? Oh, that's not.
Whichever one gives me more money.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
You're not dealing with an ordinary civilization.
Oh, jeez.
Your check is in the mail. Don't worry.
Checks in the mail. Yeah, that's
I'm having. I grafted it into Leah Thomas, and I'm sending it right to you. Don't worry.
Oh, jeez.
Very good, very good.
Did you watch the debate last week, Lotus?
Between who?
The Fuentes Destiny thing on Killstream.
That sounds like two people that I can't stand. So no, I did not.
Did not
Oh, really?
watch Fuentes and Des Tiny.
No, I did not. What did they say?
I mean, it was basically. I mean, Destiny just sort of does the. I mean, the sort of
He
like
does his
I have
thing.
this. Yeah, he has this sort of. I mean, he didn't do like the weird, like spurging out, talking at 1,000,000 miles per hour stuff for the most part, at least from what I remember. But he does do this weird sort of like, he has this strange like sort of like starting. No, not that. But like he has a
He
strange.
is good at that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's he didn't do much or any of that from what I remember, but he does have a very strange starting position where like the West and or NATO is sort of like their actions are sort of benign at worst or benevolent or whatever and don't have any sort of moral character to them. It's just like a thing that happens versus
The West moral actions?
Yeah, like any of the
that's very generous.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you need to.
I'm assuming that the Catboy guy brought up, like Afghanistan and Iraq and.
Yeah, that would be the thing to bring up.
Libya and yeah, I mean, like wow, you don't have to be a genius to make NATO and the West look retarded, or America for that matter. So, where Destiny's like, like talking about like how the actions of a country, like oh well their sovereignty is really important or whatever, but it's like
they don't have sovereignty.
Well, I mean, obviously, like the Maidan, the coup itself wasn't a sort of sovereign, democratic, liberal action, which is ostensibly what he's opposing. But like, it's fine because they did like.
And if it was an anti-democratic coup against a legitimately elected government.
Yeah, so it doesn't. I mean, it's like he's definitely one of those like.
Oh wait a minute! Hold on! Hold the phone. We don't know they were legitimately elected. Let's be clear.
I mean, well, that's not actually true. They actually did have people come in.
We
from
thought
the
it was
UN.
legitimate. Yeah,
we thought it. We declared it was legitimately, but like.
And then we overthrew it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I mean, like
we
said it was. Moot point either way.
Yeah, like if we're thinking like, the West declared it legitimate and then said it wasn't. I mean, like it looks like the.
But
West
they've never been wrong about it. They've never been wrong about things before.
No,
right?
Yeah, their elections are entirely legitimate.
Of course, right.
Whatever they say about elections flies, as we all know.
Yeah, so I mean, like a lot of this stuff is sort of begging the questions, like, why would anyone trust the West? It's like, oh yeah, they're just doing things, and it's always for democracy, and like it's not like no Russia has no.
What don't you understand? We democracy now.
We democracy now. Yeah, so I mean, it's very simple stuff. I mean, Destiny for his part wasn't like. Didn't make me want to kill myself when I listened to him, so that was certainly an improvement.
Then he failed.
Oh no! Don't laugh at that. All right, that's not fun.
He failed.
But it was a pretty good quote unquote debate, because Destiny's position was basically every sort of liberal's position, where they can think they can have it every single way and never look back or never look bad and that kind of thing. Where Nick's was just like, here's the facts. Like you can't actually have it both ways. This is contradictory. So
I disagree. I think Nick can go both ways. Guys,
I think he only goes one way.
Oh no, that's even worse. Oh jeez. Anyways, so I thought that was pretty.
Who's
pretty
laughing now?
Yeah. He was. I mean, the most I can say for Destiny, he was about 1,000,000 times less obnoxious than I think he was going to be. So there's some.
Are you saying he was smarter than he thought he was?
Well, no,
he has gotten less obnoxious over time, but is still borderline intolerable.
Well, yeah, it's not. I mean, you're not going to go to Destiny. I mean, if you want milquetoast liberal takes about stuff,
yeah, that's who to go to for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was it that I saw something? It was like this Kasparian Anna person or something was talking to someone.
Kasparian.
Thank you, Anna Kasparian. I saw someone on Twitter. He was talking to someone on Twitter, like I don't remember what, just like correcting them on something. I remember this.
I think I saw that. Yeah,
I can't remember what like exactly.
I know what you're talking about.
But it was like It was like, step back for a sec if Anna Kasparian is the one lecturing you on
the
not
Young
being...
Turks were not always, or
Wasn't it
don't
Hassan
always.
she was talking to?
I think it was
Maybe it was
Hassan.
Vosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think no, it was definitely Hassan. Yeah,
Yeah.
I forget what he said though.
Like, if you're looking, I think Destiny debated Hassan. It was just like, holy shit, this guy's so
He's
retarded.
actually stupid. Yeah.
It makes Destiny look like. I mean, because Destiny at least can do research on a thing.
I think Destiny is at least intelligent. I don't think he's very well informed or wise, but I think he's got like
compared to a lot of
yeah,
especially compared to a lot of these people on the left, where it's just like, holy shit, like, oh, it's like there's a very stark contrast.
No.
Yeah, nice. It's pretty bad. Yeah, Hassan, pretty stupid. Vouch, pretty stupid. I mean, these are not anything.
They're not people I would seek out for anything.
Yeah. Yes. And it's pretty bad. But anyway, yeah, Anna Kasparian was part. I don't think she is part of the Young Turks anymore. I think Jimmy Dore was too, but he just does his own show now, I think. And he's actually basically one of those sort of quote unquote base leftists, where he's just like.
I think someone was. I can't remember what I follow Flamenco on Twitter because someone was making.
Embarrassing.
I know. Listen to me, Lotus. Okay, Flamenco, I think, is a proud closeted heterosexual.
I think he is a proud. Well, he's not. I'm sorry, I'm too drunk to follow that statement.
He's a closeted heterosexual.
So he's gay?
I mean, he says he's straight, though, so that
he's straight, but he acts very gay. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
he's a heterosexual presenting as homosexual.
Yes.
What was that, Yellow Lantern?
I don't know. I mean, the funny thing is, I think Metacurve kind of made fun of him on a few occasions.
Oh, he did. He made fun of him during the stream.
I mean, Jim makes fun of everyone, to be fair.
Does,
but, like, yeah. Jim makes fun of a lot of people. This isn't like, oh my gosh, he made fun of you. Wow, shocking. This is news.
Yeah, good for Flamenco, I guess. I mean,
But someone, he was responding to someone that made a leftist content creator tier list, and they had on it that Jimmy Dore was just right wing.
Oh,
that's insane.
What?
I know.
So I mean, this is the problem with these people. Like, a disagreement is like you're a right-wing fascist. It's like, this dude's like a blue dog Democrat.
Jimmy Dore was the guy who did, what was it, Turner Classic Movies for years, right?
These are the same people who tell you that the Democratic Party is right wing. So
I know.
I mean, this is how insane and disconnected from reality. It's like,
so funny.
Yeah, the Republicans are fascist, even though they're basically just liberals, like 10 steps behind the Democrats. Like, I mean, this is absurd.
That makes you fascist. You're not on board with the latest humiliating bullshit.
It's just completely fucking insane. That's just. I mean, this kind of stuff is.
But I was just like, Jimmy Dore, the guy who spit at Alex Jones, that guy.
Oh, did he do that?
Did he do that? I can't remember. That sounds about right, though. But
I think so.
I
mean, I'll listen to Jimmy Dore's stuff. I'll listen to like his podcast. I think he's a smart guy, and I think
for you,
thank you. I like Glenn Greenwald and some of these other leftists that, like Mike Tracy, that have like a decent.
I like Glenn Greenwald.
I like Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah.
Glenn Greenwald, he seems like a really all right dude. I mean, come on, anyone that opens like a dog shelter, opens like a dog shelter in like the middle of nowhere to help animals in like South America, like, come on, that guy can't be a bad dude.
Yeah,
like I'm sorry.
As we know, liking animals makes you a good person.
It does.
That's true.
No, it absolutely does.
You know,
and we don't know who liked animals.
Who
Oh no! I've been led into it. Oh,
I know what you meant by that, but I still stand by my statement. Anyone that likes animals can't be all bad.
Was he a good painter? Oh, he was. Is he landscapes and stuff?
He was an all right painter.
No one's
He
perfect.
was quite an architect, I hear.
Uh-huh.
Oh no. I just got led in that one. I didn't even
Oh no,
realize
I
what
knew
happened.
exactly where it's going. I don't care. I love animals.
Of course.
Enough. I love animals enough that I don't fucking
No, I
care.
agree. All of those people who say like, "Oh, you're more sad at animals dying than people." Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I care more about
Never
people,
deserve
animals,
it,
than
right?
people.
The animal never had a
Exactly.
chance. It didn't deserve it. Okay.
There
It's
are
just-
some people that
and I
just-
know that
mean,
I'll
if-
get some pushback on this, but
No,
I
like
would
dogs.
I would
Here's
take
my
a
spiel
pit
about
bull
dogs.
over a human. Okay.
So would I.
would-
So would I. Dogs are the closest thing to a platonic ideal as you will find in the world. They are literally bred to be loyal and affectionate. And people, well, yes, they have the capacity for higher aspirations. You have to be discriminating with people. Dogs should never realistically pose a threat to you.
Unless you've
If
abused them.
Unless they're pit bulls.
Well, even then, if it's a pit bull, it's still very stupid. It shouldn't. If you are a reasonably intelligent and physically able person, a pit bull should not pose any threat to you or the people you care about. And yeah, it's probably a mistake to breed a dog
A dog
like
to be
that.
hyper violent.
Pit bulls are an affront to dog kind, yes, but still,
True.
like
Even a pit bull.
in the end, the pit bull is not at fault. It's the person. It is the person. Like that's the thing, right? Yeah, pit bulls are naturally more aggressive. They are, but
They're
they
like
can be controlled. They're still dogs.
I mean, like a horse. You can kill people with a horse. You know, you can
Yeah.
trample people to death with a fucking horse. I mean, if you don't train a horse, or you fucking scare the shit out of a horse and it kicks someone's skull in. Hey, come on, what the fuck are you doing? It's a dangerous animal. It can be a dangerous animal. Like, I mean, by that same token. Now, the horse isn't predisposed to violence, obviously,
And
but
I'm not even like opposed to pit bulls as a breed in principle, because there is a place for aggressive dogs. There's
yeah,
a
it should be
function
murdering
that they
people,
can
murdering our
serve.
enemies, right?
It's just that pit bulls should not be seen as pets because they aren't.
They're
They were
tools.
a lot of dogs, like these aggressive breeds, like Akitas, right? These are Japanese breed of dogs, were bred to protect like the emperors and other nobility.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's, I mean, it's not their fault that dogs are used improperly. It's like, are you going to use a gun to like put your attach your painting to the wall? I mean, no, a gun's meant for
No.
defense. You use nail and hammer.
Not a very effective hammer.
Tools.
Well,
You know.
the thing is,
True.
I mean, people are kind of because of the notable stories that happened in like 3 instances of this. Like there was a pit bull attacking a golden retriever, which got people very upset. There was, a story about a woman who was attacked by her pit bull and was literally being dragged out of the elevator. And the
Yeah.
most affrontious one was these 2 guys who were walking at pit bulls. They literally allowed it to, they directed them to attack a kitten. Or like a kitty that's basically been on life support ever since the attack.
I saw a severed cat head on my brother's driveway. That was
What the-
coyotes that did that. Seriously,
Oh,
it was
well,
it was like a severed. It was like half a cat's head, and you could just see maggots in the brain of it on my brother's driveway. I was like,
Ew.
fuck. That was coyotes.
TMI,
That was coyotes
man.
in like a
TMI.
suburb. That was in a suburb. Okay, this isn't like in fucking rural. No, this is a fucking suburb. The coyotes come out for the fucking like river or the sewers, basically, and they fucking murder the local cats. Now the good thing is it's solved feline AIDS. The bad thing is every once in a while you get
Feline AIDS?
You didn't know there's a huge problem with feline AIDS.
Feline AIDS?
Yes.
You know what? Actually, I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that, and I'm not going to ask anymore.
No, this is a huge problem with feline AIDS, especially with feral or wild cats. Coyotes do be everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. I've shot coyotes. And that's hard for me because I fucking love dogs. It's just like, I'm sorry. It has to be. It's my dog or you. I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, no.
You look like it, but I know you're not a dog. Yeah. But Lotus, you still haven't played Elden Ring?
Still haven't. Still broken.
Disgust me. You can play it without EAC.
I know you can, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Well, I've tried every workaround that is like
Are you on
available.
Linux? Is that the problem?
It's. I think it might be my hardware. I think like
what
the
graphics card are you
workaround.
running with?
I'm on fucking AMD. I'm a
Oh.
retard, so I
Yeah,
bought
now you're.
AMD.
Oh, jeez, you cheap bastard.
Yeah.
I haven't had an AMD graphics card, I think, in like at least 15 years. And good fucking
I bought the AMD because it plays nice with Linux, but wasn't worth it.
Yeah,
Wasn't worth it at
they're
all.
just still quite behind Nvidia too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
just
and
like
they don't have what's it called? Photogrammetry stuff. Like they literally cannot do photogrammetry stuff, which is so fucking weird.
Don't they finally have like a DLSS protocol they have?
For photogrammetry? They might.
Not for no, not for photogrammetry, but like just in general, right? Like where you can offload some of your GPU power onto the CPU.
Oh yeah, that's been around for a while, but I don't think that's what they use for photogrammetry stuff.
No,
Reality capture is like a proprietary NVIDIA thing, I think.
Yeah, because the AMD one, I know the good thing about it is that it's not platform specific.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is that like you can you could do it on an NVIDIA card. Of course, you would never do that. You just use DLSS on your fucking NVIDIA.
Yeah,
it's better, but I don't know much about photogrammetry. NVIDIA is big, lame,
very convenient.
free software.
It doesn't play nice with Linux stuff. The drivers don't. That is the problem.
Well, I'm getting tired, so I'm probably just gonna do one last topic of bring it up, and then I'll probably skedaddle.
Skedaddle.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Yes. So apparently, I just saw someone someone forward this to me in another chat. So apparently, there's an animated anime studio that's coming in to basically soft reboot. It looks like the Ruby series.
Ruby being
the rooster thingy or whatever, that one.
Rooster Teeth show.
Yeah.
Wait, Ruby like the gemstone?
No.
It's,
So
yeah.
the name comes from it's a common of the four main characters, who also the main character sounds like Ruby.
RUBY or
Yeah, RWBY.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
weird.
W.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just
Unlike it's like Japan be like, I'm gonna make Ruby great again. I'm gonna show you. You had your run, Rooster Teeth, but let me show you how it's.
What's it about?
It's I only watched like 1 or 2 episodes, and I just did not even give a fuck. I was like, wow, this is bullshit.
So okay, back in the early 2010s, Rooster Teeth. So there's this animator named Monty and one of his passion projects was animating fight scenes. And
Fun
he had
domain, I assume.
Yeah, he was a very talented animator, and he had so some of his you could see some of his work in the Red versus Blue series. Some of the fight scenes that happened in later shows when they started using CGI.
Red versus Blue. What was that?
That was a Halo off of Halo, right?
Yeah, it's a show set in the Halo universe.
Was it like a machinima or something?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was one of the first machinimas, I believe, that evolved into a regular series, and it has its own. I mean, it even gets distribution from streaming services as well as its own DVDs.
Oh,
but
okay.
I should.
Wait, they have DVDs
anyway,
for Halo machinima?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing, and people know it because it's a series that used the Halo games for the machinima purposes.
It was on Forge, right?
What?
It was on Forge where they made it, right?
No, not early. Even when when they used Halo CE and Halo 2, their Forge wasn't. They had to use custom games, and they had to use some really weird editing tricks and just quirks that allowed them to. Because this actually, people don't know that the alert carry position that you can do in like custom games. That was started in Halo 1 because Halo 1 had it so that like you actually, when the character looks down, the weapon is lowered, but the character's model head stays up.
Okay, so they don't actually look down the sight. Is what you're saying?
Well, no, it looks like their weapon is just lowered. Like it doesn't look like they're actually looking down.
Because it's
And
only
so
from
the
the
developers
player's
saw that and
perspective.
they're
Or...
like, we like this. Let's make this like this weird button combination in custom games. You can lower your weapon and you can like walk around like, you know, you're just casually patrolling something. Because normally when you play Halo, the characters are in like they're not in alert carry, they're in like they're holding their gun up expecting a fight. But I'm kidding. So yeah, so in the late 2010s, there's an animator named Monty started a passion you know, it's like let's animate these cool fight scenes. And it evolved into like, hey, let's make a show about these cool fight scenes. Let's involve, you know, let's build some kind of weird universe around this, you know, with, you know, hunters of these dark creatures, a world called Remnant, you know, and how every character, the quirk about it is that many of these characters are named after, they have color motifs and sometimes animal ones.
like
You know,
Power
with
Rangers.
Ruby.
Yeah, except shittier. Way
Yeah.
shittier.
I don't
And
know. There's
boring.
been some
Like,
pretty
who
bad
gives a
Power
shit?
Rangers out there. I don't want...
And so they decided to make the film. So, yeah, typical, like, you know, Ruby Rose, her color motif is red. You know, Weiss Schnee,
Wasn't
her
Ruby
color
Rose a
white.
character from that really
Steven Universe?
sexualized fighting game?
No, that's a different one. So the point is, so this show was kind of taken. It was a passion side project, but it gets taken off, and this was so popular. Apparently, it was so popular online. Like this is the rare instance where it was considered a American animation, and it was so it was dubbed first in English, and the Japanese would later dub in their own. This is like a really rare example
I
of a
liked
show
Megas
that's made in
XLR. I'm gonna be
America.
honest.
What'd you say?
I liked Megas XLR. I'm gonna be honest.
I thought you said mega sex. I'm like,
No, Megas
is that-
XLR, the Mecha show. Come on.
how is
Oh,
that
well.
different than regular sex? What's going
Oh,
on?
Matlock, you have no idea.
Oh no. Sorry, Yellow Lantern, keep going.
Matlock
Yeah.
sitting over here never had mega sex.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. He doesn't know, Lois.
Well-
He doesn't know.
I mean,
I've had mega sex many times.
many
It
such,
doesn't
many
always
such
come.
cases.
now I think it had like 8 volumes or seasons at this point, or maybe it was kind of unfortunately something. So it was animated in a program called, what's it look like?
It's like
Well,
shit.
it would-
That's the
yeah,
word.
it looked a little
Why do you
like,
say it's like 3D animation or something?
yeah,
Is it like reboot?
computerized.
No,
Shitty
Reboot was cool for its time. And
But
still
reboot looks shitty though.
No, okay, excuse me. This was the 90s. Are you gonna say Beast Wars look bad? I fucking dare you to say Beast Wars look bad.
Reboot was ugly as sin. I remember that show.
Look, I won't take
Alright,
anyone's.
Okay,
Anyways.
just not to get into the art. So point is, like, the thing is, it was, I think the problem, but what was unfortunately notably about this show is that unfortunately Monty passed away in 2015, just as they
Wait.
were doing the third.
So the guy's name is that his internet handle?
No, that was his real name, Monty
Really?
Well,
What ethnicity
he
even
passed
is
away
that?
in 2015, unfortunately, which was extremely shocking. The guy was very well talented, and while and his death could be felt because although they had sort of planned out the story ahead of time, they
How
know
did he
what they
die, by the
wanted.
way?
What?
How did he die?
How did he die? Was it autoerotic asphyxiation?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh
he
my
actually it was
God.
a bad reaction. He had a allergic reaction to something, and it like I just think it was just a shocking event. And of course they still went on with the show and so they actually changed the animations so they, you know, the characters look different after the third season. They did,
That's never a
but
good thing.
well, I mean, it looked prettier, but like the Maya software they used to animate was never going to have like the high octane like fight scenes that Monty helped animate and direct. And unfortunately, many people would say the writing kind of went downhill in after those 2 seasons because they split up the characters because of the circumstances that happened, and it just a lot of and this really came to a point when in the fifth one, like they had a lot of instances where the characters were literally in the same location doing nothing and just talking.
Nice.
I mean, it's not like King of the Hill where it's a show about the mundane more side of Texas. Like this was the show they established in the lore. Yeah. The thing is, a lot of the conflicts and lores just didn't really weren't fleshed out. Pretty much, like we're supposed to believe that the humans in this world they don't get along with this group of human animal hybrids they call the faunus because well one of the members of the main is a faunus herself. That's the whole because they're it's so hard to explain. So basically,
It's shit.
some of the
Is that what
conflicts
you need
didn't
to
make
say?
sense.
It's
The
shit.
villains weren't that interesting. Well, at least until they made an attempt in the 6th season to actually course correct, especially in the 7th. But from what I've heard, the 8th one was just so bad; it just went so off the rails. They're like, "Yeah, I think we're gonna have to hold off a bit on the series." Like we went on. That's just what I've been told. Like it got so bad that like they, you know, it just like was this a premature burial of the franchise? Are they just waiting until the ninth? Like I didn't hear anybody say anything about the ninth season being done.
Speaking of premature burial, I did finish watching the Berserk series.
Yeah, but
Which one?
2016, 2017 in the Golden Age trilogy.
People would say like the writing wasn't very good. I don't know. Like
sound design was good.
I haven't seen an episode of it in a few years.
I liked the sound design, Lotus. It was really good. Every time he hit
things.
things.
Wait, the clang?
Yeah, I fucking love
Clang.
it. I fucking love the
boy.
clang.
Okay, I thought you just watched the older one, the Golden Arc.
No, I watched that, and I watched the. I love the fucking clang. It's fucking ridiculous.
Big yikes.
But I suppose the downfall, as I said, it really shows Rooster Teeth really has lost its way, and there was a lot of allegations that happened in 20 about like things came to light about just how terrible the way in which the crunch culture was at Rooster Teeth. The same kind of stuff. Me too, like the sexual harassments. The
I mean they were worse than Blizzard Entertainment.
Well,
probably
Blizzard
not,
just got hit with
because
another
Rooster Teeth
lawsuit.
isn't that big compared to someone like Blizzard, or just there's like I said, no sympathy to Blizzard, even if these allegations are probably intentionally exaggerated to basically like I said, force a civil rights lawsuit to either get the demands or basically be run out of society. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
I mean, plenty of game studios have gone bankrupt. They're just gonna go bankrupt.
Yeah, and I'm not defending Blizzard. I'm just saying, it's just we're. I mean, imagine realizing that somebody or an entity or a company that you don't like is being treated unfairly. So you're kind of split as well to be like, on the one hand, yeah, no sympathy because the company lost its way, it's made bad games, it's gone woke, let them destroy. But on the other hand, like saying, well, crap, if they can do this to like an entity like as big as these, like they would basically screw over the average person who doesn't have the resources, the time, the stuff to actually challenge or like deal with these people. But so the point is, with Ruby kind of on the heist from the regular Rooster Teeth, like Japan is stepping in is like, you had your fun, but like, let me show you how to actually do a proper anime.
Yeah, and also, Lotus, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Berserk. Because you've read it all, I assume, right?
I have read everything past. I jumped into it after the 90s anime.
Right. But Griffith, big gay, right?
I mean,
he did get molested, so he's probably got something going on.
Not Guts, Griff. No, not Guts. Griffith.
Guts did too.
They both got
they
molested,
did. You're talking about what's his name? The guy from the Kingdom or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of.
But I mean, Griffith, big gay for Guts, right?
Speaking of Berserk, what's going to happen to some now that the author died?
Oh yeah, because So this is.
I think they
Well,
were going to end it. Didn't they say?
They haven't
I
continued it since, but I mean, come on, his background artists, those guys got to be some insane talent, right?
He has a huge.
I think he did all of them himself.
No, he had no. He had assistants.
Yeah, he had a lot
but
of people
have complained about the art quality falling after he got assistants.
No, he had assistants. They were working, I think.
He always
really? Oh yeah,
He had them for
his
at least
studio,
for a while.
his like studio. He had like a whole studio. He made a studio so he could release it in like a timely manner.
It's just not possible
Which
for
it
him
wasn't.
to do.
It still wasn't.
It's just, it just wouldn't be possible for him to.
Tite Kubo will continue the series. That's a good joke. Huh?
Tite Kubo.
Boy.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Ichigo
Ichigo and Guts, and they're gonna hang out and they're gonna do awesome stuff by killing hollows. I mean,
we already know.
I don't care.
We already know where the plot was going, right? Because you remember the whole the idea of evil presented in the manga. Do you remember that, or did they go over that in the stuff that you watched?
The idea of evil.
So there's the whole sacrifice.
Right, guys, I'm gonna head out.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Well, right, because there's the eclipse, right?
Good
They get to the eclipse in the golden age, right? And then
Griffith
resurrects after the whole angel arc, whatever, right? As he doesn't resurrect, he comes back in the human world.
Yeah,
Right.
the point of the Baelitz was to sacrifice people to recognize a dream. And then Griffith comes in. And
I thought they said they were going to take all of their
mankind.
flesh, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he sacrifices everything that he cares about, and then the world turns into something which is full of monsters, and Griffith is not only helped by a lot of the, what do they call them again?
The angels? Not the apostles, but the angels. Right?
I think it was the apostle. I think it is the apostle.
The apostles are like the demon mobs.
Like the Skull Knight's, well, he's not an apostle.
No, because it's like Slan and the others, right? Like...
Yeah, like the guy with the brain head.
Yeah,
and,
those guys are they call them the angels, right? Because they're the God Hand
those
with
dudes.
Griffith.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. So there's that, and then there were a couple pages on the idea of evil, and it was shortly after they introduced the elements with the I think it was shortly after the elements where they introduced the sacrifice, and basically it seemed to me like they were setting up the world that Guts was building as a massive sacrifice. And it kind of seemed like that was the natural direction for the plot to go thematically and, well, plot-wise, obviously.
Are you saying it's like a version of Whig history where everything just goes towards this big, like sacrifice? Like, this is the whole point. This is the telos. This is the telos of the world. For you all to die.
Actually, there's even bits of dialogue from some of the later chapters talking specifically about Guts' political policies and how they resemble parts of like empire in the name of human prosperity. Where
I don't remember this at all. Wait, are you memeing on me?
It's in there. No, I'm not fucking with you. Like,
I thought you were making a joke about like what's Rivendell's tax policy.
It's when Rickert comes and talks to Griffith in the big city.
I don't remember this shit at all. So
it's like, oh wow, that sounds remarkably similar to a certain political paradigm that we're living in.
No.
I wonder what he meant by this. But,
yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I felt mostly sort of like I didn't. I mean, like I said, it's been a long time since I read most of Berserk, but especially with the huge hiatuses. But it's hard for me to sort of like look at anything like, for example, when I look at something like Hunter x Hunter and like the sort of political...
They'll never end.
Please don't remind me.
He's probably right.
I mean, the whole thing very much seems like a very like realist sort of like almost will to power kind of Nietzschean thing. I mean, in some respects, literally, because of the existence of Nen.
Well, I didn't bother reading the manga because I have other things. I haven't
seen any of that.
I have other things to do. So, what
Did you ever read this book on theosophy? It's pretty good.
Yeah, I've definitely totally read that. That totally real book.
It's a good book, bro. It's a good book.
But they get up to the point. They get up to the point basically where Guts gets the Berserker armor. That's basically where the anime ends.
Okay.
Yeah. So Griffith comes back in the world and he gathers together, like all these like.
He creates a city, New Falconia.
He hasn't built his city yet, but he he gets his like Avengers of assholes together to fight the invading Kushans basically. So
he makes a new team, right, of people. Or
he remakes the Band of the Hawk basically, but with demons as well.
Yeah, but no Sasuke. So it's not exactly Taka. It's that's a different universe. There's they're not using ninjutsu or anything. So
some stupid Nine-Tails demon.
Fucking Nine-Tails would wreck shit. Are you kidding?
So basically Guts gets the armor and then after the witch arc, and they basically just end like, we're gonna go off to Elfheim. Like that's where the anime ends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Griffith
seems to be Griffith seems to be setting himself up as like the hero for humanity, I guess, and like, hey, look, here's the hope of humanity right here. It's Griffith, like he's gonna save us all from the Kushans that immediately invaded right after we killed him. Basically killed him.
We didn't know what to do, so we killed him.
I used to take on the Nietzschean elements of Berserk, but I have long since forgot what that take was, and I did not write it down.
No one could expect you to remember because of all the hiatuses. I mean, this has been going on for like 20 fucking years. Like,
I only read up and watched everything like 2 years ago, but
they have had some more issues. The manga where they're in like the magical fairy place or whatever, and like everything,
whatever.
And everything's kind of sort of better, but also not really, because whatever. So I don't want to give too much away, but so there's not a whole lot more from like 2 years ago to now.
A lot of the shit that they wrote in between where Ghost finished and now is basically all filler.
Yeah,
it seems really like it. I did an exercise to see like what had happened, and I was like, okay, let's see what the last chapter they wrote. Let's just see what characters are in that. And it's like, okay, all these guys are still there. So literally everyone's fine. How is everyone fine in this fucking world?
Yeah, it's kind of fucky, but I don't know. But anyways, I mean, Berserk is fine. It's a good series, but like
it's fine. Yeah, that's my take on Berserk. It's fine.
There's better stuff.
Like, I mean, like the social commentary and political commentary and stuff. It's like, I mean, I think the best thing about Berserk,
it's okay. that is also.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think watching it, like, I think watching it just made me like, okay, I understand why people on the dissident right like this. Like, I get it.
I mean, it's cool, and it's like,
it's like the idea of fighting like an impossible Leviathan that like you have no reasonable way of beating. Kind of this like very fatalist kind of like quest.
Sure,
like, you're literally, that's a good way. It's all prettied up and it's made beautiful. Basically, like I get it. Like I understand the appeal of like the dissident right, like of why they like Berserk. Why does this weeaboo anime with lolly witch and fairies and everything appeal?
It's dudes to these guys big on the dissident right, but I think it's just popular generally.
I mean, the art style, the art is really good. I mean, like the art they drew for it is really good. I mean, like it's inspired a lot of things, and like
it's extremely good.
I mean, like when you see the Eclipse and Cliploth, and it's like, oh yeah, I love Kingdom Death Monster, but damn, they took all their inspiration from this and just made it less rapey.
I can't even count the number. Like the scene with the Eclipse and with Griffith and stuff like that has been sort of.
I just love that Griffith looks like a freaking like what do you call it? Like a Power Ranger almost. He looks like what do you call it? He looks like a, what do you call it?
With,
Like a
like,
Kamen
the
Rider villain,
helmet
basically. Yeah, he looks like a
thing, or-
Kamen Rider villain, basically.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, for sure.
I'm just like watching this. I'm like, you look like a shoujo manga villain right
Oh, no. Yeah, tuxedo mask or something.
now. Berserk is the Dark Souls of anime.
Oh no! I will not acknowledge that, Karn. I will not acknowledge you said that. I'm
By the
going to
way,
move right past it.
if you want to look at
Unbelievable.
somebody like do a take on Berserk, It's a Gundam just made a video about it. About like these Twitter people barely finding out what it is.
Oh, I saw that. It was like, oh my god, they have naked ladies on spikes. Oh my god.
And rape.
Yeah.
Lewis is like, yeah, this is my fetish.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would say, I guess my
Wait,
my,
are you telling me Berserk is a dark fantasy world full of terrible people and literal monsters that are supposed to
Whoa.
represent some of the worst
Weird.
aspects of human nature and character? No, that would be absurd.
I would say Berserk is an extremely well illustrated, maybe even the best illustrated manga I've ever seen.
Vagabond, I think, is a little bit above it.
I wouldn't say
Really?
Berserk is the
Okay,
best drawn. I would say it's good. It's very well
I
done.
haven't
you
read a
ever
lot
read
of
Vagabond?
Vagabond, so like
Vagabond is
You know.
really well illustrated.
I haven't, like I said, I haven't read very much of that. So that would be
The designs in Berserk are definitely cooler than they are in Vagabond, but in
Yeah.
terms of like technical ability and regular quality,
Being that
Vagabond-
Lotus is an
sure,
actual
sure, sure,
artist,
sure.
I'll
Like,
take his word for
really,
it.
really
whoa,
impressive.
whoa! I've taken a lot of art classes and have done a lot
Like I
of
said,
art.
Lotus, I've seen things he's drawn. You, I've never seen anything you've drawn. No offense.
Oh, really?
I
You
haven't
haven't
drawn
even
anything. I could draw you a stick figure.
you haven't seen the art on my YouTube channel? Unbelievable.
Oh, I
guys.
have, Mount Walk. That's why.
Oh no! Oh, I walked into that one. That's horrible.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
no.
your my favorite thumbnail of yours is the cheese to meet you rat pepper.
Yeah, that was the best one because it was just a meme I copy and pasted. Oh man, I'm totally
I
autistic.
need someone. I'm cheese to meet them. They leave. I need someone.
Cheese to
I am banned from the internet.
Hang on, let me see if I can. Oh, let me see if I can find this. That's funny. I have a very funny version of the cheese.
Mount Hill says, "Draw me something, Mountain Walk."
What do you want me to draw you? I mean, I can do it in MS
Draw
Paint
him like
and-
one of your French girls, Mountain Walk.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I can do that. That might be might have to pay
Spicy?
extra for that. Yeah, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Hang on, let me see if I can find this. Let's see.
Mount Walk was very discheesed.
Yeah, extremely just cheese.
Oh, fuck these guys! I got them. Holy shit. Sorry, I had to beat these guys without getting hit, and it's fucking obnoxious.
Rip.
Game's not precision.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
Have you guys been following the Kenzani Brown like confirmations or no?
Yeah, I have.
Oh,
What
Kentaro
is the
Miura
woman?
actually drew Berserk entirely in MS Paint. Little known fact.
This is bullshit,
See?
but I believe it.
Literally
Bullshit, but-
impossible.
Look, like I said, it's a good anime and it's a good series. Look, you guys just don't know how much.
You
it
should have
influenced
watched
me.
the '90s anime, Ghost. Not if you're gonna
Well, he
watch
did
the
watch
fucking
that
playing
one.
anime.
I did.
No, you watched the,
I watched the Golden Age trilogy.
I thought you watched the remake of the anime.
I did. Watch the Golden Age trilogy, the one they did in 2012
Sing the first
2013.
sing the first two lines of the anime opening for the Golden Arc.
What?
Da 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 da. You didn't watch it.
No, I
You
didn't watch
watched-
the
you
90s
watched the
one. I
movies.
watched the 2012 and
Yeah,
2013
yeah.
movies,
That's what
which
I'm saying. You
adapt
should've watched
the
the
entire
90s one.
arc.
I know. It's just I don't know. I think the '90s one is a little bit better. I'm
The
not
sound
saying the one
design
that was
is
made
so
in 2012.
good in the 2012 to 2017 one. Holy shit, dude! clang every fucking time he swings. I fucking love it. I fucking love it.
No.
The sound design, it's so good.
Movies, didn't
It's
you?
so
The
good,
movies that were
Lotus.
made in,
Every
like,
time he cuts
2011.
something in half, it's just like clang every fucking time. I love it. The sound design is so on point.
I think when he hit that rabbit with a throwing knife, it made the clang sound as well for some reason.
I don't think it
I
did.
remember that. Oh, or was that an edit? It might have been.
I think someone might have edited that. I don't think he made the clang when he killed the rabbit.
That is the only thing I remember from that. I remember someone made a video of a clip. They might have edited it in, but it was like a very soft clang when he killed a rabbit with his fucking throwing knife.
Every weapon he uses makes clang noises, Lotus.
Yeah.
But I will say this: if you want to watch like a good fighting anime, not that much fighting, I would recommend Apane no Ippo, the boxing one.
Hajime no Ippo,
Hajime
that's
no
terrible.
Ippo?
You don't like it?
No.
I actually never watched it, but it
I
mostly
think,
just never.
I think he just looks
super
creepy.
appealed to me. Really?
I really
just never
liked
appealed to me.
It's basically
that
like
was
Japanese
Ashton
hockey.
Ojo. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I like the Megalo box that came
Thought
out.
you hated it.
I heard that was
recently.
good too. Yeah.
Season 1. I like the first season. I did not watch like more than 2 episodes of the second season. Very disappointing. But yeah, like really pretty solid first season. The ending was kind of a letdown. They kind of build it up
Like
as
Attack on
man
Titan.
versus machine, and then like Yuri takes his gear off before the final fight, and that like doesn't that defeat the point? Isn't you were building up this whole time as like the man versus cyborg fight, and he just takes off his fucking gear and is like in a knee. That was a dumb decision. That was a very dumb decision.
Does he
for
get
them
his
to make
ass
for
beat
that show.
afterwards?
Well, no, Yuri still loses. I mean, and that, like, yeah, if Yuri won, maybe you could have taken that in an interesting direction. But like, he just takes off his gear and he like suffers out in the woods for a little while. So presumably he's not in top shape, and he even fights the protagonist. So it's like it was so anticlimactic. The final fight in the first season and they build it up like so well. They hit all of the right notes, and like they've got the championship, and there's
He
different
stole my
people
furry
and
fairy monster. What the fuck? Sorry, go on.
the main character, he learns all these lessons, and then at the end it's just like they totally fucking cock you out of like a satisfying fight that they were building up to literally the whole time. Very disappointing. Very disappointing.
Very
And the second
disappointing.
season
Very
sucked.
unbased.
Yeah, very very blue pill, very cringe.
Yeah. Have you guys seen like the spring season of new animes coming?
I've seen I
Is
haven't seen anything
Chainsaw Man coming already?
No,
It's
no.
coming
You're gonna
later this year, I think.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
2069 maybe. Like at this point.
I know they're making.
All
a
I'm waiting for
a
is to watch a
Batman
man
anime.
with a chainsaw in his head. Why?
Well,
Yeah, I'm
Chainsaw Man
looking
was.
forward to that one.
Well, I mean, I thought Chainsaw Man in some respects is very similar to Jujutsu Kaisen, but I know you didn't really like JJK very much. So.
It's not that good. It's just Bleach. It's prettier Bleach.
That's not true. That's not
yes,
true.
it is, Mount Walk. It's fucking prettier
Chainsaw Man
Bleach.
was better than Bleach.
Mount Walk, did
Well,
you
no,
watch
he's talking about
Kirby?
Jujutsu Kaisen, but
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
oh, okay.
If Mountain Walk sold you on Chainsaw Man by advertising it as something which is basically Bleach, it's better than that.
No, I mean Bleach is like shonen with really good character designs and stuff, but it's basically just shonen. Whereas
It's
Jujutsu
basically
Kaisen,
filler though.
what? Bleach or what?
Yeah, Bleach is mostly filler though.
Yeah, but
I
it's
mean,
shonen. It's
there
kind of
are-
comes with the territory.
I mean, yeah, the way they showed the animes back then was like just putting out like a bunch of filler between the actual like manga arcs and stuff. I mean, that was just how
These
it
artists
worked, but,
can't be bothered to work.
well, I mean, it's just too much, right? It's just too much unless you have like a a team like 2 or 3 times the size of doing all the arcs every time. I mean, like One Piece still operates like this, but One Piece is the exception where they have a bunch of people. It's ran forever. It's like probably the biggest anime ever. So that's the exception, not the rule. Whereas
bigger than Dragon Ball Z or anything Toriyama's done? I doubt that.
Well, I mean,
One Piece is getting up there, though.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, One Piece has never stopped running. Where Dragon Ball Z, I mean, and Dragon Ball Super,
I'm just saying, if you take the totality of Dragon Ball altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Well, One Piece is the highest selling manga of all time, though.
Yeah, whereas Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z, I mean, they didn't do so well. I mean, obviously, I think One Piece has a better sort of direction and story, whereas
blows.
One
Piece blows.
Well, except my good friend Lotus doesn't really like it too much, but
I don't really care for it.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. No big deal.
I like One Piece better than Naruto.
You're wrong.
Naruto.
I mean, I liked some of Naruto. I thought Naruto was pretty good too. I thought some of it was like sort of.
I assume it's shit.
I assume it's shit. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I don't need to. I'm not going to try and defend it to people that will never be convinced. But I like Naruto. So.
Bow Wow, look at this King DDD. What the fuck is wrong with him? He's gone feral.
He looks like he's just gonna Bowser you. Just grab him by the tail, dude.
Yeah.
Just grab him by the tail. That's what I do.
Wait, Lotus, you really didn't like Naruto at all? Or One Piece?
He never watched Naruto.
Naruto.
I mean,
I've only seen like several episodes of One Piece, and it seemed okay when I watched it on Toonami when I was 12 years old. So
you were in the target demo for it though at that point.
No, like I said, this is what I mean. What I imagine it was like dubbed, which is just
yes.
I'm sorry.
Yo, you watched? That's right. You watched the what do you call it? The 4Kids.
It was on Toonami. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I definitely did.
I wouldn't wish a 4Kids dubbing on my worst of enemies.
Yeah, literally no one. Like, that is just...
Oh yeah, I stole DDD's fucking hammer. Get fucked, buddy!
Yeah, steal his hammer.
I mean, to be fair, the One Piece dub had a good rap, though.
There's no such thing.
I don't know about that.
I remember thinking it was not very good.
I can't tell if is Geeky just memeing or...
He's memeing. Definitely.
Oh, I hope so. I really hope so. That was like one of the worst parts of the whole fucking thing. Like, it was just.
It's like reliving it all over again, right, Mount Walk?
It's really bad.
It's reliving the trauma all over again.
Oh, I'm feeling pretty traumatized right now. That's for sure.
You don't remember just screaming, "Yo!" and then just singing along.
No.
What? Yeah, I remember being embarrassed to watch it after seeing the opening every time, but I still watched it.
I don't know what to do in Mexico, Geeky, but it is definitely not whatever you're suggesting. That is just horrendous. Hey, smack them.
In Mexico, we watch Knights of the Zodiac. Okay.
I mean, that sucks too. Like, that's a fucking shit series. I mean, I like One Piece. I think it's legitimately good, but like that stuff is just
Saint Seiya or whatever. Knights of the Zodiac.
Yeah, Saint Seiya is just not good. I think I can't watch it. It's just so like, who the fuck cares?
But Mountain Walk, their outfits are so fantastic.
It's so shit. It's
you know what I realized about a certain scriptwriter recently? Have you guys ever seen?
George R. Martin?
No, I don't like him, but no.
Is it me?
Have you ever seen Big O or Technolize or
like Big O.
Serial Experiments Lane or Marabito?
Sure.
Have you seen? How many of those have you seen?
At least two. Big O, Serial Experiments Lane, and I like both of those, although I haven't seen them in like 20 years.
Okay, Ghost, you've seen Maravito. Do you remember the plot of that one?
Isn't she like a traveling
vaguely
guardsman
guardsman or something, or like she had like a spear and shit, and she had to like defend this kid.
No, I think you've got to defend. I think you got to confuse. Marabito is actually not an anime. It's a movie about a guy who sees a person stab out his own eye in the sewers and goes underground and discovers a naked woman in Agartha and brings her back to his apartment and discovers that there is a secret shadowy organization telling him that he needs to return this woman underground, and there are Deros there that suck out humans' blood. And after watching Marabito, are any of those words familiar to you?
I mean, this sounds like a Norse mythology for dummies. I mean, like, I don't understand. Like,
let me Google this.
He goes underground and he finds Agartha. And
so he gives up his eye for something that he discovers.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's where the confusion comes in. Lotus, I found the confusion. There's Moribito, Guardian of the Spirit, which is the one I've seen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, that's why I'm like, I've seen Moribito. Like, what? Like, this sounds nothing like Moribito.
So like I watched this movie, and like because the dude who wrote the script for that movie is the same dude who wrote the script for Serial Experiments Lane, for Ghost Hound, for Technolize, for a bunch of different shows, and for Big O, for a bunch of different shit that all has a common element. The characters go underground, and some really weird schizo shit starts happening.
Like what, Evangelion?
I am never going underground again. This is horseshit.
And like I just realized that this dude's career has been one giant schizo post. I didn't even realize it was happening.
Big O was really weird because it was like that underground base or city or something.
Where everybody's memories are,
Yeah. It's like, because everyone had their memories wiped. And it's like, wait,
does that sound familiar?
What it sounds like is like I didn't get it when I was a kid, and now I sort of get it, and now I'm just like pissed off. Like, why would you do this? Why would you confuse me like this? This is bullshit.
Nothing personal, kid.
I know it's personal, and I'm not happy.
It's so amusing. Just like think, like I had written off all of the weird shit in these shows because I had known before that these shows were all written by the same person, and I've been very fond of this dude's writing for a long time. But like I remember he in an English language interview recently, he talked about how 9/11 was an inside job. All this other shit. Like I'm not joking. His name is Chiaki.
Damn it, Lotus! Listen to me. I'm talking to you through the television. You need to go deeper.
Hang on, maybe I should watch this stuff again. This guy sounds.
You have to dig down, Lotus, and dig deeper until you find your way underground.
But you put it like that, Lotus. It feels like I'm actually missing out. I need to read the subtext.
Like it's actually really, his shit is really good. Like it's genuinely, it's really good. Have you ever seen Technolize?
Nope, I haven't. I know what it is, but I've never watched it.
I might have.
Technolize is the one where it's about the dude who's in an underground city, and he is a boxer, and
no, I haven't seen it. I pretty much just like erase anything that's like boxing or sports from my brain.
It's not a boxing.
I know, but it's just like it's a default position. It's like this one's about this sport. Like about peace.
So one of the clients of the people that he works for takes him into the back room and is like trying to fuck him, and then does something weird and he punches her, and that gets him on the bad side of the mob. And they cut off his arm and they replace it with a robotic one. Or some crazy scientist. Look, I can't explain the plot to you in a very brief amount of time.
Yeah, this sounds pretty insane. Like no, don't fuck me, hot girl. Don't do that.
I know.
I'm sure that's
life.
That's
Sometimes
what
life hits you hard.
See, the problem wasn't that he was having sex with an attractive woman. The problem was that like she tried to stab his eye out. And that was what caused him to like punch a lady. That's what
Oh,
caused
well-
them to smack a bitch.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, that
I
makes
understand.
sense. She deserved it.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa.
Well, what?
That's all I
It
got.
sounds like it sounds like she deserved it.
That's all I
If someone
got.
goes for my eyes, bro, I'm going for more than that. Bro, you about to regret what you just
also,
did, son.
Mountain Walk. Have you
Mhm.
seen Mad God yet?
Nope. I got the bookmark for it, so I'm gonna try and find the pirate it, whatever. So
Wait, he's seen what?
You know
yeah.
what? I'll find it for you right now. I'll do
Okay. Yeah, do it for me. I'll watch it, and the next time we talk, I'll have seen it.
it. Mm-hmm.
Because that one looked pretty crazy. Like this is definitely something.
Oh,
I really,
it's so fucking good, dude.
I like it. I like it.
Let me see what
some
Karn
dude who
posted
made
in
Rubber
general.
Man.
Karn. Okay. So, all right, we're there. All right, so there.
There it
So you
is.
say all of his stories
sent
are
it to you.
involved going underground and.
And well, all of his stories involve weird conspiracy theory schizo shit. And it is. I have realized I need to rewatch them. Oh, and
You need to-
Ghost Town. Ghost Town was another one where like he wrote this one in collaboration with I think the writer for Ghost in the Shell, Shiro Masamune. And
Mhm.
that had some really weird like ancestor memory shit that was unlocked by the power of like some lawnmower man shit. I
Really?
watched that movie recently. Yeah, kind of.
This sounds familiar, like Ghost Town. Why does that sound familiar?
Oh, it's got a fucking banger of an opening. Let me post that in general real quick.
Yeah, let's see this shit.
It sounds, you know, that sing sing sing. It's kind of a bebop song. It's really famous.
Maybe
It
I
sounds
don't know.
kind of like that. Yeah, I'll put
Okay.
yeah. I think that's the opening, right? Yep. Yes.
All right,
Right,
let's see
Mount
this
Walk.
shit.
I've gotten to the bonking phase of King DDD.
Just bonk the heck out of him.
Bam, 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 bam.
It's good, right? Fucking
This is
banger.
fucking good.
Yeah.
This is good. I'm liking it.
All right, well, Lotus, I
Good.
have to judge your banger senses.
Yeah.
Have you seen Iron Blooded
come?
Orphans?
That's good. I don't like Gundam.
The Gundam?
I know you don't like
That's why I've
Gundam,
not seen it. Yeah.
but do you know the opening theme for Iron Blooded Orphans?
I haven't. All right, I
Oh.
did not.
Mawak, go dig up "Raise Your Flag" by Man on a Mission.
Oh man,
Oh,
yeah,
I
I
do know
actually
that.
love.
It's really fucking good, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's all right.
they're all right. I mean,
They did the opening for Golden Kamuy, which I remember being okay as a show.
they also did the opening for Vinland Saga too, or the
Yeah.
Oh,
second
did they?
opening, I think. Yeah, which
Okay,
was
the
fucking
second opening was better. Yeah.
yeah. It's fucking yeah, bro. Man, Mission's fucking good.
They're good.
Fucking good. Anyways,
They sound a little bit like Nickelback.
I mean, except based.
I don't know who
Oh, this-
Nickelback is.
They're not great.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Well, yeah,
If you tell somebody they like
remember that-
Nickelback, you're gonna get punched in the face.
Yeah,
Really?
Dude.
nobody likes. Well, it's very popular to hate Nickelback.
Really?
Well, yeah, of course. Nickelback sucks, dude.
Yeah, they're not great.
There you go. I found it. Posted
yeah,
in
the
general.
dudes who fucking wear wolf heads. That
These guys are fucking.
yeah, I
awesome.
have actually heard this one before.
It's
yeah,
so
it's all
good.
right. It's all right.
Oh, Iron
It
Blood
could be
Orphans is
worse.
also good on its own, but
Mhm.
yeah, low tech Gundam, I guess, is the way to describe it.
I think
I
I've
know,
only
I
seen a little
know.
bit
There's a
of
lot of
Gundam
pretension
before.
that comes with with it. I get it.
I saw the one that everybody seemed to like, which was Zeta, and I was not impressed.
Yeah, you should
To be
watch
quite honest.
Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts probably better and more modern. Char of the Origin's pretty
Yeah,
good
like
too.
the other
Oh,
thing
you know
is,
what
like,
the
not
one they
about the
actually just
designs.
did, Hathaway's Flash, that was really good actually.
Oh, you know what else I just remembered? The fucking writer did. Have you ever seen Rocky? That was another one with some weird fucking schizo shit where there's aliens in it and there's Japanese nationalism and like there's a pseudo Mishima subtext to it.
Wait, like
That was
Yukio Mishima? Is
uh-huh,
that
yeah.
Long may he
Like
reign in power.
there was I
wow?
remember the plot and yeah, it's very distinctly similar to Mishima's writing. It is it's quite good. I quite liked that show. Have you guys haven't ever seen Rocky?
No, no, I never even heard of it.
How do you spell that?
Gasaraki. Yeah, that's right.
How old is this?
It's pretty old. It's
Probably
one
not.
where they've got like mechas that are based on an old samurai oni thing that they climb
Gosh,
into
yeah,
and
this
shit.
is old
And
animation style.
and
Gee.
shit. It's yeah, mid 2000s.
No, I haven't seen this. I don't.
That one was pretty good. More politics than you might expect.
Interesting.
Hmm.
I may have to sit down
But
and
yeah,
watch that
fucking
sometime.
all of that dude's shit is really fucking solid. Pretty
I
much
wish he could
everything.
draw
Well,
better.
I haven't watched all of them. Oh, yeah, he's a script writer.
No,
He
I know.
doesn't do the
But
drawings.
I just wish that the people work at it could draw better.
Uh, I don't mind the style, but yeah, the animation. I think a lot of the stuff that he's written is not 100% in comparison to some other stuff. Obviously, I think Big O is pretty well animated.
Yeah, even for its time.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. I think Big O looks pretty good, quite good.
Big O still looks good today, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, maybe, because this was, maybe like a decade ago or something. But I thought it looked good at the time.
Hmm.
So I haven't seen it for a while. But
What did Baby Mountain Walk know about animation?
Baby
Do you
Man, that
remember?
one, I was like 20 something then. So
Do you
Like I
remember
said, Baby
the
Mountain.
end of the season 2 in Big O? Do you remember that?
remember the what?
The end of season 2?
No, I remember the ending, sort of, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think there's only 2 seasons, aren't there?
I don't know.
I didn't know what
There's
got dubbed.
Where
they
stage lights start falling off the ceiling, and he's not supposed to like the robot, but some shit like
Dorothy?
that. And there's yeah, like no stick overtones that are kind of in there.
Oh,
I mean, what other females were there in Big O? Because I don't remember.
Well, there were
Sorry, what?
ladies, but
Ladies. I mean, like, who's he supposed to, like, accept his robot maid? I mean.
The lady who's supposed to be like the spy lady. I think was she had
I mean,
some role in the setting where she was like I don't
say like
remember
if
that
there
well.
are Gnostic undertones to it, like I mean, again, I wouldn't be
They didn't seem
surprised.
like undertones. They seemed
Oh,
like
okay.
overtones.
I mean that's not a word I knew 10 years ago, so
Uh-huh.
I don't
Yeah.
know. So I'd be like, Gnostic, what's wrong with sticking? Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess they don't like it in pans. Like, what's the problem?
Because
So
they're all in like a big dome, right? And I remember that. And then there's stage lights that come down, falling from the ceiling at
well,
the
I
end. I
mean, Big
remember
O is
that part.
Showtime, right? So
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Big O! Showtime! Yeah,
yeah, I'd have to watch it again because like
been a long time since I watched Batman and a Robot.
yeah, maybe there's undertones, overtones of stuff, but yeah, I remember it just being like really confusing at the time, and I can't remember
Yeah.
every detail of it. So I was like, wait, isn't this like the guy? At least in the English version, it was the guy that did Spike, and for whatever reason, he reminded me of like
something
Kevin.
Blum.
Huh?
It's something Blum, isn't it? The guy's name.
Oh, Steve Blum?
Yeah.
The guy who did Cloud,
Yeah.
I
Steve
think,
Blum.
too.
I think it's Steve Blum.
he reminded. I mean, just the character himself, not the voice actor, reminded me of like a sort of Kevin Conroy Batman figure. That was my impressions at the time. Like Batman the animated series from like the early '90s.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of superheroes yet.
Oh well, that's okay. That's okay. That was actually a good one.
No,
which is actually
it's not okay. I hate it.
Well, all right. We'll have to agree to disagree there on that one point specifically.
Agree to disagree?
Death.
What is this?
Death.
What is this?
I mean, I don't know. That's a little harsh.
Oh, look, Kirby carries the guns behind his back. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm like the dude that's trying to parlay with Lotus, and he's like, "I'm sorry."
He's got these guns behind his fucking
Captain
back.
Jack Sparrow. It's not going to work.
I declare war upon mankind.
Yeah, I declare seppuku on
Look
you.
at this Matlock. It's got the guns behind his little back.
The Kirby.
I always like Kirby more than I like Mario.
Yeah, Kirby's way more fun.
A little bit more fun, yeah.
Yeah, the gameplay's better, I think. Just do more stuff. I agree. Whereas, like, I mean, I guess like Super Mario 64
Kirby's killing like
fun,
fur monsters in this game too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe they were asking for it. So
Kirby hates furries.
Like this is like the opposite of like Sonic the Hedgehog because like the monsters are basically the fur monsters and they're kidnapping all of Kirby's human friends. Well, his Waddle Dee's. Waddle Dee's nuts.
Testicles.
You said nuts.
I know. No one's ever done that before. No one's ever made a.
You said nuts. Well, I'm gonna take off. I got stuff to do before I go to bed. So
watch Mad God.
Yeah, I have to watch Mad God.
Hey, you gotta watch Mad God like right now.
Before you leave, Matwalk, I wanted to hear Geeky's review of Turning Red. I want to.
Oh boy.
I want to hear what Geeky's thoughts were on this.
It's a shitty movie.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
It's just shit.
It's just shit.
Is it?
It makes me feel like I'm too old for a Pixar movie. It doesn't like.
Oh, really? That one. Oh, bleh.
Did you? That one. Okay, well let me ask you something. Did you or did you not like the good? What did you think of The Good Dinosaur, Geeky?
I have not seen The Good Dinosaur.
Oh God damn you, Malwalk! You saw The Good Dinosaur.
I have not watched.
What the fuck? It has dinosaurs that are good.
Yeah, I know. I bet it was based. I like dinosaurs. Unless if they turn dinosaurs in some global
thing, they had like Australian like T-Rexes that like helped out the guy and like the kid on his journey and stuff.
Even if it's like a sort of Nietzschean will of power thing, that'd been way more based in some like stupid dumb shit with like actually everyone's equal and stuff or something in the wild.
Yes, I'm on board with the will to power.
I mean, Red is that's how the natural world works, right? Like,
wait, hold on, what's up, Geeky?
I said the problem with the movie is it feels like it was made for TikTokers, and the voices of the main characters are pretty annoying. So,
who is the main character?
I'm the main character.
Some 13-year-old who turns into a red panda because of some family curse.
No, but in the actress, I meant.
Oh, it's like some relatively newcomer who's like 16 or 17.
Okay, so someone Dan Schneider would be taking their shoes off of, you're saying?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still unconvinced that the panda thing is not supposed to be like a metaphor for sexuality.
There's no way.
I mean, isn't it just a metaphor for puberty?
It's a metaphor.
Yeah, it might be both. It could be both. like there's no reason that it can't be both.
No,
puberty is when that shit happens.
I feel like the fact that it's like people are saying it's a metaphor for sex is a little like pushing it.
It's a metaphor for sexuality.
Yeah, but
not sex explicitly.
It's just because instead of panda, you're placed over pussy. That's about it.
So wait, does the panda visit once a month?
No.
Well then,
no, yeah, it's a little bit more than that.
Sometimes other pandas can trigger your panda too.
You sell pictures of your panda online. You
Ugh.
show boys
No,
in
thank
school your panda. in
Toy
the
Story 3
bathroom,
wasn't
like,
that
made
good,
into it.
Karn. I'm sorry. It
All
wasn't
right.
that good.
All right. The when we start talking about this stupid panda stuff, this is
Okay.
I got a piece out now.
You don't sell the panda
Yeah.
pics online. It was only to the people in school.
Oh gosh, no.
Well,
Okay. All right.
I don't know that makes it better.
Oh boy. Yeah. Anyways,
Okay.
I'll talk to you guys later. It was good talking to you.
Mount
bros. I
Walk.
love
When's your
ya.
next magic video?
Tomorrow. Absolutely
When
tomorrow.
What's the subject?
I'm not sure.
What's the predicate?
God, I hate you so much. It's probably another one on pre-modern, which is a very specific sort of limited card pool format.
Mount Walk
which
making
I-
postmodern decks.
Oh no!
I have a question.
What's up?
How do I get rich off of magic cards easily?
Don't play Magic.
You should have started 10 years ago, and I could have given you better advice. I can give you sort of long-term advice, but it won't be like get rich. It's like
Long-term
these
magic investing advice.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like these cards will go up regardless of whether they're reprinted or
Get
not.
into
Like,
Bitcoin.
The floor is pretty high.
Have
on
you
that, Lotus, in
considered
case you haven't noticed.
NFTs?
No.
Lotus,
I
what's
don't
your
know enough
NFT
about
series
them,
going to be that's going to will you to power and make you rich?
Oh boy. I need to create something that looks like complete ass because I think that's what sells well in the NFT market.
That and having like a bunch of like super like hipsters behind you.
Yeah.
No.
Like that's the real strength. That's the real power behind the throne is having a bunch of obnoxious like fin.
I'm a big
fin
fan
hipsters.
of Floydies. Mm-hmm.
Floaties.
Anyways, whatever. You guys are great. I'll talk to
Like
you guys later.
is that like the Pink Floyd?
It's the ones that are based on George Floyd.
Oh. That sounds like they're breathtaking.
Yeah. They took my breath away.
That's a pretty good police song. I'm pretty sure he likes that too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Lotus, come on, make a series of NFTs and get rich off them. How about this? How about
You gotta pay to mint NFTs. I don't know that I would be able to sell my NFTs for more than I minted them.
Well, okay, listen. Here's my idea. Okay, you're gonna do like you're gonna do bugs
Wait,
and
when are
top
both
hats.
NFTs coming though?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, yes, you me or
You said bugs. I was gonna say, when are ghost NFTs coming?
that's down
Oh,
the
hey,
line.
there you go.
But
That's
no,
not
no,
very
no.
easily
I'm telling you,
recognizable.
Lotus, bugs and top hats. Internet, you call them
Mhm.
insect aristocrats.
I'm just gonna sell pictures of my penis, and that'll be my NFTs. My big spaghetti penis.
Are they gonna be cock? Are they gonna be CFTs?
that's pretty good. Yes.
Cock fungible
Uh-huh.
tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So Lotus,
Yes.
look for Lotus's penis. That's going to be an NFT.
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah. Anytime you see it on OpenSea or the other shit that sells NFTs or whatever.
Oh, actually, no. You reminded me of the best story that came out recently. The United States is going to reinstitute piracy to capture Russian oligarchs' boats. Did you see that? They're actually.
Oh, really?
I think they actually authorized letters of marque. I think they've given Congress the power to authorize letters of marque to take ships from people. So we will have modern pirates again.
Okay.
Sweet.
I mean, we've already got them, and off the coast of Somalia.
Yeah, but
I guess if you want to go up against like a Russian warship, have fun.
No, not to take military ships. No. That
Yeah.
would be suicide. No, like literally take like just like Russian oligarch ships.
Okay.
You can
Yeah, I don't know
legally
what they
be
would own.
authorized to commit piracy in the United States.
Yeah. Good luck, I guess. I don't know how that's going to affect the war effort.
Oh,
If
I don't
it
really care
does
about how it
at
affects
all.
the war ever. I think it just sounds fucking cool.
I guess.
So are we all gonna be pirates now?
Oh,
Yeah, Geeky's gonna be just screaming "Yayo, yayo" on the phone.
I'm already a pirate.
I'm a wear a straw hat too.
Oh.
Are you gonna wear a straw? Oh my gosh. Look, I'm just saying, you get a bunch of assault rifles and you go take some yachts and be like, you're a Russian oligarch, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. He had what are the other flags that look like toothpaste bottles? Belgium?
Yeah, it's the one that's like red and yellow, right? It's definitely the right one.
Mhm. Yeah.
Red, yellow,
Sure.
black.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I guess that's all for the Ukrainian stuff, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'll be like, have you seen the South Park where they become pirates in Toledo?
Who becomes?
Where Cartman and his friends become pirates
Oh
in
yeah,
Somalia.
yeah.
There's an actual South Park episode on that.
Yeah, they end the SEAL team just kills them all, kills everyone except the kids.
Yeah. Because they were white.
That episode's great. I'm gonna be king of the oligarchs. I just thought that was a cool story. That's all. Lotus, why haven't you played Inscription yet?
I don't know what that is.
It's a roguelike card game that's
Card.
it's much different than you're thinking. It's like it's one of those games that doesn't overstay its welcome, right? It keeps changing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like it starts one way and then it kind of devolves the tactics of the game, and then the final phase of the game it like evolves it and like kind of keeps building. It's an interesting experience. The narrative telling and it's kind of whatever, but it's a really good game.
I have heard of it before. I don't. I'm not a huge fan of roguelikes or card games though, so I think I might give it a pass.
I think only let me think. Act 1 and really only Act 1 is a roguelike, really. Well, actually, Act 3 is too.
Right.
But Act 2 is the weakest act in it, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I would try it. It's like if you can find a review copy of it, like give it a try.
Mm-hmm.
Got a really good creepy aesthetic to it too.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Phoenix Point lately. Pretty solid. It's one of those XCOM type games. But the catch is that the enemies evolve and change their equipment and shit.
Depending on what you
It's
do.
pretty good. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, like depending on what equipment you use, and as the game progresses, they get new shit. So they just start off with like claws and shit like that. Like they're just melee units, and they're really easy to take out. But then gradually, they start getting guns
That's a tactics
from
game.
killed people. Yeah.
Strategy game.
Like it's basically XCOM.
Yeah.
And yeah, they get guns and they get everything, and there's 3 different factions that you can side with, and it's pretty good. It's pretty fun.
Wait, 3 different
very
factions you can
difficult.
side with?
One of them's like a mecha dictatorship. One of them is the gay faction.
Why are they
And
gay?
I mean that
Gay
metaphor.
faction.
Yes, they're the gay egalitarian democracy faction. That is literally all that there is to them. And you give me the esoteric Cthulhu cult and the robot dictatorship, and you expect me to choose Synedrion? No, thank you. I will
What?
choose the Cthulhu cult.
But why? What's the egalitarian faction to use?
That's like they've got, and like their designs are the fucking most boring too. Like they've got laser guns, I guess, and like dumb, vaguely like futuristic looking, like generic future sci-fi look to them. And the other 2 have occasionally, well, the coolest
Giant
looking,
robots and Cthulhu
obviously.
monsters?
Yeah, exactly. The Cthulhu cult by far has the coolest designs out of any of them. Although the robot people have a couple cool designs, I'll be perfectly honest. Like I ran into like there's an enemy in the game, and I realized they give you a mission where they're the pure, and they want to eradicate and exterminate all aliens on the planet. And I was like, yeah, that sounds cool, but like these guys have cooler designs. And then I ran into them in a mission, and they were the antagonists in that mission, and I realized their units can just run straight through fucking walls, and I
Oh
immediately
shit.
became very jealous that I had not gone with them instead. But I stuck with the Cthulhu cult anyway. Fuck it.
They can
They
run
are
through
very
walls.
yeah, they can just run straight through fucking walls in an XCOM style game. That
Are
that
they
counts
melee
for a
focused?
lot. Some of them are. They are actually very weak to melee. I found that out. They are very like they die in one or two melee hits. But other than that, like you've got to have either really high caliber weaponry or you've got to have melee. Those are like the two ways that you can get rid of them. They're totally immune to fucking mind control or any mind control powers that you get from the Cthulhu cult people. You just got to have melee weapons or you got to have really high caliber guns. And that's those are the only two ways to deal with them. They're fucking hard as balls. Should have gone with well, Cthulhu cult's pretty cool too. The mind control powers are actually very nice. I do like them.
Not to use your own sacrifice your own units is to
Hmm.
sacrifice their
Yes,
units, right?
exactly, exactly.
Okay.
But
So
yeah,
you
pretty
say
fun game.
you would recommend it?
I'd say so. Yeah, I think it got like it did the thing where it released on the Epic Game Store for a while, so it probably didn't get as much attention as it would have, and I think it pissed off a
Has
lot of
there
the
been
people
anything more
who were into it,
cancerous to like a
like PC games.
PC game being successful than Epic
I
Games?
mean, it's up there. It's up there.
It's like
It's really bad. I fucking hate that shit.
it's just like, hey, how can we shoot ourselves in the foot? Let's be Epic Games exclusives.
Hmm.
Yeah. What
Yeah. Yeah.
what is
Let's
so
use
different about the
Epic's
terms?
awful.
Like what
Yeah.
is so different about the terms? Like is their cut really that small?
Well, Epic Games pays people to be exclusive on their store, and Steam does take 30%. I think it was, or it used to be 30%. Might be less now. Something like that.
Okay. So but like what like it just there's so many there are so many games out there. They're just like, yeah, we're Epic exclusive, and it's just like like are
It's
they
because Epic's
sucking?
paying them.
And it's just like like they got it. These aren't morons running these companies necessarily, right? Like they could see the numbers and the performance, right? Like of being,
Yeah, because Kingdom Hearts was like exclusive.
but I'm
Yeah.
just saying, these aren't these aren't morons doing this, right? Like it's just like, oh, we can get X more dollars. Like what? It's like saying, oh, we're gonna fail, so let's
Yeah,
just
the
get
Epic
the
people
guaranteed
thought
money.
that like they figured, well, we're gonna run this shit at a big loss so that we can get people onto our platform, and then people will eventually start buying games and it can be successful on its own.
No, I
And
understand the strategy, right? You know, you take
yeah,
they're doing
and
a
for
loss
for
leader strategy.
developers, they're just like outright like paying people a lot of money. Okay, for a certain amount of time, you can only sell your game on PC on Epic Game Store. And yeah, they thought, yeah, if we sell at a loss, we give people free games eventually.
Right,
This will
right.
be
No.
successful in itself.
I understand. I
Yeah,
understand Epic's angle on this. Like, there's gotta
yeah,
be. I mean, there's gotta be data. You know, just say like, hey, we'll sell this many more copies. Like on if we're available
on Steam versus
Steam. Like
the alternative,
this got because come on, they can't be that
probably
bad.
Assumed that temporary exclusivity on Epic wouldn't hurt their long-term sales, but I think
but even if you do temporary exclusivity, it's hard for them to justify. They don't even end up selling it full price on Steam. They end up discounting it even more.
Yeah, that's how it ended up going. Yeah.
Come on, Borderlands 3 was an Epic exclusive, and that came out on Steam for 20-30% off or 40%. And well, what did you fucking think was gonna I don't know. It's just it doesn't work.
Yeah, it seems counterintuitive.
Yeah, I mean, come on, I've got all my Steam friends, and all these people that I play games with on Steam. But I just want to be on this other thing that isn't very useful and doesn't add
I mean,
anything.
I guess Steam does take a pretty big cut out of their sales, but
But I mean, 70% of double the sales.
Yeah.
You're still up. You have more people playing the game. You have more good work. There's intangibles and things you can't.
People maybe wagered on Epic getting big a little bit faster, but who knows? But
it feels.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe the numbers are different than what I think, but nothing I've seen has given me any confidence that they're not cancerous for sales.
Mm-hmm.
It's just well, maybe this is the genius part, because if you think about what all, I think I figured it out, Lotus. Okay. All the developer contracts are based on how many sales you get initially, right? It's all how many did you sell in the first month? So the genius play is you get upfront money, you screw the developers out of all the bonuses you promised if they would have made more sales, and you get more of a cut per game. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Basically, you screw over the devs, but then this will work for a while, but eventually it's going to be no, we're negotiating our terms that it can't be Epic exclusive.
Mm.
Maybe the devs are just stupid.
Could be.
Maybe they just have really bad lawyers.
That could be as well.
Distinct possibility.
The other funny part is I think a lot of people didn't know what was going on with the Epic Games Store for a while until after that Apple lawsuit. There's a lot of shit
the
came
Fortnite
out
one
about
where they were
the one with the
just buy your Fortnite coins through Epic instead of just cut out the Apple and Android store.
Oh. Yeah, I think people didn't even know a lot of the different financial shit and all of that until after that lawsuit happened. So that might have played a factor in it.
Yep, and they still lost. By the way, they just updated Fortnite, and now there's no more building.
Yeah, I heard about that.
They took Brawl it. Wait, who?
They took building away from Fortnite.
What? But without building, it's just every other battle royale. Completely? They just removed it completely from the game?
Yeah.
There's not just a mode where you can't build. It's literally nope, no more building, guys.
You can play modes where you can build, but the main battle royale, you can't build.
Is it just for what do they call it? The season?
It might be for the season. There's people data mining, and they said it looks like it's permanent pretty soon because there's a lot of good feedback on people saying that they hated building. So that's why they quit the game, and now they're going back to Fortnite. Their user base is going back up.
I don't think you just make an alternate game mode, though, couldn't they?
Which I mean, sounds to me like the best of all worlds, because all the kids that didn't play with Legos when they were kids can play building Fortnite, and all the everyone else
all the people who want to
play their below average battle royale game, which
we know you're Team Apex.
I'm just saying the movement in the game is really good. The movement feels really good, and it plays really well. Is it a good game? No. Do I like it? Sure.
Better than Warzone to you.
Better than what?
Better than Warzone.
I don't need an extra hard drive to install it, so that's a positive. Fucking Warzones. Here, I'm at 150 gig game. There's one map in this. What are you doing with all this fucking data? You guys just hate. You guys just hate compression or fucking something? How do you?
140 gigabytes? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Let me see how big it is, because it has taken 100 gig forever. Let me see. Size of Call of Duty War. What is it today?
It's
It
Vanguard.
is right now. It's between 80 and 100 gigabytes right now for one map.
Yeah, that's a lot.
A fucking lot.
Yeah, how big is Apex?
I think 60. It's not small. It's not small.
I was gonna say, yeah, because Fortnite's only 50, and that's just the battle royale mode and the creative.
Let me see what we've got here. Yeah, it's about 60. It's not small. But there's like 5 maps in it. Now, they're not all in the game at the same time, but there are like 5 different maps. Actually, no, there's like 15. 3-on-3 mode. But those maps aren't as big as the Battle Royale ones. They're small. This fucking DDD fight, going through it without being hit is a fucking nightmare, Geeky. And apparently you can't online co-op. And frustrating.
You can't?
I don't think so. I think it has to all be local.
I feel like they would do that since the Mario games have online co-op.
One would think, but maybe Miyamoto was like, no, it has to be different. I invite
All right,
anyone?
gentlemen. I am
I don't think
sleepy.
Miyamoto does.
I
Kirby
will
does.
talk to you later.
Lotus, I will
Good
talk
night.
to you later as well. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, have a good
Yeah.
one.
Have a great one. All right.
think
Well,
me
let me
and-
see. Let me see if I can invite you. I don't
I don't have Kirby though.
know if you need. Let's see. Kirby Online Coop. Oh. Player 2 can play Bandana D.
Yeah, but you probably have to unlock them.
yeah, it's strictly local.
Well, that's dumb.
It's really lame. Like, it wouldn't have taken that much.
Doesn't. Yeah, because I was like, isn't Sakurai in charge of Kirby?
I think so. Howl or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Dragon Flame Kirby's pretty awesome.
Yeah, because I'll say I'm pretty sure like Miyamoto has nothing.
Hasn't been involved in
Besides
Kirby
these
for a
things.
while.
Besides, he's
Maybe.
too busy working on Zelda, isn't he?
Possibly. That's right. They're doing Breath of the Wild 2, which honestly, not that excited for.
Really?
Well, Breath of the Wild's a fine game, but I don't know. Like, I'd rather them mix things up, you know.
We're gonna go back to like Age of Calamity 2 or something.
No, I mean like a different Zelda game, you know, because it's just gonna be more of the same. Because think about like, I mean like I like Majora's Mask, right? But Majora's Mask is different enough from Ocarina of Time, right, to be a new game.
True.
Yeah, and then Wind Waker is like very different from Majora's Mask.
Wind
and
Waker's
then
phenomenal though.
Wind Waker, what? Sorry.
Wind Waker is phenomenal. Probably one of my favorite Zelda games of all time.
It's good. I mean, you get to play Zelda. You can play Link as like a pirate, basically.
Yeah. To me, I think A Link to the Past. Big.
Sorry, Link to the Past did what?
I think A Link to the Past is the best Zelda game.
A good
Like for some
choice.
people.
Is not a bad choice at all. I'll give you that. But yeah, but then again, I didn't really like Link Between Worlds either. Like the pseudo sequel they did like 20 years later.
Yeah, with the painting.
And whatever the hell her name is, Hilda.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm Zelda, but with the wrong colored hair, and I don't know. That it was like it just felt like too much. It was just like, oh, remember how much you liked Link to the Past? It's like, yeah, I liked Link to the Past. Well, here, this entire game is just Link to the Past 2, basically. And I was like, okay. But, you go from Wind Waker to Twilight Princess to Skyward Sword. Like, all those games are, like, very different, right?
Yeah.
And it's good. It's in a good way, too.
Yeah. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, do you think they'll try to make it different a little bit?
I don't know. For, like, the whole, like, Nintendo hasn't really done, like, open world games, kind of. So, I don't know. I mean... I don't know. I mean, because I don't think they're gonna expand too much. It feels like the franchise was like done. If it's just, oh, we're doing Breath of the Wild too. Like you went from Mario 64 to Sunshine to Galaxy, and then like it got to Galaxy 2, and you're kind of like, oh, I mean, this is good, it's fine, but it's like it doesn't feel. It's like the jump from Sunshine to Galaxy is like a leap, and Galaxy 2 it's just like, oh, it's just more of Galaxy 1. Fortunately for Mario, they kind of course corrected it, and they're like, now it's Odyssey. And Odyssey, like the whole like possessing things with the hat kind of really expanded upon the formula a lot. Like
I
it
just
works.
don't know why people want an Odyssey too. I don't think
yeah,
today.
I don't know. I'd rather see like Mario, the Chris Pratt edition, than Odyssey 2 or so. I mean, I don't know. Like, see Mario go to like some underground world where the toads are from, and have like a whole bunch of like mushroom mechanics or something. Like something like that could be really cool, But
yeah,
I don't know. It is what it is. But are you gonna get the new Kirby game, Geeky, sometime soon?
I probably will.
Because I'll say this, it's good. Kirby made a, I guess, good transition to 3D. Surprise. All the side scrollers and 2D games, and finally Kirby is gonna have his own 3D game.
Yeah, I feel like that was I feel like making a 3D Kirby game was bound to happen anyways, and 2022 is just a really good year for Nintendo anyway.
Oh yeah. Nintendo fortunately knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Yeah, Pokemon Arceus in January. What's the next big game? Well,
I mean, they've got Scarlet and Violet coming soon, which
that's just Pokemon itself.
Scarlet and Violet are it's one of those games where it's like everything can go absolutely wrong with it, and everything can go absolutely right with it, and I don't know which it will be.
Right. You have the Mario Kart DLC. You have what else is coming? What else? Well, I can't think right now. My brain. Live Live, Mario Strikers. Triangle Strategy just came out, and that was pretty popular.
Yeah, it looks good. I might pick it up eventually. Don't you fucking do it. Light you on fire with my dragon flame.
Yeah, so you have all these different things, so
Nintendo is very good at like expand, kind of like not divide. I guess like kind of like dividing and conquering, but kind of just like taking all their properties and like putting teams on it that know what to do with them.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure if they were to make like a Captain Toad Treasure Tracker 2 or something, people would still find a good way to play it because Captain Toad's pretty fun.
Yeah, no, I think Captain Toad's fine. Hope it's good, Mount Hale. I hope it's good too. But like, it's funny. Scarlet and Violet it's one of those games where it's like, this could go very right, and this could go so very wrong, in so many ways.
Very true. It all depends on the final forms of the starters and the typing.
Oh fuck! I had it, and I blew it. Gonna be able to do a no damage run, but I gotta start over. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think it's that. I think what will make or break Scarlet and Violet is what the game itself is. Because if Scarlet and Violet plays exactly like Sword and Shield, I think that's very bad for the series. Right? If it's just it's just another mainline Pokemon entry that's basically no different than a traditional Pokemon game. But if it kind of like, I don't want another Legends Arceus, but I want it to build off some of the things they did in Legends Arceus. Like, then it can be really great.
I mean, isn't that what supposedly it might build off of Arceus? That's what I've been seeing. That's what the reports are.
Yeah,
like, it's not going to be Arceus.
I've heard it, but it's like more kind of like an open world kind of, or like you're going to be like exploring a lot, which, I mean, you think about like what we watched in the old Pokemon cartoons, that was kind of like the whole thing, you know. It was like, hey, I'm living out in the wilderness, you know, I'm going out on an adventure. Like, it's like, yeah, this is kind of what this has always been about.
Yeah, kind of like what's the thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if they rebuild. If they build off Arceus but not make it like Arceus exactly, and then
Wouldn't be surprised if they do. Oh, you know the thing.
yeah, I just hopefully they don't do like a backstep, like backtracking it. Like, oh, we're gonna do like one step forward, two step back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, because we don't even know what the cover Pokemon look like.
That the legendaries basically.
Yeah, we just know the starters and that's it.
Starters are cute. I like the fire one.
You're gonna go for the Bubble Bobble ripoff. Mm-hmm.
He's got a freaking craft single for a chest piece.
Yeah, it looks like a character from Bubble Bobble.
He does. You're at Puyo Puyo, right? Isn't that what it is? Like Bubble, what do they call it? Bust-a-Move.
The one with the dragon.
Yeah.
You gotta like pop the bubbles. Mm-hmm.
Yep. It looks just like Bust-a-Move. Do it, DDD. Don't fucking do it.
I don't know, but I will say this Bubble Bobble was an extremely great game, and if you've not played it,
Oh, fuck!
But no.
Want your Oddish back, Mount Hale? Weed cat? No. I don't like the cat.
No, we need is make sure Ampharos is in the game and Dratini at least.
If Dratini's in the game, I'll be getting it, launch day. If Dratini's not in the game, I'll begrudgingly eventually get it.
Yeah. You think they'll do DLC?
Oh yeah, I mean, they made tons of money on the Tundra Island and the other one called Crown Tundra and Shield Island.
Isle of Armor.
Iron Island, right?
Yeah, Isle of Armor.
Okay. Yeah, no, they'll be DLC for sure. I don't know if they'll be Arceus DLC. That's a real question I have.
I am surprised there's no Arceus DLC yet. Instead of they just did that big update where you can get the free balls and catch Darkrai and Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, but no, I'm surprised. You don't think they're doing Legends Arceus DLC? They're just doing it kind of as like, I guess, a standalone.
Yeah, because you can't even transfer Pokemon out of the game yet, right?
I think there's supposed to be an update for it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I don't think that's a thing yet.
I don't think it is either. No damage runs are a pain in the ass. The worst part is I can get to phase 2 with just using Crash, but then I can't really get beyond that. Home support is coming apparently. Okay.
Yeah, because they're still trying to figure out home for the 3DS stuff, right? Or you can transfer Pokemon from your 3DS to the Switch now.
Really? They actually figured that out? Thought they weren't going to do that. Kind of like how Gen 1 and 2 could never go to Gen 3.
No, I think they did figure it out.
Oh, okay. Well, good for them.
Yeah.
Can Sword and Shield now have everyone?
There's no national dex though, so there's no incentive to.
I'm asking, can Pokemon Sword and Shield, can you have every Pokemon in that game?
You just got to transfer from all the other ones.
Well, that's fine then. I mean, it's a lot of work to transfer them all, but I guess if you what do you call it? You got Pokemon from every single game, you could do it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, or at least for the final evolutions by then.
Have they announced any information about how many Pokemon?
No, I don't think they have.
We've heard nothing about like, oh hey, there's like alternate regional evolutions or new or mega evolutions making a comeback. Like none of that.
No, none of that yet. Which I kind of do hope they bring back megas because that was my favorite.
I preferred mega evolutions to Giganto. Yeah, it just Mega Evolutions added a dimension to team building. Granted, all the Pokemon were super fucking broken, but
you mean Kangaskhan? Hmm?
Well, yeah. There's at least 9 new Pokemon. Yeah, you don't know. They might make one of the starters not have 3 evolutions. It could happen. I mean, they won't, but it could happen.
True.
Time crash. Okay.
Yeah,
all right, so I can single phase.
Because there's no information on the game other than the starters and their names. But we'll see. I mean, the game's supposed to come out at the end of the month?
Wait, what?
And not the end of the month.
I was like, whoa. That's news to me.
I mean, the end of the year. My bad.
Okay.
Wait, is Biden sending troops to Ukraine?
No, just to Eastern European nations.
Oh.
No, don't worry. World War III hasn't started yet.
You did see the Freedom Scenes I did post in general, right?
Oh, the one where it's like, don't worry, this tide will be great. It'll be just like that other war.
Let's do it again, guys. Yeah, let's do it again.
It'll be great. No. I saw that. That was hilarious.
Yeah. You all knew it would just be good as World War II? Just a picture of Russia.
End of the year, okay. A Pokemon star without 3 evolutions will not exist so long as they have at least 1 brain cell. Yeah.
True.
That is fair.
That is 100%.
This DDD fight is fucking obnoxious. It's just like I have to beat him, and then I have to take no damage. Like, I don't know. Maybe if I can get all the way through the first half of the fight just using Crash, because there's like a time freezing Crash that's pretty broken. But then I'm in like phase 2 with no ability, either taking his hammer or shooting stars at him, and it's like, ugh. You near what happened because Germany?
No, but did they run out of power?
Sorry?
Did they run out of power?
Oh, you're talking about Time Crash?
Because you were saying Germany.
Oh yeah, they're gonna get screwed on energy prices. Badly.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, now he has to buy everything in Russian currency, right?
Well, they're starting to sell. What's the word? Gas in rubles only.
Is that to inflate their currency?
What they're trying to do is prop up the Russian currency via forcing people to pay for rubles and gas. I mean, pay for gas and rubles. So effectively, they're kind of de facto backing their currency with gold, because the only way to get rubles is to buy them, either have them stored in your foreign currency reserves or buy them from the Russian central bank, probably in gold.
Yeah, because right now they're doing like a rupees ruble exchange pretty soon.
You're talking about the Indian ruble rupee mechanism they're setting up so that they can buy Russian gas outside of U.S. sanctions.
Yep.
Yeah, they're setting it up. It's kind of what's the word? De-dollarizing, I guess. So a lot of people make a lot of hay about like the petrodollar and the strength of it, and the fact that, you know, effectively, because we help Saudi Arabia with their, you know, their aspirations in the region, they agree to only sell gasoline, crude oil in dollars, right? And this is called the petrodollar. You know, it's assume that there's a U.S. dollar, the U.S. petrodollar hegemony that's effectively caused by, you know, the fact that we, you know, that the Saudis are the number one sellers of oil and gas in the world, only sell oil and gas in, guessed it, dollars. So,
Yeah, not
effectively,
Saudi Arabian dollars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Saudi Arabia doesn't care about their. But yeah, I mean, all of Saudi Arabia's value is in the ground. You know, it's it's their oil. So yeah, that's effectively, this is a de-dollarization effort, which, I mean, these countries should have been doing for years, if we're being honest with ourselves. But you know, the way to it's a way to threaten U.S. hegemony. You know, the prices were already getting higher. That's True Games for Life gamer. Inflation didn't just start when Russia crossed the border in Ukraine. History will hopefully remember that. You know, even though, you know, politicians here will try to.
Yeah, it started when a certain white guy took over the office.
Yep, I just decided, you know, like, oh hey, guess what? Oh my gosh, inflation's here. It wasn't me. It was this other guy. This other guy just invaded because we told him through back channels we were gonna add this country. We're not supposed to add NATO to NATO.
Yeah. By the way, keep the White House white, guys.
Oh jeez. Holy shit, I might be able to beat him with this attack boost. Get fucking.
You know a game's good when you're button mashing.
Unfortunately, he was invincible from that geeky, so I think what I have to do, and I can do this, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
No!
Come on. Sorry. I'm the head back and I got work in a few hours.
No! Fuck! I was this close, Geeky. I was this close. Ah! I was so close. Okay, but I know what to do now. I was this close. Sorry about it. What were you saying?
I was saying I'm gonna head to bed just because in a few hours that I'll fall asleep.
All right, Geeky. Thank you for hanging out. When you think you're doing any like Yu-Gi-Oh streams or anything?
I don't know. I still see because I don't have the laptop I was using not working well anymore. So I feel like, well, I can do Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel instead. Might want to do one of those.
My
There's a
friend, that's
basketball
Mochi.
coming up.
She's been doing some Yu-Gi-Oh streams. She just got back into streaming.
Yeah, I did see that. I am subbed to her stuff, so I might check it. I know there's a new Master Duel Bowl, and people are still trying to build the meta. And it's interesting.
Honestly, I did all of my season 1 battle pass, and like I just haven't continued since then. You know.
Yeah, I need to finish the battle pass because it's supposed to be a new one in 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, I just like I finished my battle pass in February, and I just like can't bring myself to like even open the game back up. Like it's not bad, but it's just like there's only so many times you can play one of those decks that plays 20 cards in a turn, and it's just like before you're just like, oh fuck this.
Right. Yeah, and going up to platinum tier is not even worth it.
Oh, I'm sure it gets worse. I'm sure like every deck there is just like, ho ho ho, I have 5 trap cards and 5 cards in my hand. What the fuck is trap trick nonsense?
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't know.
There's even talk to a new band, but I don't know. We'll see what's going on. I might try that rare.
Yeah, I'm probably actually gonna finish my stream probably by around like I don't know 4 a.m. today, so in like 2.5 hours because I actually have early plans tomorrow. Although I'll start my stream tomorrow early, I'll have more content. Alright.
You keep playing Kirby for the rest of the weekend?
No, I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow.
Really?
Some IRL D&D with some cool friends.
No, I meant like on stream because you're starting early.
Oh, no, I think I'm gonna play Project Zomboid tomorrow, which you should definitely check out. You might actually enjoy it.
Okay. I'll see. Yeah, there's even playing with a lot of people too.
Yeah. It's one of those games that's like really good multiplayer. Boom, come on. Okay. He's got no health, Geeky. He's got no health. I can do this. I can fucking do this.
Do it.
I can fucking do it. All right, here we go. Okay, I just gotta jump past this. Wait for that to come up. Boom! Let's go! Oh, that was fucking ridiculous.
Well, that is done. I'm not gonna let you guys have a good night. If you guys want to see me more, I do stream on Twitch mostly because I don't stop to connect everything together right now.
Twitch.tv/The Geeky Mexican, right?
Yep, or just follow me on Twitter, assuming I'm not banned again for going to war.
Follow him on Twitter when he's not banned.
The alphabet person that got Destiny banned.
Oh no. No! Too base to live.
This alphabet person got Destiny and Lawrence under Twitch. And now they're trying to get like everyone who's like against him to like ban from his stuff, or he's trying to like only get Twitter clout, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know. I know what you're talking about. Well, Geeky, thank you so much for hanging. Thank you for your review of Red. We'll get to our Last Jedi watch travesty soon.
Yeah. We will see.
Awesome.
Not that good.
Oh, yeah, it's not that good. All right, I got through a whole world tonight. I think Sunday we'll continue this.
All right. And so far in the game, what do you recommend? 10 out of 10, 8 out of 10, buy it, don't buy it?
I would say so far it's been like a 7 out of 10. As far as like fixed camera 3D platformers, it's definitely the best one that's come out in the last 10 years. As far as like platforming and it's fine. Platforming's fine. Controls aren't very precise. The bosses, Not a super challenge, you know, but this is Kirby, not Dark Souls. You know, it's fine. It's fun. Yeah, I hate to give this recommendation, but if you like Kirby games, you will like this game. But no, I think it's still a fun game. I mean, you know, like I wouldn't say like it's not a thing like Elden Ring where it's like stop whatever you're doing, go play this game. It's really good, but you know, if you got a 3D platformer itch to scratch, Nintendo's got you covered with a good Kirby game.
There you go. That's the final word. Have a good night.
Good night, Gigi. All right. So, speaking of itches to scratch, I'm in a good place to stop, I think, in Kirby. So I'm going to put this in sleep mode. And I'm going to play a round of Inscription, do my daily quests, and get out of here in a reasonable amount of time. And I want to remind everyone, my Kirby art, you know, it's going to scratch your 3D platformer itch. You saw this, right, Mount Hale? My Kirby Forgotten Lands channel art? You did not? Okay. Yeah, I had my artist throw this together for when I played Kirby. No, I cannot eat cars, but I can possess them. I know, I like it. It's very cute. I love Tama's expressions in it. Just like, yes, come on, eat the car! But, yeah, it was very well made. I'm going to play some super ridiculous hard mode of Inscription and then do my daily quests and get to sleep so I can play some Dungeons and Draggies and give you all a very, very long stream tomorrow. That's the plan. Big, long stream. It was funny, you know, like I'm currently working, but I got a call from someone else that was offering me a job. Oh yeah, they canceled overtime for Saturday. Oh shit. But I got a call from a company that was like offering me a job, and they're like, "Hey, you know, we'll pay you $1,000 a year more than you're currently making." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'm listening." But here's the thing. You're gonna have to come in the office 5 days a week. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what? In what fucking world do you think $1,000 a year? Let's take $1,000. Yeah, exactly. Over 12 months. All right. Less than $100 a month. Let's just talk about, you know, this would be a 20 to 30 minute commute based on traffic. Okay. And realistically, because of the times of days they want you in the office, always a 30-minute commute. All right, 30 minutes, you know, 20 miles to work. My car's okay. It gets like 25 miles to the gallon. But let's say I use 2 gallons of gas a day. Regular gas at a reasonable gas station, $7 fucking dollars. So every single day, I'm spending $14 on gas. On top of that, my car insurance got like $300 cheaper because of how little I drive. Take that over 12 months, $25 every month I'm losing. So $25, $25 every month, $14 a day. All right, I work 25 days a month. I guess, you know, every 5 days. It depends on what it is, weekends. But yeah, there's car maintenance on top of that. Let's just say, let's be fair. Let's be reasonable. 20 days, $14, $280 a month, plus $25 a month on car insurance. So that's $305 every month I'm losing just going into an office. Car maintenance and car wear and tear, whatever. We'll do something. We'll say $50 a month. I'm losing that. So $355 fucking dollars just there. Now that doesn't even take into account I'm on the road for an hour. Okay, I value my my time more than I value what I'm paid at my job. So let's say I value every hour of my time, my free time, at $100. So $100 a day, 20 days a month, $2,000. So every month I'm losing like $2,500 by switching to a job where I go in the fucking office. And you tell me, all right, I'm losing $2,500 a month, and you want to give me $1,000 a year to come in the office? It's like, oh, but you know, opportunity. Fuck your opportunity. Okay. Like people will go on and on about fucking quality of life and shit. It's like, this is fucking quality of life, all right? I want my fucking quality of life better. And my quality of life involves not going into a job I hate every day. I mean, even a job I like, I wouldn't do that for. Just fucking ridiculous. But yeah, no, I just like the audacity. I was like, oh, but dude, this is a really good opportunity. This company is great, you know. They This is a great opportunity, you know. You have, it's like, what the fuck are you? Nah, I'm good. No thanks. Yeah, no, I've made it very clear. You got to be paying me like $30,000 or $40,000 more a year before I even think about walking into an office again. Holy shit. The mad world out there. I think, what was it? Didn't Joe the other day say like, oh, by the way, we need to get everyone back in the office? And I'm like, are you fucking insane? You can't just like take that genie out of the bottle and expect to be able to put it right back, right? Like, it's like, we need people to go to our wonderful downtowns. You need to, once again, fill our downtowns. It's just like, where... Are you expecting, like, cheers for this? Are you expecting people to be like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm spending all this time with my family and my kids, and, you know, I can go where I want, when I want, and do what I want, and have a great time? Like, you expected these people to just be like, oh yeah, you know, I totally... Mean that, all the company-owned real estate. Yeah, exactly. There are people that want you back in the office, and they own the fucking buildings. Yeah, fuck them. Guess what? Did any of you guys like push back against, you know, this COVID nonsense? Did any of you guys go like, nah, okay, we're good. You know, no, we're just gonna go back and we're gonna treat everything normal? No, none of you. Every single one of you lined up for your free money, fired your employees and shit. Every one of you did not do a damn thing against all this. And then you expect us to go out and be like, yeah, you know what? We're fine with this. we're on your side, guys. We're gonna back you. No, fuck them. They expect us to go to the mat for them when they didn't go to the mat for us. And it's just like, no, we're not. That's not how this is gonna go down. But yeah, no, it's this absurd notion that like, oh, don't worry, guys. We're all going to forget everything that happened the last year and a half. It's just going to be wiped away. You was laid off even, and you was supporting your retired father at the time. Yeah, where were these companies looking out for you? All right, you were in a time of need. You're the only person who could look after your dad, right? Or, I mean, you might have brothers and sisters, but I don't fucking know. They don't fucking know that. That's the thing. They don't fucking know that either. And it's just like, oh, yeah, these guys were told. No, you weren't. You guys left us in the cold. I've never understood, like, this, like, expectation that, oh, you'll be loyal to these companies, right? No. You all got free money, and you didn't retain a lot of your employees. Like, we didn't just ignore these things. We were paying attention. wolf tail. Nice. Company treats it solely in a business matter. You treat your interaction with them in the same way. Exactly. No, that's exactly the way you have to be. Because it's like, oh, what? Why did you? Yeah, it's like, why did you look out for these companies? I look out for them as much as they've looked out for me. Friends and family get my loyalty. Exactly. You know, it's like, why aren't you loyal? Look at me. I cash their checks. I cash their checks. I show up to work. I provide the work when they ask for it. That's my loyalty, okay? I perform within adequate standards. We do business and that's it, yeah. We're not making it something it isn't. Speaking of getting robbed, I have to go to the gas station for the first time in like a month or two. I'm just like, all of my rage right now is built up concerning that. Like, I'm sure you know that feeling. Oh, fuck, that's right. It's Grizzlies. Shit. Fuck, I didn't grab flyers. Errors were made. Ow. Big ow. Going burbs. Gas here is like half of what you guys are paying. I think like we have at least $1.50 to $2 of like taxes on our gasoline, Mount Hale. I think in California we have politicians complaining that gas prices are not rising enough with inflation. They're complaining that gas prices have increased so much, but gas taxes have not increased enough. Yeah. Sounds like a real winner proposition, doesn't it? Right? Like, you know, the problem is not that gas prices are at all-time highs. The problem is that the plebeians are not paying enough for gas. Imagine. Like, just like a let them eat cake level of like insanity, you know, just like, these plebs, they pay so little for gas. How are we supposed to fail to make... Yeah, exactly. Why am I taxed on my income? It's a good fucking question. The plebeians are not paying enough for gas again. Like, what? It's fucked. Why am I taxed on my income? Well, because you don't own your income, Mount Hale, obviously. Imagine actually owning your income. Why do I pay for Social Security when you'll never benefit from it? Well, it's a good fucking question, isn't it? Never benefit from it. 'Cause one person somewhere might benefit from it, I guess. I'm certainly not getting a dime of Social Security. I know that. Ooh. The people getting it currently kind of do. Yeah, that's true. I have a lot of fucking flyers. Holy shit. Oh, that's perfect. Mantis God. Let's go. Ah, crap. We may be in trouble. When you worked at a casino, there were tons of old folks who come and blow their Social Security money. That's always sad. A game of chance. Sure. Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it bothered me a lot, too. Shit, I don't have birds. Crap. Really, none of these? The Skinner. You're mad enough for a smoke, going to switch over to YouTube for Ben, head outside? Well, my unprofessional recommendation is you should not smoke, but I understand. here it comes. Fucking bears. They all have flying blocker too. A lot of grizzly bears. They must smell. I don't doubt that. Well, shit. How you doing, Ghost Ram? Because I'm trying this on the hardest possible difficulty right now. They must smell honey? Possibly. Doing okay, but you feel a bit sleepy. You just slept 2 hours ago, and you want to get work done. You should get work done. Interesting. These are some good cards here. Warren is super broken. But you saw my Kirby art, right? That I had made, Ghost Ram? Oh, you haven't seen it? Oh, let me show you. Check this out. I like it. It's really cute. See what it has if I give up right away. Again. Holy shit, it gave me 3 ringworms? Okay. I'm interested. What's going on here? Nice job, Mantis God. Corpse maggots. Yes! Those bones too? Oh wait, shit, it doesn't give me bones. Ah, crap. You need to block. Troublesome, to say the least. See what happens if I give up there. Are you expecting more pelts? Be less of a coward. Shit, I like both those cards. Super possum. Yo, what's up, bossy? Tadpole, kingfisher, kingfisher. I have a pack rat. Shit. Oh, he's a flyer. Good. Oh, shit. Wait, that was no misplays? Jeez. Yeah, you gotta double strike that boulder. Ah, shit. Ow. Holy shit. But he's lost. He surrendered. He had literally lost that match. And won that match, and he surrendered. Why? I is confused. See. Wow, shit, this guy keeps surrendering. My YouTube restream chat bot is killed? Let me check. Fuck, it is. I need something that monitors, like, when it's live, Mount Hale. I'm sorry. Because this is getting ridiculous. One moment. John, I'm sorry. Shit. I'm really sorry, everyone. Sorry about that, John. And Joe Mama. Fucking hate when it does that. But yes, now it's alive. No worries, just a guy over there wondering. I know. I just like no. Be honest, over here the chat also is dead, but who cares about other chats? Well, yeah, no, I mean, like, I expect the Twitch chat to die, because, like, I'm a small Twitch, I have a small channel, okay? Like, I understand this. But, like, that part I expect. Ooh, it's gonna be rough. Good. So they're gonna immediately hit me for 3 damage. I think my best bet is to summon this egg. Shoot. Oh, damn it. That's terrible. Not much I could do about 3 flyers. Alright, let's see if we can draft any good cards here. Field mice. I could do good things with field mice. Of course it's attack power. Interesting. Or field mice. More bees! So, John, this game is called Inscription. Here, let me, I know the best way to send this. Put right here. There is the Steam. There we go. They edit. It is a very neat indie roguelike card game. Eek. I don't like these. Unkillable mantis god. Gotta make it to the final fight. Bang, boom. Ooh. Corpse maggots. Sweet. Comes the sketchiest part of the run. Ah! Now we're gonna have to restart the whole run. If I had scissors, I might have been able to do it. Ow. Ow. That bear transition is ridiculous. Air pelts. Ah, shit. That could have been trouble. Yes! Ate my ringworm. And I got the bones from it. Now I just have to survive to the next fire. Ah, the fucking tree got me. Man, being this guy is ridiculous. I made it so far. I barely made it through. Maybe an ant deck could work. Certainly not in this format, though. Boom. Pick a boulder, any boulder. Smelly corpse maggots, eh? Not gonna help, but it'll have to do. Oh, thank goodness. This can work. Real cozy hours? Yeah, they are pretty cozy. That was exactly what I needed. I might be able to win with this deck. Two-shot the ones to the left and the right. On the house. Damn it. Really wanted that skinning knife. Ooh. Finally. Ow. I could just find scissors. Beat the bear. Mount Hale, thank you for the not one but two ghost hits and the 2 body bags. Thank you, Mount Hale. really, really needed something, and I didn't get it. Shit. You're not new here, man. No, you did this bit yesterday, alright? What are you doing, man? Seriously, man, you were doing this like yesterday. Come on. I'm just saying, man, you did this same LARPy bit the other day. Come on. Like, it's not funny, it's not entertaining, you just ask for attention, and then you act like people are mean to you. Just, seriously, dude. Classic, I've never been here before, yeah, exactly. Like, you want to read the chat logs from the other day? Like, seriously? You're a low-effort troll, man. Sorry. I'm not interested. Yeah, sure. Oh, it wasn't me. Yeah, get out. You try to be nice to people, Mount Hill, and it's like, oh, I wasn't even here the other day. Oh my gosh, how dare you? It's of what you exactly were doing. Like, seriously, man. That's not cool at all, dude. I try to be nice and welcoming to pretty much everyone. And then people come in and say, oh, I'm new, so you can do your exact shtick that you did yesterday that wasn't funny when you did it then and isn't funny now. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand, and honestly, I don't care. Like, oh, how dare you? What are you talking about? Don't be rude. Rude is coming in and lying and coming with a bunch of bullshit for 2 days, or not 2 days in a row. But it's just like, dude, come on. I try to be as nice as possible to people. People just come in and it's just like, oh wait, how come you didn't do this for me? Like, oh, I don't know why I didn't do this for you. Alright, let's see. Oh man, I might be in trouble in this fight. Ow. You're new. You know, you do know, man, like, seriously, that I can see when you did your first chat, right? You know, my chat tells me, correct, when, like, the person has never chatted here before, right? Like, it tells me. It literally tells me when you do your first chat to my channel. You know that, right? Like, it's not just like, I'm not psychic, okay? But, like, it literally tells me, oh, this person made their first ever chat to your channel. Like, it does that. So, like, when you come in here and you go, like, oh, hi, I'm new here. And you wonder why people don't believe that you're new here. It's because you're not new here. You're better than before? Clearly not. Clearly you're not better than before. If you were better than before, you wouldn't come and do the same LARPing bit for attention. Like, you want new relations? Reform. Like, there are ways to show that you're not here to just troll around. You would just be like, hey, you know, you just watch the channel and you'd interact like a normal viewer instead of being like, hi, I'm new here. It's like, no, you're not new here. You were literally here like a few days ago doing this exact same bit. Like, am I wrong? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Like, no, you're not new. Like, the way that you could show that you're new is just hang out and chat and ask questions about the game. Like that, or, you know, or comment, talk to people in chat. Like, you can do that. You know, if you were just here, yeah, exactly. If you were just here, we're like, oh, you know, what's this game? What's going on here? You think I would be like, oh, wow, hey, what's up, man? But instead you're like, hi, yeah, when's the imposter is sus, exactly. Ooh, bones. I don't think I'm gonna... The imposter! She is very sus, Mountair! You know you was bad. Well, you know how you say you're sorry? You just come up and say, hey, I'm sorry. That bit was lame. Like, sorry. You know, you could just, if you had just said, hey, sorry about the other day, that wasn't cool of me, I would have been, hey, well, how you doing, man? Like, that to me, like, that sounds like, hey, you know, you apologized and you're like, I'll be better. Instead, you're like, no, I'm gonna, instead of that, I'm gonna do exactly what I was doing yesterday. I'm gonna do the exact same bit that I was doing before. Exact same bit that wasn't funny, wasn't entertaining. It's just like, oh boy, I'm the world's mega troll. No one's ever seen this troll before. Like, come on, dude. I have lived too long for bullshit like this, alright? I've been around way too fucking long for bullshit like this to be like, oh yeah, no, definitely, I get you, man. No. You know you're sorry. Alright. You know what? I'm glad you're sorry. Now, I'm okay if you want to just drop this. That elk is going to hurt like hell, though. I hope you are having a good one, though. Dire Wolf double tap! Get that Mantis God out there. This is gonna be trouble. Something. Ah! It's the egg. You gonna give me a pack rat? Oh no, he's not. Squirrel it is. What does Mantis God do if it has double attack sigil? I believe it gets triple attack and double attack. So I think it hits left once, middle 3 times, and right once. Oh no, actually I think it cancels out the middle attack from Man. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Oh man, these elks are trouble. Because I think the triple and the prong attack is actually much better. Because triple and prong attack, you attack left twice, middle once, and right twice. But I don't think you get 3 middle attacks with a double attack. Which would have been nice, but I don't think it happens. A grizzly bear. Take the rattler. I'll take those. The raven egg. I really wish that guy would live. Ow. Best chance to keep going. Troublesome to say the least. Ah, crap. Health? Eek. Well, that's a dead run. Ah, man, if I could have gotten a insect head, I would have been fine. Ghostwire Tokyo's that? Yeah, I've heard a little about that. I'm kind of interested in what it is. I'm not really sure what to make of it. Ow. Feeding these bears, Mount Hell. Ridiculous. Well, it wouldn't be so bad to beat them if I had, like, so much more. So many other challenges not on. Bears everywhere! Pretty much. You've only seen a wild bear once. I was with my family. They were driving when a bear ran out in front of our SUV. My dad hit a bear, and the bear got back up and just started going again. And it was just like, what the fuck? He had shit to do. Fish to eat. What is up with bears? Well, I'm playing I have a challenge on called Grizzly Challenge, and it summons 1 billion bears instead of the normal phase shift on bosses. Bears that can block flyers too, so it makes it a big pain in the ass to deal with. Oh my gosh, that's great. That's actively great. Just get a 6 attack double strike Mantis God. This would be fine, but I have to do it in like a single round is the problem. Black bears are almost completely wiped out here when it was settled. Really? Their population is rising. Huh. Well, shoot. Nice. Wolf cub, eh? Health, really? This one might be winnable. It honestly all depends on what I draw. Not killing that mule was rough. Bears, no! You know what it's also not giving me? It's also not giving me the poison snake. Which hurts. Has my gratitude. Do I now? Okay, they ate the ringworm. It's a good start. Did that car say mine turtle? No, it said mud turtle. As diff we reference? No, you don't get to scoop. About the goat. Mud turtle is a missed opportunity. Get got. Moose bucked. Ah! Crap, I'm gonna get 2 pack rats I don't need. Ow. How you doing, Utah 981? Got him. Jeez. Yes. Double striking ant queen. None of those were very helpful. No matter what I do, I gotta kill the mule. Only useful, you have 3 other ants in the field. Yeah, I know. I didn't really have a choice, though, was the problem. You coward. The mule was defenseless. Yes, it was. I killed it. Let's see what we can do. Well, shit. Alright, we'll do one more try and then we'll do our dailies. No adder? That ability could work. Search, sure. Okay, we have a chance. Fuck, really? Oh well. That deck is, well, not that deck, but that many challenges is very difficult to do. One misplay, really? It feels like there were more misplays. Alright. Gonna wrap up a bit early tonight, do our Genshin dailies first. Our Apex, and then we'll get out of here. Place to be in 9 hours.
ごめんなさい。今日はもう一度星と深淵を目指せ。ようこそ冒険者協会へ。
See this one, heart books. No. Or yep, we'll go with these. Hmm? Vine infested ruins?
何か用ですか？ついていきます。次の仕事は？この仕事は排除するべきです。ご安心を。念の表像。逃げ道はあり。お触り禁止。召喚化粧。ここだ。やっ。
Oh my gosh, come on.
ガンオー帝君のためにご助力を。海のちぎりよ。行きましょう。はっはっふっはっはっせいはっ。
It is in fact your boy Genshin Impact. Hey, what's up, Lester Kane? How you doing? Hey, chance to be interested in playing some Project Zomboid tomorrow? I don't know if you have the game, but it's pretty good. Also, I hope you're interested. If you're interested, we're gonna be doing a 5 years on rewatching of Star Wars: The Last Jedi. We're gonna subject ourselves to that. I thought you, as our honorary Trekkie, could laugh at our misery. I don't know what day that's gonna be. We're gonna figure it out. Guys, gonna have you be running against Shub, demonetized again, Shub McGrath? No problem. Good luck, by the way. What investigator are you gonna play as? Or are you just gonna pick it tomorrow? You're probably gonna go with Ayn Rand. Okay, yeah, she's decent.
し崩すソーランの逃げ道はありません競争よ決心となれ連気可視部外者禁止
To do a double feature, Last Jedi and Into Darkness, so we can share misery. You know, no, it was just bad. Ghost searched his black heart for any redeeming qualities for that film. File not found. Who would think J.J. Abrams is only responsible for one of those travesties and just tangentially related to the other one? I mean, we could always watch Star Trek Discovery, right? Or Picard. I've heard Picard gets pretty terrible, but that I mean is terrible. You watched the episode of They had Stacey Abrams in an episode of Star Trek Discovery. Jeez. What happens? Does Picard have sex with her? Like what? He plays the president of United Earth. Isn't Star Trek based off like super future space communism? Wouldn't they not have a president? Wouldn't they have like some sort of like supreme like leader or something? The president of the United Earth. I'm just saying I would not want her in charge of my dental policy. That's all I'm saying. I hear there are a lot of gaps in her dental policy. The president United Earth. Yeah, I actually just finished watching the 2016-2017 Berserk series, Lester Kane. And, you know, my qualms with 3D animation being one of the worst things to ever happen to anime aside, it's good. It's good, and the sound design is fan-fucking-tastic. Every time he swings the fucking sword, it sounds like he hits something with, like, a fucking frying pan. It's just dong every time he's cutting shit in half. Blood everywhere, and you just hear dong. Right. The president of United Earth. Does she take on like an evil orange villain or something? Stacey Abrams plots of the Emperor to trick a political ally into taking control of a planet that is the only source of the spice melange. You can't trick me with that, Lester. I've seen Dune. I've seen Dune now. I have some conception of that. I have a frame of reference for Dune shit now. Although that would probably have been an interesting plot in Star Trek. How did I enjoy seeing one of the main sources that GW plagiarized? I mean, I liked it. Thought they did a good job. I think they did a good job on bringing the world to life. Yeah, I thought it was good. I still haven't seen Starship Troopers, so I don't have a point of reference for NIDS yet. But I have seen Aliens, so I've seen that, so I know kind of where they got some of the Tyranid stuff from. As far as Tau, I mean, I've seen enough mecha to see. I've seen enough mecha to know where they plagiarized Space Kami Tau. Let me think. Eldar, what are Eldar plagiarized from? Because they're space elves, but they're a dying civilization. Yep. Aging people. They do have a whole Mad Max branch. Due to their due to their partying years. What else am I forgetting that they've wholesale plagiarized? I guess the guardsmen themselves are kind of Starship Troopers in ways. But I haven't actually seen Starship Troopers. What are the orcs plagiarizing? I guess they're just fantasy orcs in space. I guess Tolkien? I guess it's Tolkien, actually. Ugh. Although, I read a comment the other day. I'd say the Warhammer's orcs have very little in common with Tolkien's orcs. Yeah. No, I would agree. Because the Tolkien orcs actually are like, foot soldiers from, foot soldiers from Mordor, kind of, whatnot. But fantasy orcs and 40k orcs 40k orcs, they're literally spores that, just spores of weird creatures that can command things to just function when they shouldn't. And fantasy orcs are, there's tribals, but they're just like, hey, who's the biggest and baddest? We go follow that one. And if you want people to follow you, you just beat the shit out of the other orc. Like, they're very different from Tolkien orcs, that's fair. But I did kind of take a weird sick joy the other day, and it was like, someone was saying, Hercules is one of my favorite animated Disney films, and now they're going to make a live action of it. They might ruin it. And I just read this, and I was like, oh, if only I had the energy to give a fuck. Oh no, one thing you like might be ruined by a Disney live action remake. Oh, woe is the horror. I mean, yes, it's guaranteed, but it was like, it was just like, you're going down the list, like Star Wars, Star Trek. Hasn't there already? There were live action Hercules. I think The Rock played it. But I think this one's going to be done by Disney based on the Disney cartoon or something. Which, for one, it's like, you are absolutely correct. There has 100% been live action Hercules, maybe not movies, definitely TV series for sure. But it's just like, listening to someone, just like, they're going to ruin one Disney film by making a live action. I'm just sitting here like, man, the list of things. The Last of Us. The fucking lists I have of things. There was the movie with Schwarzenegger. Isn't that just Conan? Or is that was different? Although, wait, they cast Conan as Hercules? That's a good pick. Starring, because at the time his accent was so thick, they just dubbed over him. Oh, he was just the body for Hercules? Oh, that's hilarious. What, you're telling me Hercules didn't run around with like a big Austrian accent? Maybe I'll have to watch that someday. Imagine Darth Vader with a thick Scottish accent. I kinda can. Bang, dun, 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 dun. There's a reason David Prost got dubbed over in post. Well, I thought, was David Proust the guy in the original suit? Because I thought in the first one was one guy. Second one, it was the big fencer dude, right? There was an actual fencer in the second one, I think. Well, a fencer and lifts, I think.
From my point of view, my name is
I'll play
Ray,
Wrath.
and we have a job to do.
When it was just Vader looking menacing, it was David Prowse. When it was Darth Vader waving his lights around, it was Bob Anderson. Ah, gotcha.
Begin, legends. Heads up, team. This is it.
Alright, I need to deal 300 damage. Wait, shit, really?
Round one. Your goal is simple. Win. You're in their sights. Care package. It may hold the key to your victory. Care package coming in. They spotted me. Taking shots. I'm down.
I hit him once. I was hoping I could have looted the care package.
Round lost. Arm yourselves, legends.
You know what game mode you missed from the old arena shooters? Instagib. You wish more modern games implemented it? I mean, that was just like
Do not falter.
hardcore mode in Call of Duty, right? You take the extra damage and whatnot. You like you die in like 3 shots.
out.
But yeah, no, I get you.
Strike out. Enemy shield broken. Going to phase. Reloading. Picked up some materials.
Oh, fuck you.
Reloading. Enemy down. I'm down.
I cannot 1v3 these fuckers. Man, that grenade fucked me.
Lost. The enemy nears victory. Do not give them to fear.
Game face is on, Squadron. We only need one more point to win.
Challenge them to fist fight? They're not gonna do that. The crow was a little over the top, a bit. Oh, now he leaves? Oh, fuck that guy. I was gonna use him as a decoy. Cause I can practice my shooting, Basu. Plus, I need to loot this. There. Hey!
You're being aimed at. Picked up some materials. Getting shot at. Jumping. Need to recharge my shields.
Ah! Not when you get shot from 3 directions. I knocked one of them! It was a good effort. Alright, we gotta loot 2 more neutral boxes, eh? Oh well. Wow.
Locked and loaded. Scootin' and lootin', amigo.
Each choice changes everything.
After this, we should hang out.
Begin, legends.
Pergak and Mr. Brief, how you doing? Alright, if we play well, this will be the last one of the night. Really, if we just loot 2 boxes. At least that has teammates.
Round 1.
Get over there.
Snatch some. Must go faster. I am taking fire, friends. Look out, grenade.
In their sights. Going to phase.
Quickly.
I'm down. Rolling this way. Cracked an enemy shield.
Need to recharge my shields.
What? Damn it!
Double kill.
Remember when you tried to do a hero shooter? Quake Champions deserve better than it's got. Quake Champions was okay. I don't think it was good or great, but it was just eh. God damn it, Basu! Fucking killed the other team.
Round 2. Kill your marks.
It's go time.
Got some materials.
Yo, got us some materials. I am taking fire, friends.
Care package coming.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading. Grenade, watch out. They're shooting at me. Reloading. Using grapple. Downed one. Yo, cracked an enemy shield.
Finally.
Boom, another one down. Reloading. Moving here. Help, please. Bad guys, let's do this.
Broken enemy shield.
Double kill. Efficient.
Luckily, I had full health, so I was able to just kind of fuck him up.
Victory is near.
Just one more point.
You guys better not kill them too quick. Quake Deathmatch is founded on the idea of every player having access to the same weapons and power-ups, and the only thing that gives any player an advantage is skill. Yeah, that is kind of core to Quake. Called something other than Quake. I mean, if it was just its own hero shooter, if it was just off-brand Overwatch, might have done better.
Picked up some materials.
The enemies are shooting at me. Recharging shields.
Care package. Could turn the tide for you.
Grenade!
Time for that.
Care package coming in.
Get shot at. The enemies are shooting at me.
There we go. All right.
Recharge. Crack the value shield. Reloading.
Enemy.
Danger. Charging shields. Taking fire. I am taking fire. Enemy taken down. I'm down. Reloading. Giving my shields a recharge.
Recharging my shields.
got trouble here. Aki over here. I am taking fire, friend.
Let's go. Whew.
Congratulations, winners. Now prepare to defend your title.
Alright, we'll do one round of Battle Royale and finish up. I think it's funny how TF2 existed long before Overwatch, and by the looks of things, TF2 is going to outlive Overwatch. Really? I mean, do you count, like, Overwatch 2 as part of that equation? But a lot of people just don't want anything to do with Blizzard right now. Yeah, honestly, a lot of it's like, I mean, most of it's just all self-inflicted injuries. Is the funniest part.
Breaking bones and breaking hearts, 5 decades.
If the gods will it, we win.
The games are anything but random, if your eyes are open.
Introducing your champion.
The battle begins. May the gods bless you.
There's a prime spot for mayhem.
Prime spot for me.
Heard that. It's not just about having.
This might be a good place to land.
Dropping in, hang on.
This year, it all goes leaked to tank Activision's value. You know, I've heard that one too. I've heard it. I don't know if I buy it.
Deploying me knuckle cluster.
My heart feels it's true. My brain says it's not.
Let's go here. Contact.
This place is something else. Let's go.
Let's make those drop kicks crap their dacks.
I am with you, and you are with me.
Possible the Scrum play got word of the upcoming acquisition and leaked it out of spite. It's actually more likely. It's possible.
This is your champion.
Blizzard is notorious for treating their workers like fucking shit. Because, well, unfortunately, the truth is, you know, especially if you're a SoCal-based, like, video gamer, working at Blizzard, you know, for a young and ignorant kid out of college is like a fucking dream come true. And there's, you know, 1,000 different, you know, in every field that want that job. So, Blizzard, because all their employees are disposable and easily replaceable, to them, not that they understand that, you know, having a consistent staff that you groom and keep around for a long time is a good long-term strategy, treated them as such, as disposable and, you know, completely replaceable. And shockingly, that whole loyalty and, you know, company ethic and desire to make the company successful just didn't show up. I'm as shocked as anyone here. Very shocking that this would happen. I did not predict this would happen. That's Mochi. What's up? I'm actually on my last game of the morning. Because I got some IRL plans, but I was able to give you a lurk when you were playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Earlier. How you doing, Mochi?
Scanning the area.
IRL plans. Yeah, I gotta go play Dungeons and Dragons with some old friends. Well, not old friends, not old, but I've known them for a while. Oh, hell. Is that freaking hammer points? Oh, come on, you guys. Are you kidding me?
Contact with hostile.
Blizzard really any worse than any other publisher's devs? No, there are companies that are run better, but a lot of them do not. A lot of them run similar to how Blizzard does. But Blizzard, you know, has like such a large presence and whatnot that its fall was the most noticeable, more or less. All right, so without further ado, thanks everyone for tuning in for another episode of Coast to Ghost. Thank you, Mountain Walk. Thank you, Yellow Lantern. And thank you, Geeky, for coming by, hanging out, and chatting while I mindlessly played Kirby and finally killed frickin' King DDD. Screw yo, without taking damage. But I got Dungeons and Dragons to get to, so without further ado, I'm going to leave you all with some wise words, and I am going to get out of here. You have a great night, Mount Hale. You have a great night, Lester. You have a great night, Mochi.
Good kids should go to sleep now. Good night, motherfucker.